warriors and elephants, steeds, fell fast on the field. Arms, decked with angardas and other ornaments of gold, cut off, and hands cased in leathern covers, and arrows, and bows, and bodies and heads decked with carvings and floral wreaths, lay in thousands on the field, obstructed with abashkaras and adishtanas and long poles, also with crushed akshas and broken wheels and yokes, numbering thousands, with darts and bows and swords and fallen standards, and with shields and bows lying all about, with the bodies, O monarch, of slain kshatriyas and steeds and elephants. The field of battle, looking exceedingly fierce, soon became impassable. The noise made by the princes, as they called upon one another while slaughtered by Abhimanyu, became deafening and enhanced the fears of the timid. That noise, O chief of the Bharatas, filled all the points of the compass. The son of Subhadra rushed against the Kaurava troops, slaying foremost of Ka warriors and steeds and elephants, quickly consuming his foes, like a fire playing in the midst of a heap of dry grass. The son of Arjuna was seen careering through the midst of the Bharata army. Encompassed as he was by our troops and covered with dust, none of us could obtain a sight of that warrior when, O Bharata, he was careening over the field in all directions, cardinal and subsidiary. And he took the lives of steeds and elephants and human warriors, O Bharata, almost incessantly. And soon after we saw him come out of the press. Indeed, O monarch, we beheld him then scorching his foes like the meridian sun, scorching everything with his rays. Equal to Vasava himself in battle, that son of Vasava's son, viz. Abhimanyu, looked resplendent in the midst of the hostile army. Section XL. Dhritarashtra said, a mere child in years, brought up in great luxury, proud of the strength of his arms, accomplished in battle, endued with great heroism, the perpetuator of his race, and prepared to lay down his life, when Abhimanyu penetrated into the Kaurava army, born on his 3-year-old steeds of spirited metal. Was there any of great warriors in Yudhishthira's army that followed the son of Arjuna? Sanjaya said, Yudhishthira and Bhimasena, and Sikandin and Satyaki, and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva, and Drishthadama and Virata, and Drupada, and Kakaya, and Drishtaketu, all filled with wrath, and the Matsya warrior rushed to battle. Indeed, Abhimanyu's sires, accompanied by his maternal uncles, those smiters of foes, arrayed in order of battle, rushed along the self-same path that Abhimanyu had created, desirous of rescuing him. Beholding those heroes rushing, thy troops turned away from the fight. Seeing then that vast army of thy son turning away from the fight, the son-in-law of great energy rushed to rally them. Indeed, King Jayadratha, the son of the ruler of the Centaurs, checked, with all their followers, the Pathas, desirous of rescuing their son. That fierce and great bowman, viz. the son of Ridakshitra, invoking into existence celestial weapons, resisted the Pandavas, like an elephant sporting in a lowland. Empty. Dhritarashtra said, I think, Sanjaya, that heavy was the burthen thrown upon the ruler of the Centaurs, inasmuch as alone he had to resist the angry Pandavas desirous of rescuing their son. Exceedingly wonderful, I think, was the might and heroism of the ruler of the Centaurs. Tell me what the Hysald warrior's prowess was, and how he accomplished that foremost of feats. What gifts did he make? What libations had he poured? What sacrifices had he performed? What ascetic austerities had he well undergone, in consequence of which, single-handed, he succeeded in checking Pathas excited with wrath? Sanjaya said, on the occasion of his insult to Draupadi, Jayadratha was vanquished by Bhimasena. From a keen sense of his humiliation, the king practiced the severest of ascetic austerities, desirous of a boon. Restraining his senses from all objects dear to them, bearing hunger, thirst and heat, he reduced his body till his swollen veins became visible. Uttering the eternal words of the Veda, he paid his adoration to the god Mahadeva. That illustrious deity, always inspired with compassion for his devotees, at last became kind towards him. Indeed, Hara, appearing in a dream unto the ruler of the centaurs, addressed him, saying, "Solicit the boon thou desirest. I am gratified with thee, O Jayadratha. What dost thou desire?" Thus addressed by Mahadeva, Jayadratha, the ruler of the centaurs, bowed down unto him and said with joined palms and restrained soul, "Alone, on the single car, I shall check in battle all the sons of Pandu, endued though they are with terrible energy and prowess." Even this, O Bharata, was the boon he had solicited. Thus prayed to that foremost of the deities said unto Jayadratha, "O amiable one, I grant thee the boon. Except Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, thou shalt in battle check the 4 other sons of Pandu." "So be it," said Jayadratha unto that lord of the gods, and then awoke, O monarch, from his slumber. In consequence of that boon which he had received and of the strength also of his celestial weapons, Jayadratha, single-handed, held in check the entire army of the Pandavas. The twang of his bowstring and the slaps of his palms inspired the hostile Kshatriyas with fear, filling thy troops, at the same time with delight. And the Kshatriyas, of the Kuru army, beholding that the burthen was taken up by the ruler of the centaurs, rushed with loud shouts, O monarch, to that part of the field where Yudhishthira's army was. Section XLI. Sanjaya said, "Thou askest me, O monarch, about the prowess of the ruler of the centaurs. Listen to me as I describe in detail how he fought with the Pandavas. Large steeds of the Sindhu breed, well trained and fleet as the wind, and obedient to the commands of the charioteer, bore him on that occasion. His car, duly equipped, looked like a vapory edifice in the welkin. His standard bearing the device of a large boar in silver, looked exceedingly beautiful. With his white umbrella and banners, and the yak tails with which he was fanned, which are regal indications, he shone like the moon himself in the firmament. His car fence made of iron was decked with pearls and diamonds and gems and gold, and it looked resplendent like the firmament bespangled with luminous bodies. Drawing his large bow and scattering countless shafts, he once more filled up that array in those places where openings had been made by the son of Arjuna. And he pierced Satyaki with 3 arrows, and Vrikadara with 8, and having pierced Drishtadama with 60 arrows, he pierced Drupada with 5 sharp ones, and Sikandin with 10. Piercing then the Kakyas with 25 arrows, Jayadratha pierced each of the 5 sons of Draupadi with 3 arrows, and piercing Yudhishthira then with 70 arrows, the ruler of the Sindhus pierced the other heroes of the Pandava army with thick showers of shafts. And that feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then, O monarch, the valiant son of Dharma, aiming Jayadratha's bow, cut it off with a polished and well-tempered shaft, smiling the while. Within the twinkling, however, of the eye, the ruler of the Sindhus took up another bow and piercing Pratha, Yudhishthira, with 10 arrows struck each of the others with 3 shafts. Marking that lightness of hands showed by Jayadratha, Bhima then with 3 broad-headed shafts, quickly felled on the earth his bow, standard and umbrella. The mighty Jayadratha then, taking up another bow, strung it and felled Bhima's standard and bow and steeds, O sire. His bow cut off, Bhimasena then jumping down from that excellent car whose steeds had been slain, mounted on the car of Satyaki, like a lion jumping to the top of a mountain. Seeing this, thy troops were filled with joy, and they loudly shouted, "Excellent! Excellent!" And they repeatedly applauded that feat of the ruler of the centaurs. Indeed, all creatures highly applauded that feat of his, which consisted in his resisting, single-handed, all the Pandavas together, excited with wrath. The path that the son of Subhadra had made for the Pandavas by the slaughter of numerous warriors and elephants was then filled up by the ruler of the Sindhus. Indeed, those heroes, viz., the Matsyas, the Panchalas, the Kakiyas, and the Pandavas, exerting themselves vigorously, succeeded in approaching the presence of Jayadratha, but none of them could bear him. Everyone amongst thy enemies who endeavoured to pierce the array that had been formed by Drona, was checked by the ruler of the Sindhus in consequence of the boon he had got from Mahadeva. Section Xli. Sanjaya said, when the ruler of the Sindhus checked the Pandavas, desirous of success, the battle that took place then between thy troops and the enemy became awful. The invincible son of Arjuna, of sure aim and mighty energy, having penetrated in their Kaurava array, agitated it like a Makara agitating the ocean. Against that chastiser of foes then, viz., the son of Subhadra, who was thus agitating the hostile host with his arrowy showers, the principal warriors of the Kaurava army rushed, each according to his rank and precedence. The clash between them of immeasurable energy, scattering their arrowy showers with great force on the one side and Abhimanyu alone on the other, became awful. The son of Arjuna, encompassed on all sides by those enemies with crowds of cars, slew the charioteer of Vrishesana and also cut off his bow. And the mighty Abhimanyu then pierced Vrishesana's steeds with his straight shafts, upon which those coursers, with the speed of the wind, bore Vrishesana away from the battle. Utilizing that opportunity, Abhimanyu's charioteer freed his car from that press by taking it away to another part of the field. Those numerous car warriors then, beholding this feat, were filled with joy and exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent!" Seeing the lion-like Abhimanyu angrily slaying the foe with his shafts and advancing from a distance, Vasatiya, proceeding towards him, quickly fell upon him with great force. The latter pierced Abhimanyu with 60 shafts of golden wings and addressing him, said, "As long as I am alive, thou shalt not escape with life." Cased though he was in an iron coat of mail, the son of Subhadra pierced him in the chest with a far-reaching shaft. Thereupon Vasatiya fell down on the earth, deprived of life. Beholding Vasatiya slain, many bulls among Kshatriyas became filled with wrath, and surrounded thy grandson, O king, from a desire of slaying him. They approached him, stretching their countless bows of diverse kinds, and the battle then that took place between the son of Subhadra and his foes was exceedingly fierce. Then the son of the Falguni, filled with wrath, cut off their arrows and bows, and diverse limbs of their bodies, and the heads decked with earrings and floral garlands. And arms were seen lopped off, that were adorned with various ornaments of gold, and that still held scimitars and spiked maces and battle-axes, and the fingers of which were still cased in leathern gloves. And the earth became strewn 71 with floral wreaths and ornaments and cloths, with fallen standards, with coats of mail and shields and golden chains and diadems and umbrellas and yak-tails, with their pashkaras and adishdanas, and dandakas, and vantaras with crushed ikshas, broken wheels, and yokes, numbering thousands, 72 with anukashas, and banners, and charioteers, and steeds, as also with broken cars, and elephants, and steeds. The field of battle, strewn with slain Kshatriyas endued, while living, with great heroism, rulers of diverse realms, inspired with desire of victory, presented a fearful sight. When Abhimanyu angrily careered over the field of battle in all directions, his very form became invisible. Only his coat of mail, decked with gold, his ornaments, and bow and shafts, could be seen. Indeed, while he slew the hostile warriors by means of his shafts, staying in their midst like the sun himself in his blazing effulgence, none could gaze at him with his eyes. Section Xli. Sanjaya said, engaged in taking the lives of brave warriors, Arjuna's son then resembled the destroyer himself, when the latter takes the lives of all creatures on the arrival of the universal dissolution. Possessed of prowess resembling that of Sakra himself, the mighty son of Sakra's son, viz. Abhimanyu, agitating the Kaurava army, looked exceedingly resplendent. Penetrating into the core of the host, O king, that destroyer of foremost Kshatriyas resembling Yama himself, seized Satyasravas, like an infuriated tiger seizing a deer. Beholding Satyasravas, seized by him, many mighty car warriors, taking up diverse kinds of weapons, rushed upon him. Indeed, those bulls among Kshatriyas, from a spirit of rivalry, rushed at the son of Arjuna from desire of slaying him, all exclaiming, I shall go first, I shall go first. As a whale in the sea obtaining a shoal of small fish seizes them with the greatest ease, even so did Abhimanyu receive a whole division of the rushing Kshatriyas. Like rivers that never go back when they approach the sea, none amongst those retreating Kshatriyas turned back when they approached Abhimanyu. That army then reeled like a boat tossed on the ocean when overtaken by a mighty tempest, with its crew afflicted with panic caused by the violence of the wind. Then the mighty Rakmaratha, son of the ruler of the Madras, for assuring the frightened troops, fearlessly said, Ye heroes, ye need not fear. When I am here, what is Abhimanyu? Without doubt, I will seize this one a living captive. Having said these words, the valiant prince, borne on his beautiful and well-equipped car, rushed at Abhimanyu, piercing Abhimanyu with 3 shafts in the chest, 3 in the right arm, and 3 other sharp shafts in the left arm. He uttered a loud roar. Falguni's son, however, cutting off his bow, his right and left arms, and his head adorned with beautiful eyes and eyebrows, quickly felled them on the earth. Beholding Rakmaratha, the honoured son of Salya, slain by the illustrious son of Subhadra, that Rakmaratha is, who had vowed to consume his foe or take him alive, many princely friends of Salya's son, O king, accomplished in smiting and incapable of being easily defeated in battle, and owning standards decked with gold, came up for the fight. Those mighty car warriors, stretching their bows full 6 cubits long, surrounded the son of Arjuna, all pouring their arrowy showers upon him. Beholding the brave and invincible son of Subhadra singly encountered by all those wrathful princes endued with heroism and skill acquired by practice and strength and youth, and seeing him covered with showers of arrows, Duryodhana rejoiced greatly, and regarded Abhimanyu as one already made a guest of Yama's abode. Within the twinkling of an eye, those princes, by means of their shafts of golden wings, and of diverse forms and great impetuosity, made Arjuna's son invisible. Himself, his standard, and his car, O sire, were seen by us covered with shafts like trees overwhelmed with flights of locusts. Deeply pierced, he became filled with rage like an elephant struck with a hook. He then, O Bharata, applied the Gandharva weapon and the illusion consequent to it. 73 Practicing ascetic penances, Arjuna had obtained that weapon from the Gandharva Tamvuru and others. With that weapon, Abhimanyu now confounded his foes. Quickly displaying his weapons, he careered in that battle like a circle of fire, and was, O king, seen sometimes as a single individual, sometimes as 100, and sometimes as 1,000 ones. Confounding his foes by the skill with which his car was guided and by the illusion caused by his weapons, he cut in 100 pieces, O monarch, the bodies of the kings, opposed to him. By means of his sharp shafts the lives of living creatures were dispatched. These, O king, attained to the other world while their bodies fell down on the earth. Their bows, and steeds and charioteers, and standards, and armies decked with angada, and heads, the son of Falguni cut off with his sharp shafts. Those 100 princes were slain and felled by Subhadra's son like a tope of 5-year-old mango trees just on the point of bearing fruit, laid low by a tempest. Beholding those youthful princes brought up in every luxury, and resembling angry snakes of virulent poison, all slain by the single-handed Abhimanyu, Duryodhana was filled with fear. Seeing his cow warriors and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers crushed, the Kuru king quickly proceeded in wrath against Abhimanyu. Continued for only a short space of time, the unfinished battle between them became exceedingly fierce. Thy son then, afflicted with Abhimanyu's arrows, was obliged to turn back from the fight. Section Xlif. Dhritarashtra said, That which thou tellest me, O Suta, about the battle, fierce and terrible, between the one and the many, and the victory of that illustrious one, that story of the prowess of Subhadra's son is highly wonderful and almost incredible. I do not, however, regard it as a marvel that is absolutely beyond belief in the case of those that have righteousness for their refuge. After Duryodhana was beaten back and 100 princes slain, what course was pursued by the warriors of my army against the son of Subhadra? Sanjaya said, Their mouths became dry, and eyes restless. Sweat covered their bodies, and the hairs stood on their ends. Despairing of vanquishing their foe, they became ready to leave the field. Abandoning their wounded brothers and sires and sons and friends and relatives by marriage and kinsmen, they fled, urging their steeds and elephants to their utmost speed. Beholding them broken and routed, Drona and Drona's son, and Vrihadvala, and Kripa, and Duryodhana, and Karna, and Gritavarman, and Shuvala's son, Sakuni, rushed in great wrath against the unvanquished son of Subhadra. Almost all these, O king, were beaten back by thy grandson. Only one warrior then, viz., Lakshmana, brought up in luxury, accomplished in arrows, endued with great energy, and fearless in consequence of inexperience and pride, proceeded against the son of Arjuna. Anxious about his son, his father, Duryodhana, turned back for following him. Their mighty car warriors turned back for following Duryodhana. All of them then drenched Abhimanyu with showers of arrows, like clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. Abhimanyu, however, single-handed, began to crush them like the dry wind that blows in every direction, destroying gathering masses of clouds. Like one infuriated elephant encountering another, Arjuna's son then encountered thy invincible grandson, Lakshmana, of great personal beauty, endued with great bravery, staying near his father with outstretched bow, brought up in every luxury, and resembling a second prince of the Yakshas 74. Encountering Lakshmana, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, at his 2 arms and chest struck with his sharp shafts. Thy grandson, the mighty armed Abhimanyu then, filled with rage like a snake struck with a rod, addressing, O king, thy other grandson, said, Look well on this world, for thou shalt soon have to go to the other. In the very sight of all thy kinsmen, I will dispatch thee to Yama's abode. Saying thus, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the mighty armed son of the Subhadra, took out a broad-headed arrow that resembled a snake just emerged from its slough. That shaft, sped by Abhimanyu's arms, cut off the beautiful head, decked with earrings, of Lakshmana, that was graced with a beautiful nose, beautiful eyebrows, and exceedingly good-looking curls. Beholding Lakshmana slain, thy troops uttered exclamations of "Oh and, alas!" Upon the slaughter of his dear son, Duryodhana became filled with rage. That bull among Kshatriyas then loudly urged the Kshatriyas under him, saying, Slay this one. Then Drona, and Kripa, and Karna, and Drona's son, and Vrihadvala, and Gritavarman, the son of Ridika, these 6 car warriors, encompassed Abhimanyu. Piercing them with sharp arrows and beating them off from him, the son of Arjuna, fell with great speed and fury upon the vast forces of Jayadratha. Thereupon, the Kalingas, the Nishadas, and the valiant son of Gratha, all clad in mail, cut off his path by encompassing him with the elephant division. The battle then that took place between Falguni's son and those warriors was obstinate and fierce. Then the son of Arjuna began to destroy that elephant division as the wind coursing in every direction destroys vast masses of gathering clouds in the welkin. Then Gratha covered the son of Arjuna with showers of arrows, while many other warriors headed by Drona, having returned to the field, rushed at him, scattering sharp and mighty weapons. Checking all those weapons by means of his own arrows, the son of Arjuna began to afflict the son of Gratha with ceaseless showers of shafts, with great dispatch and inspired by the desire of slaying his antagonist. The latter's bow and shafts, and bracelets, and arms, and hair decked with diadem, and umbrella, and standard, and charioteer, and steeds, were all cut off and felled by Abhimanyu. When Kratha's son, possessed of nobility of lineage, good behavior, acquaintance with the scriptures, great strength, fame, and power of arms, was slain, the other heroic combatants almost all turned away from the fight. 75. Section XLV. Dhritarashtra said, while the youthful and invincible son of Subhadra, never retreating from battle, was, after penetrating into our array, engaged in achieving feats worthy of his lineage, borne by his 3-year-old steeds of great might and of the best breed, and apparently trotting in the welkin, what heroes of my army encompassed him? Sanjaya said, having penetrated into our array, Abhimanyu of Pandu's race, by means of his sharp shafts, made all the kings turn away from the fight. Then Drona, and Kripa, and Karna, and Drona's son, and Vrihadvala and Gritavarman, the son of Ridika, these 6 warriors, encompassed him. As regards the other combatants of thy army, beholding that Jayadratha had taken upon himself the heavy duty of keeping off the Pandavas, they supported him, O king, by rushing against Yudhishthira. 76 Many amongst them, endued with great strength, drawing their bows full 6 cubits long, showered on the heroic son of Subhadra arrowy downpours like torrents of rain. Subhadra's son, however, that slayer of hostile heroes, paralyzed by his shafts all those great bowmen, conversant with every branch of learning. And he pierced Drona with 50 arrows and Vrihadvala with 20. And piercing Gritavarman with 80 shafts, he pierced Kripa with 60. And the son of Arjuna pierced Iswataman with 10 arrows equipped with golden wings, endued with great speed and shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. And the son of the Falguni pierced Karna, in the midst of his foes, in one of his cars, with a bright, well-tempered, and bearded arrow of great force, felling the steeds yoked to Kripa's car, as also both his Parshani charioteers. Abhimanyu pierced Kripa himself in the center of the chest with 10 arrows. The mighty Abhimanyu, then, in the very sight of thy heroic sons, slew the brave Rhindaraka, that enhancer of the fame of the Kuras. While Abhimanyu was thus engaged in fearlessly slaying one after another the foremost warriors among his enemies, Drona's son Iswataman pierced him with 25 small arrows. The son of Arjuna, however, in the very sight of all the Dhritarashtras, quickly pierced Iswataman in return, O sire, with many whetted shafts. Drona's son, however, in return, piercing Abhimanyu with 60 fierce arrows of great impetuosity and keen sharpness, failed to make him tremble, for the latter, pierced by Iswataman, stood immovable like the Menaka mountain. Endued with great energy, the mighty Abhimanyu then pierced his antagonist with 73 straight arrows, equipped with wings of gold. Drona then, desirous of rescuing his son, pierced Abhimanyu with 100 arrows. and as Wataman pierced him with 60 arrows, desirous of rescuing his father. And Kana struck him with 22 broad-headed arrows, and Kritavarman struck him with 4 and 10. And Vrihadvala pierced him with 50 such shafts, and Saradwata's son, Kripa, with 10. Abhimanyu, however, pierced each of these in return with 10 shafts. The ruler of the Kosala struck Abhimanyu in the chest with a barbed arrow. Abhimanyu, however, quickly felled on the earth his antagonist's steeds and standard and bow and charioteer. The ruler of the Kosalas, then, thus deprived of his car, shook up a sword and wished to sever from Abhimanyu's trunk his beautiful head, decked with earrings. Abhimanyu then pierced King Vrihadvala, the ruler of the Kosalas, in the chest, with a strong arrow. The latter then, with riven heart, fell down. Beholding this, 10,000 illustrious kings broke and fled. Those kings, armed with swords and bows, fled away, uttering words inimical to King Duryodhana's interest. Having slain 77, Vrihadvala thus, the son of Subhadra, careered in battle, paralyzing by warriors, those great bowmen, by means of arrowy downpours, thick as rain. 78. Section XLVI. Sanjaya said, Falguni's son once more pierced Kana in the car with a barbed arrow, and for angering him still further, he pierced him with 50 other shafts. The son of Radha pierced Abhimanyu in return with as many shafts. Covered all over with arrows, Abhimanyu, then, O sire, looked exceedingly beautiful. Filled with rage, he caused Kana also to be bathed in blood. Mangled with arrows and covered with blood, the brave Kana also shone greatly. 79 Both of them pierced with arrows, both bathed in blood. Those illustrious warriors then resembled a couple of flowering kinsukas. The son of Subhadra then slew 6 of Kana's brave counsellors, conversant with all modes of warfare, with their steeds and charioteers and cars. As regards other great bowmen, Abhimanyu fearlessly pierced each of them in return, with 10 arrows. That feat of his seemed highly wonderful. Slaying next the son of the ruler of the Magadhas, Abhimanyu, with 6 straight shafts, slew the youthful Aswakitu with his 4 steeds and charioteer. Then slaying, with a sharp razor-headed arrow, the bold prince of Martitavata, bearing the device of an elephant, on his banner, the son of Arjuna uttered a loud shout and began to scatter his shafts on all sides. Then the son of Dusasana pierced the 4 steeds of Abhimanyu with 4 shafts, his charioteer with 1 and Abhimanyu himself with 10. The son of Arjuna, then, piercing Dusasana's son with 10 fleet shafts, addressed him in a loud tone and with eyes red in wrath, said, abandoning the battle, thy sire hath fled like a coward. It is well thou knowest how to fight. Thou shalt not, however, escape today with life. Saying these words unto him, Abhimanyu sped a long arrow, well polished by smith's hand, at his foe. The son of Drona cut that arrow with 3 shafts of his own. Leaving Aswatthama alone, Arjuna's son struck Salya, in return, fearlessly pierced him in the chest with highly 9 shafts, equipped with vulture's feathers. That feat seemed highly wonderful. The son of Arjuna then cut off Salya's bow and slew both his Parshani charioteers. Abhimanyu then pierced Salya himself with 6 shafts made wholly of iron. Thereupon, the latter, leaving that steedless car, mounted another. Abhimanyu then slew 5 warriors, named Satranjaya, and Chandraketu, and Mahimkba, and Shivakas, and Suryabhasa. He then pierced Shivala's son. The latter piercing Abhimanyu with 3 arrows, said unto Duryodhana, let us all together grind this one, else, fighting singly with us, he will slay us all. O king, think of the means of slaying this one, taking counsel with Drona and Kripa and others. Then Karna, the son of the Kardana, said unto Drona, Abhimanyu grindeth us all. Tell us the means by which we may slay him. Thus addressed, the mighty bowman, Drona, addressing them all, said, observing him with vigilance, "Have any of you been able to detect any defeat in this youth? He is careening in all directions. Yet have any of you been able to detect today the least hole in him? Behold the lightness of hand and quickness of motion of this lion among men, this son of Arjuna. In the track of his car, only his bow drawn to a circle can be seen. So quickly is he aiming his shafts, and so quickly is he letting them off. Indeed, this slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, gratifieth me, although he afflicteth my vital breath and stupefieth me with shafts. Even the mightiest car warriors, filled with wrath, are unable to detect any flaw in him. The son of Subhadra, therefore, careering on the field of battle, gratifieth me greatly. I do not see that in battle there is any difference between the wielder of Gandiva himself and this one of great lightness of hand, filling all the points of the horizon with his mighty shafts." Hearing these words, Karna, afflicted with the shafts of Arjuna's son, once more said unto Drona, exceedingly afflicted with the shafts of Abhimanyu, "I am staying in battle, only because, as a warrior, I should stay here. Indeed, the arrows of this youth of great energy are exceedingly fierce. Terrible as they are and possessed of the energy of fire, these arrows are weakening my heart." The preceptor then, slowly and with a smile, said unto Karna, "Abhimanyu is young, his prowess is great. His coat of mail is impenetrable. This one's father had been taught by me the method of wearing defensive armor. This subjugator of hostile towns assuredly knoweth the entire science of wearing red armor. With shafts well shot, you can, however, cut off his bowstring, the reins of his steeds, the steeds themselves, and two Parshani charioteers. O mighty bowman, O son of Radha, if competent, do this. Making him turn back from the fight, by this means, strike him then. With his bow in hand he is incapable of being vanquished by the very gods and the Asuras together. If you wish, deprive him of his car, and divest him of his bow." Hearing these words of the preceptor, Vikatana's son Karna quickly cut off, by means of his shafts, the bow of Abhimanyu, as the latter was shooting with great activity. He, of Boa's race, viz., Kritavarman, then slew his steeds, and Gripa slew his two Parshani charioteers. The others covered him with showers of arrows after he had been divested of his bow. Those 6 great car warriors, with great speed, when speed was so necessary, ruthlessly covered that callous youth, fighting single-handed with them, with showers of arrows. Bolas and Kalas, with an eye, however, to his duty, as a warrior, handsome Abhimanyu, taking up a sword and a shield, jumped into the sky. Displaying great strength and great activity, and describing the tracks called Kausika and others, the son of Arjuna fiercely coursed through the sky, like the prince of winged creatures, viz., Garuda. He may fall upon me sword in hand. With such thoughts, those mighty bowmen were on the lookout for the lackeys of Abhimanyu, and began to pierce him in that battle, with their gaze turned upwards. Then Drona of mighty energy, that conqueror of foes with a sharp arrow, quickly cut off the hilt, decked with gems, of Abhimanyu's sword. Radha's son Karna, with sharp shafts, cut off his excellent shield. Deprived of his sword and shield thus, he came down, with sound limbs, from the welkin upon the earth. Then taking up a car-wheel, he rushed in wrath against Drona. His body bright with the dust of car-wheels, and himself holding the car-wheel in his upraised arms, Abhimanyu looked exceedingly beautiful, and imitating Vasudeva, with his discus, became awfully fierce for a while in that battle. His robes dyed with the blood flowing from his wounds, his brow formidable with the wrinkles visible thereon, himself uttering loudly in 9 roars, Lord Abhimanyu of immeasurable might, staying in the midst of those kings, looked exceedingly resplendent on the field of battle. Section Xlvi. Sanjaya said, that joy of Vishnu's sister, viz., Abhimanyu, that Aturita, decked with the weapons of Vishnu himself, looked exceedingly beautiful on the field of battle and looked like a second Janardana. With the end of his locks waving in the air, with that supreme weapon upraised in his hands, his body became incapable of being looked at by the very gods. The kings, beholding it and the wheel in his hands, became filled with anxiety, and cut that off in 100 fragments. Then that great Ka warrior, the son of Arjuna, took up a mighty mace, deprived by them of his bow and car and sword, and divested also of his wheel by his foes. The mighty armed Abhimanyu, mace in hand, rushed against his Wataman. Beholding that mace upraised, which looked like the blazing thunderbolt, as Wataman, that tiger among men, rapidly alighted from his car and took 3 long leaps for avoiding Abhimanyu, slaying as Wataman's steeds and 2 Parshani charioteers with that mace of his. Subhadra's son, pierced all over with arrows, looked like a porcupine. Then that hero pressed Shivala's son, Kalikya, down into the earth, and slew 77 Gandhara followers of the latter. Next, he slew 10 Ka warriors of the Brahmavasatiya race, and then 10 huge elephants. Proceeding next towards the car of Dusasana's son, he crushed the latter's car and steeds, pressing them down into the earth. The invincible son of Dusasana, then, O sire, taking up his mace, rushed at Abhimanyu, saying, "Wait, wait." Then those cousins, those 2 heroes, with upraised maces, began to strike each other, desirous of achieving each other's death, like 3-eyed Mahadeva, and the Asura, and Daka in the days of old. Each of those chastisers of foes, struck with the other's mace ends, fell down on the earth, like 2 uprooted standards erected to the honor of Indra. Then Dusasana's son, that enhancer of the fame of the Kurus, raising up first, struck Abhimanyu with the mace on the crown of his head, as the latter was on the point of rising. Stupefied with the violence of that stroke as also with the fatigue he had undergone, that slayer of hostile hosts, viz., the son of Subhadra, fell on the earth, deprived of his senses. Thus, O king, was one slain by many in battle, one who had ground the whole army, like an elephant grinding lotus stalks in a lake. As he lay dead on the field, the heroic Abhimanyu looked like a wild elephant slain by the hunters. The fallen hero was then surrounded by thy troops, and he looked like an extinguished fire in the summer season after, as it lies, having consumed a whole forest, or like a tempest divested of its fury after having crushed mountain crests, 80, or like the sun arrived at the western hills after having blasted with his heat the Bharata host, or like Soma swallowed up by Ra'u, or like the ocean reft of water. The mighty Ka warriors of thy army, beholding Abhimanyu, whose face had the splendor of the full moon, and whose eyes were rendered beautiful in consequence of lashes black as the feathers of the raven, lying prostrate on the bare earth, were filled with great joy. And they repeatedly uttered leonine shouts. Indeed, O monarch, thy troops were in transports of joy, while tears fell fast from the eyes of the Pandava heroes, beholding the heroic Abhimanyu lying on the field of battle, like the moon dropped from the firmament. Diverse creatures, O king, in the welkin, said aloud, Alas, this one lieth on the field, slain, while fighting singly, by 6 mighty Ka warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, headed by Drona and Karna. This act hath been, we hold, an unrighteous one. Upon the slaughter of that hero, the earth looked exceedingly resplendent like the star-bespangled firmament with the moon. Indeed, the earth was strewn with shafts equipped with wings of gold, and covered with waves of blood, and strewn with the beautiful heads of heroes, decked with earrings and variegated turbans of great value, and banners, and yak-tails, and beautiful blankets, and begemmed weapons of great efficacy, and the bright ornaments of cars, and steeds, and men, and elephants, and sharp and well-tempered swords, looking like snakes freed from their sloughs, and bows, and broken shafts, and darts, and swords, and lances, and campanas, and divers other kinds of weapons. She assumed a beautiful aspect, and in consequence of the steeds dead or dying, but all weltering in blood, with their riders lying about them, felled by Subhadra's son, the earth in many places became impassable, and with iron hooks, and elephants, huge as hills, equipped with shields and weapons and standards, lying about, crushed with shafts, with excellent cars deprived of steeds and charioteers and car warriors, lying scattered on the earth, crushed by elephants and looking like agitated lakes, with large bodies of foot soldiers decked with diverse weapons and lying dead on the ground. The field of battle, wearing a terrible aspect, inspired all timid hearts with terror. Beholding Abhimanyu, resplendent as the sun or the moon, lying on the ground, thy troops were in transport of joy, while Pandavas were filled with grief. When youthful Abhimanyu, yet in his minority, fell, the Pandava divisions, O king, fled away in the very sight of King Yudhishthira. Beholding his army breaking upon the fall of Subhadra's son, Yudhishthira addressed his brave warriors, saying, The heroic Abhimanyu, who without retreating from battle hath been slain, hath certainly ascended to heaven. Stay then, and fear not, for we shall yet vanquish our foes. Endued with great energy and great splendor, King Yudhishthira the Just, that foremost of warriors, saying such words unto his soldiers inspired with grief, endeavored to dispel their stupor. The king continued, having in the first instance slain in battle hostile princes, resembling snakes of virulent poison, the son of Arjuna hath then given up his life. Having slain 10,000 warriors, viz., the king of the Koslas, Abhimanyu, who was even like Krishna or Arjuna himself, hath assuredly gone to the abode of Indra. Having destroyed cars and steeds and men and elephants by thousands, he was still not content with what he did. Performing as he did such meritorious feats, we should not certainly grieve for him. He hath gone to the bright regions of the righteous, regions that men acquire by meritorious deeds. Section Xlvi. Sanjaya said, having thus slain one of their foremost warriors, and having been afflicted with their arrows, we came back to our encampment in the evening, covered with blood. Steadfastly gazed at by the enemy, we slowly left, O monarch, the field of battle, having sustained a severe loss and nearly deprived of our senses. Then came that wonderful hour intervening between day and night. Inauspicious howls of jackals were heard. The sun, with the pale red hue of the filaments of the lotus, sank low in the horizon, having approached the western hills. And he took away with him the splendor of our swords and darts, rapiers and car-fences, and shields and ornaments. Causing the firmament and the earth to assume the same hue, the sun assumed his favorite form of fire. The field of battle was strewn with the motionless bodies of innumerable elephants deprived of life, looking like crests of cloud-capped hills riven by the thunder, and lying about with their standards and hooks and riders fallen from their backs. The earth looked beautiful with large cars crushed to pieces, and with their warriors and charioteers and ornaments and steeds and standards and banners crushed, broken and torn. Those huge cars, O king, looked like living creatures deprived of their lives by the foe with his shafts. The field of battle assumed a fierce and awful aspect in consequence of large number of steeds and riders all lying dead, with costly trappings and blankets of diverse kinds scattered about, and tongues and teeth and entrails and eyes of those creatures bulging out of their places. Men decked with costly coats of mail and ornaments and robes and weapons, deprived of life, lay with slain steeds and elephants and broken cars, on the bare ground, perfectly helpless, although deserving of costly beds and blankets. Dogs and jackals, and crown and cranes and other carnivorous birds, and wolves and hyenas, and ravens and other food-drinking creatures, all diverse tribes of Rakshasas, and large number of Pisachas, on the field of battle, tearing the skins of the corpse and drinking their fat, blood and marrow, began to eat their flesh. And they began to suck also the secretions of rotten corpses, while the Rakshasas laughed horribly and sang aloud, dragging dead bodies numbering thousands. An awful river, difficult to cross, like the Vaitarani itself, was caused by foremost of warriors. Its waters were constituted by the blood of fallen creatures. Cars constituted the rafts on which to cross it, elephants formed its rocks, and the heads of human beings, its smaller stones. And it was miry with the flesh of slain steeds and elephants and men. And diverse kinds of costly weapons constituted the garlands, floating on it or lying on its banks. And that terrible river flowed fiercely through the middle of the field of battle, wafting living creatures to the regions of the dead. And large numbers of Pisachas, of horrible and repulsive forms, rejoiced, drinking and eating in that stream. And dogs and jackals and carnivorous birds, all eating of the same food, and inspiring living creatures with terror, held their high carnival there. And the warriors, gazing on that field of battle which, enhancing the population of Yama's domain, presented such an awful sight, and where human corpses rising up, began to dance, slowly left it as they beheld the mighty Ka warrior Abhimanyu, who resembled Sakra himself, lying on the field, his costly ornaments displaced and fallen off, and looking like a sacrificial fire on the altar no longer drenched with clarified butter. Section 6. Sanjaya said, after the slaughter of that hero, that leader of Ka divisions, viz., the son of Subhadra, the Pandava warriors, leaving their cars and putting off their armor, and throwing aside their bows, sat, surrounding King Yudhishthira. And they were brooding over that grief of theirs, their hearts fixed upon their deceased Abhimanyu. Indeed, upon the fall of that heroic nephew of his, viz., the mighty Ka warrior Abhimanyu, King Yudhishthira, overwhelmed with grief, indulged in these lamentations. Alas, Abhimanyu, from desire of achieving my good, pierced the array formed by Drona and teeming with his soldiers. Encountering him in battle, mighty bowmen endued with great courage, accomplished in weapons and incapable of being easily defeated in battle, were routed and forced to retreat. Encountering our implacable foe Dussasana in battle, he with his arrows caused that warrior to fly away from the field, deprived of his senses. Alas, the heroic son of Arjuna, having crossed the vast sea of Drona's army, was ultimately obliged to become a guest of Yama's abode, upon encountering the son of Dussasana. When Abhimanyu is slain, how shall I cast my eyes on Arjuna and also the blessed Subhadra deprived of her favourite son? What senseless, disjointed, and improper words shall we have to say today unto Rishikasa and Ananjaya? Desirous of achieving what is good, and expectant of victory, it is I who have done this great evil unto Subhadra and Kesava and Arjuna. He that is covetous never beholdeth his faults. Covetousness spring from folly. Collectors of honey see not the fall that is before them. I am even like them. He who was only a child, he who should have been provided with good food, with vehicles, with beds, with ornaments, alas, even he was placed by us in the van of battle. How could good come to a child of tender years, unskilled in battle, in such a situation of great danger? Like a horse of proud mettle, he sacrificed himself instead of refusing to do the bidding of his master. Alas, we also shall today lay ourselves down on the bare earth, blasted by the glances of grief, cast by Arjuna filled with wrath, Dhananjaya, liberal, intelligent, modest, forgiving, handsome, mighty, possessed of well-developed and beautiful limbs, respectful to superiors, heroic, beloved, and devoted to truth, of glorious achievements, the very gods applaud his feats. That valiant hero slew the Nuvitakavishas and the Kalakas, those enemies of Indra having their abode in Haranyapura. In the twinkling of an eye he slew the Polamas with all their followers. Endued with great might, he granteth quarter to implacable enemies asking for quarter. Alas, we could not protect today the son of even such a person from danger. A great fear hath overtaken the Dharashtras endued though they might be with great strength! 81 Enraged at the slaughter of his son, Partha will exterminate the Kauravas. It is evident also that the mean-minded Duryodhana, having mean counsellors, that destroyer of his own race and partisans, beholding this extermination of the Kaurava army, will give up his life in grief. Beholding this son of Indra's son, of unrivalled energy and prowess, on the field of battle, neither victory, nor sovereignty, nor immortality, nor abode with the very celestials, causeth me the least delight. Section L. Sanjaya said, while Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, was indulging in such lamentations, the great Rishi Krishnadwapayana came to him. Worshipping him duly, and causing him to be seated, Yudhishthira, afflicted with grief on account of the death of his brother's son, said, Alas, while battling with many mighty bowmen, the son of Subhadra, surrounded by several great warriors of unrighteous propensities, hath been slain on the field. The slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Subhadra, was a child in years and of childish understanding. 82 He fought in battle against desperate odds. I asked him to open a passage for us in battle. He penetrated within the hostile army, but we could not follow him, obstructed by the ruler of the Sindhas. Alas, they that betake themselves to battle as a profession, always fight with antagonists equally circumstanced with themselves. This battle, however, that the enemy fought with Abhimanyu, was an extremely unequal one. It is that which grieves me greatly and draws tears from me. Thinking of this, I fail to regain peace of mind. Sanjaya continued, the illustrious Vyasa, addressing Yudhishthira, who was indulging in such lamentations and who was thus unmanned by an accession of sorrow, said these words. Vyasa said, O Yudhishthira, O thou with great wisdom, O thou that art master of all branches of knowledge, persons like thee never suffer themselves to be stupefied by calamities. This brave youth, having slain numerous foes, hath ascended to heaven. Indeed, that best of persons, though a child, acted, however, like one of matured years. O Yudhishthira, this law is incapable of being transgressed. O Bharata, death takes all viz, gods and Danavas and Gandhavas, without exception. Yudhishthira said, Alas, these lords of earth, that lie on the bare earth, slain in the midst of their forces, bereft of consciousness, were possessed of great might. Others, of their class, possessed strength equal to that of 10,000 elephants. Others, again, were endued with the impetuosity and might of the very wind. They have all perished in battle, slain by men of their own class. I do not behold the person, save one of their own class, who could slay any of them in battle. Endued with great prowess, they were possessed of great energy and great might. Alas, they who use daily to come to battle with this hope firmly implanted in their hearts, viz., that they would conquer, alas, even they, possessed of great wisdom, are lying on a field, struck with weapons, and deprived of life. The significance of the word death hath today been made intelligible, for these lords of earth, of terrible prowess, have almost all been dead. Those heroes are lying motionless, reft of vanity, having succumbed to foes. Many princes, filled with wrath, have been victimized before the fire of their enemies' wrath. A great doubt possesses me, viz., whence is death? Whose offspring is death? What is death? Why does death take away creatures? O grandsire, O thou that resemblest a god, tell me this. Sanjaya continued, and Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, asking him thus, the illustrious Rishi, comforting him, said these words. Vyasa said, as regards the matter in hand, O king, this ancient story of what Narada had in days of old said unto Akampana is cited. King Akampana, O monarch, I know, while in this world was afflicted with very great and unbearable grief on account of the death of his son, I will now tell thee the excellent story about the origin of death. Having listened to it, thou wilt be emancipated from sorrow and the touch of affection's tie. Listen to me, O sire, as I recite this ancient history. This history is, indeed, excellent. It enhanceth the period of life, killeth grief and conduceth to health. It is sacred, destructive of large bodies of foes, and auspicious of all auspicious things. Indeed, this history is even as the study of the Vedas. O monarch, it should every morning be listened to by the foremost of kings who are desirous of long-lived children and their own good. In days of old, O sire, there was a king named Akampana. Once, on the field of battle, he was surrounded by his foes and nearly overpowered by them. He had a son who was called Hari, equal to Narayana himself in might. That latter was exceedingly handsome, accomplished in weapons, gifted with great intelligence, possessed of might, resembled Sakra himself in battle. Encompassed by countless foes on the field of battle, he sped thousands of shafts at those warriors and the elephants that surrounded him. Having achieved the most difficult feats in battle, O Yudhishthira, that scorcher of foes was, at last, slain in the midst of the army. Performing the obsequies of his son, King Akampana cleansed himself. 83 Grieving, however, for his son day and night, the king failed to regain happiness of mind. Informed of his grief on account of the death of his son, the celestial Rishi Narada came to his presence. The blessed king, beholding the celestial Rishi, told the latter everything that had happened unto him, viz., his defeat at the hands of his foes, and the slaughter of his son. And the king said, My son was endued with great energy, and equalled Indra or Vishnu himself in splendor. That mighty son of mine, having displayed his prowess on the field against countless foes, was at last slain. O illustrious one, who is this death? What is the measure of his energy, strength and prowess? O foremost of intelligent persons, I desire to hear all this truly. Hearing these words of his, the boon-giving Lord, Narada, recited the following elaborate history, destructive of grief on account of a son's death. Narada said, Listen, O mighty armed king, to this long history, exactly as I have heard it, O monarch. In the beginning, the grandsire Brahma created all creatures. Endued with mighty energy, he saw that the creation bore no signs of decay. Thereat, O king, the creator began to think about the destruction of the universe. Reflecting on the matter, O monarch, the creator failed to find any means of destruction. He then became angry, and in consequence of his anger a fire sprang from the sky. That fire spread in all directions for consuming everything of the universe. Then heaven, sky, and earth all became filled with fire. And thus the Creator began to consume the whole mobile and immobile universe. Thereby all creatures, mobile and immobile, were destroyed. Indeed, the mighty Brahma, frightening everything by the force of his wrath, did all this. Then Hara, otherwise called Stanu or Shiva, with matted locks on his head, that lord of all wanderers of the night, appealed to the divine Brahma, the lord of the gods. When Stanu fell at Brahma's feet, from a desire of doing good to all creatures, the supreme deity to that greatest of ascetics, blazing with splendor, said, "What wish of thine shall we accomplish, O thou that deservest to have all thy wishes fulfilled? O thou that hast been born of our wish, we shall do all that may be agreeable to thee. Tell us, O Stanu, what is thy wish?" Section Li. Stanu said, "O Lord, thou hadst taken great care for creating diverse creatures. Indeed, creatures of diverse kinds were created and reared by thee. Those very creatures, again, are now being consumed through thy fire. Seeing this, I am filled with compassion. O illustrious Lord, be inclined to grace." Brahma said, "I had no desire of destroying the universe. I desired good of the earth, and it was for this that wrath possessed me. The goddess Earth, afflicted with a heavy weight of creatures, always urged me for destroying the creatures on her. Urged by her, I could not, however, find any means for the destruction of the infinite creation. At this wrath possessed me." Rudra said, "Be inclined to grace. O Lord of the universe, cherish not the wrath for the destruction of the creatures. No more let creatures, immobile and mobile, be destroyed. Through thy grace, O illustrious one, let the threefold universe, viz., the future, the past, and the present exist. Thou, O Lord, hast blazed up with wrath. From that wrath of thine, a substance like fire sprang into existence. That fire is even now blasting rocks and trees and rivers and all kinds of herbs and grass. Indeed, that fire is exterminating the immobile and the mobile universe. The mobile and the immobile universe is being reduced to ashes. Be inclined to grace, O illustrious one. Do not give way to wrath. Even this is the boon I solicit. All created things, O divine being, belonging to thee, are being destroyed. Therefore, let thy wrath be appeased. Let it be annihilated in thy own self. Cast thy eye on thy creatures, inspired with a desire of doing them good, to that by which creatures endued with life may not cease to be. Let not these creatures, with their productive powers weakened, be exterminated. O Creator of the worlds, thou hast appointed me their protector. O Lord of the universe, let not the mobile and the immobile universe to be destroyed. Thou art inclined to grace, and it is for this that I say these words unto thee." Narada continued, hearing these words of Mahadeva, the divine Brahma, from desire of benefiting creatures, held in his own inner self his wrath that had been roused. Extinguishing the fire, the divine benefactor of the world, the great master, declared the duties of production and emancipation. And while the supreme deity exterminated that fire born of his wrath, there came out from the doors of his diverse senses a female who was dark and red and tawny, whose tongue and face and eyes were red, and who was decked with 2 brilliant earrings and divers other brilliant ornaments. Issuing out of his body, she smilingly looked at those 2 lords of the universe and then set out for the southern quarter. Then Brahma, the controller of the creation and destruction of the worlds, called after her by the name of Death. And Brahma, O king, said unto her, "Slay these creatures of mine. Thou hast been born of that wrath of mine which I cherished for the destruction of the universe. By doing this, kill all creatures including Ajits and seers at my command. By doing this, thou wilt be benefited." The lotus lady, called Death, thus addressed by him, reflected deeply, and then helplessly wept aloud in melodious accents. The grandsire then caught the tears she had shed, with his 2 hands, for the benefit of all creatures, and began to implore her, with these words. Section Li. Narada said, the helpless lady, suppressing her arrow within her own self, addressed, with joined hands, the Lord of the creation, bending with humility like a creeper. And she said, "O foremost of speakers, created by thee, how shall I, being a female, do such a cruel and evil act, knowing it to be cruel and evil? I fear unrighteousness greatly. O divine Lord, be inclined to grace. Sons and friends and brothers and sires and husbands are always dear. If I kill them, they who will suffer these losses will seek to injure me. It is this that I fear. The tears that will fall from the eyes of woe-stricken and weeping persons inspire me with fear, O Lord. I seek thy protection. O divine being, O foremost of gods, I will not go to Yama's abode. O boon-giving one, I implore thee of thy grace, bowing my head and joining my palms. O grandsire of the worlds, I solicit the accomplishment of even this wish at thy hands! 84 I desire, with thy permission, to undergo ascetic penances, O Lord of created things. Grant me this boon, O divine being, O great master. Permitted by thee, I will go to the excellent asylum of Tanuka. Engaged in adoring thyself, I will undergo the severest austerities there. I will not be able, O Lord of the gods, to take away the dear life breaths of living creatures weeping in sorrow. Protect me from unrighteousness. Brahma said, O death, thou hast been intended for achieving the destruction of the creatures. Go, destroy all creatures, thou needest have no scruples. Even this must be. It cannot be otherwise. Do but my behest. Nobody in the world will find any fault in thee. Narada continued, thus addressed. That lady became very much affrighted. 85 Looking at Brahma's face, she stood with joined hands. From desire of doing good to creatures, she did not set her heart upon their destruction. The divine Brahma also, that Lord of all creatures, remained silent. And soon the grandsire became gratified in his own self, and casting his eyes upon all the creation he smiled. And, thereupon, creatures continued to live as before, that is, unaffected by premature death. And upon that invincible and illustrious Lord having shaken off his wrath, that damsel left the presence of that wise deity. Leaving Brahma, without having agreed to destroy creatures, the damsel called Death speedily proceeded to the retreat called Tanuka. Arrived there, she practiced excellent and highly austere vows. And she stood there on one leg for 16 billions of years, and 5 times 10 billions also, through pity for living creatures and from desire of doing them good, and all the time restraining her senses from their favorite objects. And once again, O king, she stood there on one leg for 21 times 10 billions of years. And then she wandered for 10 times 10,000 billions of years with the creatures of the earth. Next, repairing to the sacred Nanda that was full of cool and pure water, she passed in those waters 8,000 years. Observing rigid vows at Nanda, she cleansed herself of all her sins. Then she proceeded, first of all, to the sacred Kausiki, observant of vow. Living upon air and water only, she practiced austerities there. Repairing then to Panchaganga and next to Vatasa, that cleansed damsel, by diverse kinds of especial austerities, emaciated her own body. Going next to the Ganga and thence to the great Meru, she remained motionless like a stone, suspending her life breath. Thence going to the top of Himavat, where the gods had performed their sacrifice, in days of yore, that amiable and auspicious skill remained for 1 billion of years standing on the toe only of her feet. Wending then to Pushkara, and Gokana, and Namishka, and Malaya, she emaciated her body, practicing austerities agreeable to her heart. Without acknowledging any other god, with steady devotion to the grandsire, she lived and gratified the grandsire in every way. Then the unchangeable creator of the worlds, gratified, said unto her, with a softened and delighted heart, O death, why dost thou undergo ascetic austerities so severe? Thus addressed, Death said unto the divine grandsire, creatures, O Lord, are living in health. They do not injure one another even by words. I shall not be able to slay them. O Lord, I desire even this boon at thy hands. I fear sin, and it is for this that I am engaged in ascetic austerities. O blessed one, undertake to remove forever my fears. I am a woman, in distress, and without fault. I beg thee, be thou protector. And to her the divine Brahman, acquainted with the past, the present and the future, said, Thou shalt commit no sin, O death, by slaying these creatures. My words can never be futile, O amiable one. Therefore, O auspicious damsel, slay these creatures of 4 kinds. Eternal virtue shall always be thine. That regent of the world, viz., Yama, and the diverse disease shall become thy helpmates. I myself and all the gods will grant thee boons, so that, freed from sin and perfectly cleansed, thou mayst even acquire glory. Thus addressed, O monarch, that lady, joining her hands, once more said these words, seeking her grace by bowing down unto him with her head. If, O Lord, this is not to be without me, then thy command I place upon my head. Listen, however, to what I say. Let covetousness, wrath, malice, jealousy, quarrel, folly and shamelessness, and other stern passions tear the bodies of all embodied creatures. Brahman said, It will be, O death, as thou sayest. Meanwhile, slay creatures duly. Sin shall not be thine, nor shall I seek to injure thee, O auspicious one. Those teardrops of thine that are in my hands, even they will become diseases, springing from living creatures themselves. They will kill men, and if men are killed, sin shall not be thine. Therefore, do not fear. Indeed, sin shall not be thine. Devoted to righteousness, and observant of thy duty, thou shalt slay all creatures. Therefore, take thou always the lives of these living creatures. Casting off both desire and wrath, take thou the life of all living creatures. Even thus will eternal virtue be thine. Sin will slay those that are of wicked behavior. By doing my bidding cleanse thyself. It will be thine to sink them in their sins that are wicked. Therefore, cast off both desire and wrath, and kill these creatures endued with life. Narada continued, that damsel, seeing that she was, persistently, called by the name of death, feared to act otherwise. And in terror also of Brahma's curse, she said, Yes. Unable to do otherwise, she began, casting off desire and wrath, to take the lives of living creatures when the time came for their dissolution. It is only living creatures that die. Diseases spring from living creatures themselves. Disease is the abnormal condition of the creatures. They are pained by it. Therefore, indulge not in fruitless grief for creatures after they are dead. The senses, upon the death of creatures, go with the latter to the other world, and achieving their respective functions, once more come back with creatures when the latter are reborn. Thus all creatures, O lion among beings, the very gods included, going thither, have to act like mortals. 86 The wind, that is awful, of terrible roars and great strength, omnipresent and endued with infinite energy. It is the wind that will rive the bodies of living creatures. It will, in this matter, put forth no active energy, nor will it suspend its functions, but do this naturally. Even all the gods have the appellation of mortals attached to them. Therefore, O lion among kings, do not grieve for thy son. Repairing to heaven, the son of thy body is passing his days in perpetual happiness, having obtained those delightful regions at Aphaheros. Casting off all sorrows, he hath attained to the companionship of the righteous. Death hath been ordained by the Creator himself for all creatures. When their hour comes, creatures are destroyed duly. The death of creatures arises from the creatures themselves. Creatures kill themselves. Death doth not kill any one, armed with her bludgeon. Therefore, they that are wise, truly knowing death to be inevitable, because ordained by Brahma himself, never grieve for creatures that are dead. knowing this death to be ordained by the supreme God, cast off, without delay, thy grief for thy dead son. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of grave import spoken by Narada, King Akampana, addressing his friend, said, O illustrious one, O foremost of Rishi, my grief is gone, and I am contented. Hearing this history from thee, I am grateful to thee and I worship thee. That foremost of superior Rishi, that celestial ascetic of immeasurable soul, thus addressed by the king, proceeded to the woods of Nandava. The frequent recital of this history for the hearing of others, as also the frequent hearing of this history, is regarded as cleansing, leading to fame and heaven and worthy of approbation. It enhanceth besides the period of life. Having listened to this instructive story, cast off thy grief, O Yudhishthira, reflecting besides on the duties of a Kshatriya and the high state of blessedness, attainable by heroes. Abhimanyu, that mighty car warrior, endued with mighty energy, having slain numerous foes before the gaze of all bowmen, hath attained to heaven. The great bowman, that mighty car warrior, struggling on the field, hath fallen in the battle, struck with sword and mace and dart and bow. Sprung from Soma, he hath disappeared in the lunar essence, cleansed of all his impurities. Therefore, O son of Pandu, mustering all thy fortitude, thyself with thy brothers, without allowing your senses to be stupefied, speedily set out, enflamed with rage, for battle. 87. Section Li. Sanjaya said, hearing of the origin of death and her strange acts, King Yudhishthira, humbly addressing Vyasa, once more said these words unto him. Yudhishthira said, many kings there were in blessed countries, of righteous deeds and of prowess equal to that of Indra himself. They were royal sages, O regenerate one, that were sinless and truth-speaking. Once more, address me in words of grave import, and console me with accounts of the feats of those royal sages of ancient times. What was the measure of the sacrificial gifts made by them? Who were those high-souled royal sages of righteous deeds that made them? Tell me all this, O illustrious one. Vyasa said, there was a king of the name of Swatya. He had a son who was called Srinjaya. The rishis Narada and Parvata were his friends. One day, the two ascetics, for paying Srinjaya a visit, came to his palace. Duly worshipped by Srinjaya, they became pleased with him, and continued to live with him happily. Once on a time, as Srinjaya was seated at his case with the two ascetics, his beautiful daughter of sweet smiles came to him. Saluted with reverence by his daughter, Srinjaya delighted that girl standing by his side with proper benedictions of the kind she desired. Beholding that maiden, Parvata smilingly asked Srinjaya, saying, whose daughter is this damsel of restless glances and possessed of every auspicious mark? Is she the splendor of Surya, or the flame of Agni? Or is she any of these, viz., Shri, Kirti, Driti, Pushti, Siddhi, and the splendor of Soma? After the celestial rishi, Parvata, said these words, King Srinjaya answered, saying, O illustrious one, this girl is my daughter. She beggeth my blessings. Then Narada addressed King Srinjaya and said, if, O monarch, thou wishest for great good to thyself, then give this daughter of thine unto me for a wife. Delighted with the rishi's proposal, Srinjaya addressed Narada, saying, I give her unto thee. At this, the other rishi, viz., Parvata, indignantly addressed Narada, saying, chosen before this by me, within my heart, thou hast taken this damsel as thy wife. And since thou hast done this, thou, O Brahmana, shalt not go to heaven as thy will. Thus addressed by him, Narada answered him, saying, the husband's heart and speech, directed thereto, the givers, consent, the speeches, of both, the actual gift made by sprinkling water, and there, recital of the mantras, ordained for the seizure of the bride's hand. These have been declared to be indications by which one is constituted a husband. Even this ceremonial is not all. That which, above all, is essential is the walk for 7 paces, by the bride in circumambulating the bridegroom. 88 without these thy purpose, about marriage, have been unaccomplished. Thou hast cursed. Therefore, thou also shalt not go to heaven without me. Having cursed each other, those 2 rishis continue to live there. Meanwhile, King Srinjaya, desirous of obtaining a son, began, with cleansed soul, to carefully entertain the Brahmanas, to the utmost of his power, with food and robes. After a certain time, those foremost of Brahmanas devoted to the study of the Vedas and fully conversant with those scriptures and their branches became gratified with that monarch, desirous of getting a son. Together they came to Narada and said unto him, Give this king a son of the kind he desires. Thus addressed by the Brahmanas, Narada replied unto them, saying, So be it. And then the celestial Rishi addressed Srinjaya, saying, O royal sage, the Brahmanas have been pleased, and they wish thee a son. Solicit thou the boon, blessed be thou, about the kind of son thou desirest. Thus addressed by him, the king, with joined hands, asked for a son possessed of every accomplishment, famous, of glorious feats, of great energy, and capable of chastising all foes. And he further asked that the urine, the excreta, the phlegm, and the sweat of that child should be gold. And in due time the king had a son born unto him, who came to be named Shuvanash 589 on earth. And in consequence of the boon, that child began to increase his father's wealth beyond all limits. And King Srinjaya caused all desirable things of his to be made of gold, and his houses and walls and forts, and the houses of all Brahmanas, within his dominions, and his beds, vehicles, and plates, and all manners of pots and cups, and palace that he owned, and all implements and utensils, domestic and otherwise, were made of gold. And in time his stock increased. Then certain robbers, hearing of the prince and seeing him to be such, assembled together and sought to injure the king. And some amongst them said, We will seize the king's son himself. He is his father's mine of gold. Towards that end, therefore, we should strive. Then those robbers, inspired with avarice, penetrating into the king's palace, forcibly took away Prince Shuvanash. Having seized and taken him to the woods, those senseless idiots, inspired with avarice but ignorant of what to do with him, slew him there and cut his body in fragments. They saw not, however, any gold in him. After the prince was slain, all the gold, obtained in consequence of the Rishi's boon, disappeared. The ignorant and senseless robbers struck one another, and striking one another thus, they perished, and with them that wonderful prince on the earth. And those men of wicked deeds sank in an unimaginable and awful hell. Seeing that son of his, obtained through the Rishi's boon, thus slain, that great ascetic, viz., King Srinjaya, afflicted with deep sorrow, began to lament in piteous accents. Beholding the king afflicted with grief on account of his son, and thus weeping, the celestial Rishi Narada showed himself in his presence. Listen, O Yudhishthira, to what Narada said unto Srinjaya, having approached that king, who afflicted with grief and deprived of his senses, was indulging in piteous lamentations. Narada said, Srinjaya, with thy desires unfulfilled, thou shalt have to die, although we utterers of Brahma live in thy house. Avikshit's son Marat even, O Srinjaya, we here, had to die. Piqued with Vrihaspati, he had caused Samvat 90 himself to officiate at his great sacrifices. And to that royal sage the illustrious Lord, Mahadeva, himself had given wealth in the shape of a golden plateau of Himavat. With that wealth, King Maratha had performed diverse sacrifices. Unto him, After the completion of his sacrifices, diverse tribes of celestials, those creators of the universe, with Indra himself in their company and with Vrihas party at the head, used to come. All the carpets and furnitures of his sacrificial compound were of gold. The regenerate classes, desirous of food, all ate as they pleased, at his sacrifices, food that was clean and agreeable to their desires. And in all his sacrifices, milk and curds and clarified butter and honey, and other kinds of food and edibles, all of the best order, and robes and ornaments covetable for their costliness, gratified Brahmanas, thoroughly conversant with the Vedas. The very gods used to become distributors of food in King Marutta's palace. The Viswadevyas were the courtiers of that royal sage, the son of Avikshit. By him were gratified the denizens of heaven with libations of clarified butter, and gratified therewith these, in their turn, increased that powerful ruler's wealth of crops with copious showers of rain. He always contributed to the gratification of the rishis, the Pitras, and the gods, and thereby made them happy, by practicing Brahmacharya, study of the Vedas, obsequial rites, and all kinds of gifts. And his beds and carpets and vehicles, and his vast stores of gold difficult to be given away. In fact, all that untold wealth of his was given away voluntarily unto the Brahmanas. Sakra himself used to wish him well. His subjects were made happy by him. Acting always with piety, he, ultimately, repaired to those eternal regions of bliss, acquired by his religious merit. With his children and counsellors and wives and descendants and kinsmen, King Marutta, in his youth, ruled his kingdom for 1,000 years. When such a king, O Srinjaya, died who was superior to thee, in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, viz., ascetic penances, truth, compassion, and liberality, and who, superior to thee, was much superior to thy son, do not grieve saying, O Swaitya, for thy son who performed no sacrifice and gave no sacrificial present. Section LVI. Narada said, King Sahasra also, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. He was the foremost of heroes, and invincible in battle. The very gods used to come for seeing him. Acquiring his kingdom virtuously, he sought the advice of his Ritwajas and domestic priests and Brahmanas for his own good, and inquiring of them, used to obey their behests. Well acquainted with the duty of protecting his subjects, possessed of virtue and liberality, performing sacrifices and subjugating foes, King Sahasra wished for the increase of his wealth. He adored the gods by following the ordinances of the scriptures, and defeated his foes by means of his arrows. He gratified all creatures by means of his own excellent accomplishments. He ruled the earth, freeing her from malechers and the forest thieves. 91 The deity of the clouds showered gold unto him from year's end to year's end. In those olden days, therefore, the rivers, in his kingdom, ran, liquid, gold, and were open to everybody for use. 92 The deity of the clouds showered on his kingdom large number of alligators and crabs and fishes of diverse species and various objects of desire, countless in number, that were all made of gold. The artificial lakes in that king's dominions each measured full 2 miles. Beholding thousands of dwarfs and humpbacks and alligators and macaras and tortoises all made of gold, King Sahasra wondered much. That unlimited wealth of gold, the royal sage Sahasra performing a sacrifice at Kurujangala, gave away unto the Brahmanas, before the completion of the sacrifice. Having performed 1,000 horse sacrifices, 100 Rajasuyas, many sacred Kshatriya sacrifices, 93 in all, of which he made abundant presents to the Brahmanas, and having performed daily rites, almost countless in number, undergone from specified desires, the king ultimately obtained a very desirable end. When, O Srinjaya, such a king died, who was superior to thee as regards the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee, was therefore much superior to thy son. Thou shouldst not grieve, saying, O Swatia, O Swatia, for thy son performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section VI. Narada said, the heroic King Purava also, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. That king gave away 1,000 times 1,000 horses that were all white in hue. At the horse sacrifice performed by that royal sage, countless number of learned Brahmanas versed in the principles of Siksha 94 and Akshara come from diverse realms. These Brahmanas, purified by the Vedas, by knowledge, and by vows, and liberal and of agreeable countenances, having obtained from the king costly gifts, such as robes and houses and excellent beds and carpets and vehicles and draught cattle, were always delighted by actors and dancers and singers, thoroughly competent and well versed in their respective art, engaged in sport and ever striving for their diversion. At each of his sacrifices in due time he gave away as sacrificial presents 10,000 elephants of golden splendor, with the temporal juice trickling down their bodies, and cars made of gold with standards and banners. He also gave away, as sacrificial presents, 1,000 times 1,000 maidens decked with ornaments of gold, and cars and steeds and elephants for mounting, and houses and fields, and hundreds of kine, by hundreds of thousands, and thousands of cowherds decked with gold. They that are acquainted with the history of the past, sing this song, viz., that in that sacrifice, King Purava gave away kine with calves, having golden horns and silver hooves and brass milk pots, and female slaves and male slaves and asses and camels, and sheep, countless in number, and diverse kinds of gems and diverse hill-like mounds of food. That sacrificing king of the Angas successively performed, in the order of their merit, and according to what was competent for his own class, many auspicious sacrifices capable of yielding every object of desire. When such a king, O Srinjaya, died who was superior to thee as regards the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee was, therefore, much more superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swatia, O Swatia, grieve for thy son who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section VI. Narada said, Usnara's son, Savi also, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. That king had, as it were, put a leathern girdle around the earth, making the earth with her mountains and islands and seas and forests resound with the clatter of his car. The vanquisher of foes, viz., King Savi, always slew the foremost of foes. He performed many sacrifices with presents in profusion unto the Brahmanas. That monarch of great prowess and great intelligence had acquired enormous wealth. In battle he won the applause of all Kshatriyas. 95 Having brought the whole earth under subjection, he performed many horse sacrifices, without any obstruction, which were productive of great merit, giving away, as sacrificial present, 1,000 crores of gold manishkas, and many elephants and steeds and other kinds of animals, much grain, and many deer and sheep. And King Savi gave away the sacred earth consisting of diverse kinds of soil unto the Brahmanas. Indeed, Usnara's son, Savi, gave away as many kine as the number of raindrops showered on the earth, or the number of stars in the firmament, or the number of sun grains on the bed of Ganga, or the number of rocks that constitute the mountain called Meru, or the number of gems or of aquatic animals in the ocean. The Creator himself hath not met with and will not meet within the past, the present, or the future, another king capable of bearing the burdens that King Savi bore. Many were the sacrifices, with every kind of rites, that King Savi performed. In those sacrifices, the stakes, the carpets, the houses, the walls, and the arches were all made of gold. Food and drink, agreeable to the taste and perfectly clean, were kept in profusion. and the Brahmanas that repaired to them could be counted by myriads and myriads. Abounding with viands of every description, nothing but agreeable words such as give away and take were heard there. Milk and curds were collected in large lakes. In his sacrificial compound, there were rivers of drink and white hills of food. Bathe, and drink and eat as ye like, these were the only words heard there. Gratified with his righteous deeds, Rudra granted severe boon, saying, As thou givest away, let thy wealth, thy devotion, thy fame, thy religious acts, the love that all creatures bear thee, and the heaven thou attain, be all inexhaustible. Having obtained all these desirable boons, even Sivi, when the time came, left this world for heaven. When, O Srinjaya, he died who was superior to thee, was much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swaitya, O Swaitya, grieve for thy son who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section Licks. Narada said, Rama, the son of Dasaratha, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. His subjects were as much delighted with him, as a sire is delighted with the children of his loins. Endued with immeasurable energy, countless virtues were there in him. Of unfading glory, Rama, the elder brother of Lakshmana, at the command of his father, lived for 14 years in the woods, with his wife. That bull among men slew in Janasthana 14,000 Rakshasas for the protection of the ascetics. While dwelling there, the Rakshasa called Ravana, beguiling both him and his companion, Lakshmana, abducted his wife, the princess of Ida. Like the three-eyed Mahadeva, in days of old, slaying the Asura and Daka, Rama in wrath slew in battle the defender of Pulastia's race who had never before been vanquished by any foe. Indeed, the mighty armed Rama slew in battle that descendant of Pulastia's race with all his kinsmen and followers, that Rakshasa who was incapable of being slain by the gods and the Asuras together, that wretch who was a thorn unto the gods and the Brahmanas. In consequence of his affectionate treatment of his subjects, the celestials worshipped Rama. Filling the entire earth with his achievements, he was much applauded even by the celestial rishis. Compassionate unto all creatures, that king, having acquired diverse realms and protected his subjects virtuously, performed a great sacrifice without obstruction. And the Lord, Rama, also performed 100 horse sacrifices and the great sacrifice called Jarathaya. And with libations of clarified butter he contributed to Indra's delight. 96 And by these acts of his, Rama conquered hunger and thirst, and all the diseases to which living creatures are subject. Possessed of every accomplishment, he always blazed forth with his own energy. Indeed, Rama, the son of Dasaratha, greatly outshone all creatures. When Rama ruled his kingdom, the rishis, the gods, and men, all lived together on the earth. The lives of living creatures were never otherwise. The life breaths also, called prana, apana, samana, and the others, when Rama ruled his kingdom, all performed their functions. All luminous bodies shone brighter, and calamities never occurred. All his subjects were long-lived. None died in youth. The dwellers of heaven, highly gratified, used to get, according to the ordinances of the 4 Vedas, libations of clarified butter and other offerings of the food made by men. His realms were free from flies and gnats, and of beasts of prey and poisonous reptiles there were none. And none was of unrighteous tendencies, none was covetous, and none was ignorant. The subjects of all their 4 orders were engaged in righteous and desirable acts. When the Rakshasas, about this time, obstructed the offerings to the Pitras and the worship of the gods in Janasthana, Lord Rama, slaying them, caused those offerings and that worship to be once more given to the Pitras and the gods. Men were each blessed with 1,000 children, and the period of their lives was 1,000 years. Seniors had never to perform saradas of their juniors. 97 Youthful in shape, of a dark blue hue, of red eyes, possessed of the tread of an infuriated elephant, with arms reaching down to the knees, and beautiful and massive, of leonine shoulders, of great strength, and beloved by all creatures, Rama ruled his kingdom for 11,000 years. His subjects always uttered his name. While Rama ruled his kingdom, the world became extremely beautiful. Taking at last his 4 kinds of subjects 98 with him, Rama went to heaven, having established his own line consisting of 8 houses on the earth. When even he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues and superior to thy son, thou shouldst not lament, saying, O Swaitya, O Swaitya, for thy son who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section LX. Narada said, even King Bhagirath, O Srinjaya, we hear, was dead. He caused the shores of Ganga, called after his name Bhagirath, to be covered with flights of steps made of gold. 99 Surpassing all kings and all princes, he gave unto the Brahmanas 1,000 times 1,000 damsels decked with ornaments of gold. All those damsels were upon cars, and unto every car were yoked 4 steeds, and behind each car were 100 kine, and behind each car were many goats and sheep. King Bhagirath gave enormous presents at his sacrifices. For that reason a large concourse of men assembled there. Afflicted there with Ganga was much pained. Protect me, she said, and sat down on his lap. And because Ganga thus sat upon his lap in days of old, therefore, she, like the celestial dancer Urvasi, came to be regarded as his daughter and was named after his name. And having become the king's daughter, she became his son, by becoming like a son, the means of salvation unto his deceased ancestors. 100 sweet-speeched Gandharvas of celestial splendor, gratified, sang all this in the hearing of the rishis, the gods, and human beings. 101 Thus, O Srinjaya, did that goddess, viz., the ocean-going Ganga, select Lord Bhagirath, descendant of Ikshvaku, the performer of sacrifices with profuse gifts, to the Brahmanas, as her father. His sacrifices were always graced with the presence of the very gods with Indra at their head, and the gods used to take their respective shares, by removing all impediments, to facilitate those sacrifices in every way. Possessed of great ascetic merit, Bhagirath gave unto the Brahmanas whatever benefit they desired without obliging them to stir from the place wherever they might entertain those desires. There was nothing which he could withhold from the Brahmanas. Everyone received from him everything he coveted. At last, the king ascended to the region of Brahman, through the grace of the Brahmanas. For that object on which the rishis that subsisted on the rays of the sun used to wait upon the sun and the presiding deity of the sun, for that very object they used to wait upon the Lord Bhagirath, the tournament of the 3 worlds. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee, as regards the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee, was much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not grieve, saying, O Swaitya, O Swaitya, for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section LXI. Narada said, Dileepa, the son of Havla, to O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. Brahmanas, vested in knowledge of truth, devoted to the performance of sacrifices, blessed with children and children's children and numbering myriads upon myriads, were present at his hundreds of sacrifices. King Dileepa, having performed various sacrifices, gave away this earth, filled with treasures, unto the Brahmanas. At the sacrifices of Dileepa, the roads were all made of gold. The very gods, with Indra at the head, used to come to him regarding him as Dharma himself. The upper and lower rings of his sacrificial stake were made of gold. Eating his raga kandavas, Many persons, at his sacrifices, were seen to lie down on the roads. While battling over the waters, the two wheels of Dileepa's car never sank in that liquid. This seemed exceedingly wonderful, and never occurred to other kings. Even those that saw King Dileepa, that firm bowman, always truthful in speech and giving away profuse gifts at his sacrifices, succeeded in ascending to heaven. In the abode of Dileepa, called also Katanga, these 5 sounds were always to be heard, viz., the sound of Vedic recitations, the twang of bows, and drink, enjoy, and eat. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, and who superior to thee, was much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swaitya, grieve for thy son who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial gifts. 102. Section Ci. Narada said, Mandatory, the son of Uvan Aswa, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. That king vanquished the gods, the Asuras and men. Those celestials, viz., the twin Aswins, brought him out of his father's womb by a surgical operations. Once on a time, King Uvanaswa, while chasing the deer in the forest, became very thirsty, and his steeds also became exceedingly fatigued. Beholding a wreath of smoke, the king, directed by it, went to a sacrifice and drank the sacred sacrificial butter that lay scattered there. The king, thereupon, conceived. Beholding that Uvanaswa was quick with child, those best of physicians, viz., the twin Aswins among the celestials, extracted the child from the king's womb. Seeing that child of celestial splendor lying on the lap on his father, the gods said unto one another, What shall support this child? Then Vasava said, Let the child suck my fingers. Thereupon from the fingers of Indra issued milk sweet as nectar. And since Indra, from compassion, said, He will draw his sustenance from me, and showed him that kindness, therefore, the gods named that child Mandatory. 103. Then jets of milk and clarified butter dropped into the mouth of Uvanaswa's son from the hand of the high Sudindra. The boy continued to suck the hand of Indra, and by that means to grow. In 12 days he became 12 cubits in stature and endued with great prowess. And he conquered the whole of this earth in the course of a single day. Of virtuous soul, possessed of great intelligence, heroic, devoted to truth, and a master of his passions, Mandatory vanquished by his bow Janamjaya and Sadanwan and Jaya and Suna 104 and Vrihadratha and Riga. And the lands lying between the hill where the sun rises and the hill where he sets, are known to this day as the dominion of Mandatory. Having performed 100 horse sacrifices and 100 Rajasuya sacrifices also, he gave away, O monarch, unto the Brahmanas, some rohita fish made of gold, that were 10 yojanas in length and 1 yojana in breadth. Mountains of savory food and comestibles of diverse kinds, after the Brahmanas had been entertained, were eaten by others who came at his sacrifices, and contributed to their gratification. Vast quantities of food and eatables and drink, and mountains of rice, looked beautiful as they stood. Many rivers, having lakes of clarified butter, with diverse kinds of soup for their mire, curds for their froth, and liquid honey for their water, looking beautiful, and wafting honey and milk, encircled mountains of solid viands. Gods and Asuras and men and Yakshas and Gandharvas and snakes and birds, and many Brahmanas, accomplished in the Vedas and their branches, and many Rishis came to his sacrifices. Amongst those present there, none was illiterate. King Mandatory, having bestowed the earth bounded by the seas and full of wealth upon the Brahmanas, at last disappeared like the sun. Filling all the points of the compass with his fame, he repaired to the regions of the righteous. When he died, O Srinjaya, who excelled thee in the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee, was much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not grieve, saying, O Swatia, O Swatia, for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial gift. Section Lxi. Narada said, Yayati, the son of Nuashaw, O Srinjaya, we here, fell a prey to death. Having performed 100 Rajasuyas, 100 horse sacrifices, 1,000 Pandarikas, 100 Vajipas, 1,000 Itiratras, innumerable Chaturmasyas, diverse Agnishtomas, and many other kinds of sacrifices, in all of which he made profuse gifts unto the Brahmanas, he gave away unto the Brahmanas, having counted it first, the whole of the wealth that existed on the earth in the possession of Malechas and other Brahmana-hating people. When the gods and the Asuras were arrayed for battle, King Yayati aided the gods. Having divided the earth into 4 parts, he gave it away unto 4 persons. Having performed various sacrifices and virtuously begotten excellent offspring upon his wives, Devayani, the daughter of Usanas, and Samishta, King Yayati, who was like unto a celestial, roved through the celestial woods at his own pleasure, like a second Vasava. Acquainted with all the Vedas, when, however, he found that he was not satiated with the indulgence of his passions, he then, with his wives, retired into the forest, saying this, whatever of paddy and wheat and gold and animals and women there are on earth, even the whole of these is not sufficient for one man. Thinking of this, one should cultivate contentment. Thus abandoning all his desires, and attaining to contentment, the Lord Yayati, installing his son on his throne, retired into the forest. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee, was much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swatia, O Swatia, grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section Lxif. Narada said, Nabhaga's son, Amvarisha, O Srinjaya, we here, fell a prey to death. Alone he battled 1,000 times with 1,000 kings. Desirous of victory, those foes, accomplished in weapons, rushed against him in battle from all sides, uttering fierce exclamations. Aided by his strength and activity and the skill he had acquired by practice, he cut off, by the force of his weapons, the umbrellas, the weapons, the standards, the cars, and the lances of those enemies, and dispelled his anxieties. 105 Desirous of saving their lives, those men, doffing their coats of mail, implored him for mercy. They sought his protection, saying, we yield ourselves to thee. Reducing them to subjection and conquering the whole earth, he performed 100 sacrifices of the best kind, according to the rites ordained in the scriptures, O sinless one. Food possessed of every agreeable quality was eaten, at those sacrifices, by large classes of people. At those sacrifices, the Brahmanas were respectfully worshipped and greatly gratified. And the regenerate classes ate sweetmeats, and purikas and puras, and apupas and sashklis of good taste and large size, and karambas and prathamridwikas, and diverse kinds of dainties, and various kinds of soup, and mayaka, and ragakan devas, and diverse kinds of confectionery, well prepared, soft, and of excellent fragrance, and clarified butter, and honey, and milk, and water, and sweet curds, and many kinds of fruits and roots agreeable to the taste. 106 And they that were habituated to wine drank in due time divers kinds of intoxicating drinks for the sake of the pleasure that those produced, and sang and played upon their musical instruments. And others, by thousands, intoxicated with what they drank, danced and merrily sang hymns to the praise of Amvarisha, while others, unable to keep themselves erect, fell down on the earth. In those sacrifices, King Amvarisha gave, as sacrificial presents, the kingdoms of hundreds and thousands of kings unto the 10 million priests, employed by him. Having performed diverse sacrifices, the king gave unto the Brahmanas, as sacrificial presents, numbers of princes and kings whose coronal locks had undergone the sacred bath, all cased in golden coats of mail, all having white umbrellas spread over their heads, all seated on golden cars, all attired in excellent robes and having large trains of followers, and all bearing their scepters, and in possession of their treasuries. The great rishis, seeing what he did, were highly gratified, and said, "None amongst men in past times did, none in future will be able to do, what King Amvarisha of profuse liberality is doing now. When he, O Srinjaya, died, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, and who superior to thee, was much more superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, therefore, saying, O Swaitya, grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present." Section LXV. Narada said, "King Sasavindu, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. Of great beauty and of prowess incapable of being baffled, he performed diverse sacrifices. That high-souled monarch had 100,000 wives. From each of those wives were born 1,000 sons. All those princes were endued with great prowess. They performed millions of sacrifices. Accomplished in the Vedas, those kings performed many foremost of sacrifices. All of them were cased, on occasions of battle, in golden coats of mail. And all of them were excellent bowmen. All these princes born of Sasavindu performed horse sacrifices. Their father, O best of monarchs, in the horse sacrifices he had performed, gave away, as sacrificial presents, all those sons unto the Brahmanas. Behind each of those princes were hundreds upon hundreds of cars and elephants and fair maidens decked in ornaments of gold. With each maiden were 100 elephants, with each elephant 100 cars, with each car 100 steeds, adorned with garlands of gold. With each of those steeds were 1,000 kine, and with each cow were 50 goats. The highly blessed Sasavindu gave away unto the Brahmanas, in the great horse sacrifice of his such unlimited wealth. The king caused as many sacrificial stakes of gold to be made for that great horse sacrifice of his as is the number, double of sacrificial stakes of wood in other sacrifices of the kind. There were mountains of food and drink of the height of about 2 miles each. Upon the completion of his horse sacrifice, 13 such mountains of food and drink remained, untouched. His kingdom abounded in people that were contented and well fed, and it was free from all inroads of evil, and the people were perfectly happy. Having ruled for many long years, Sasavindu, at last, ascended to heaven. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, and who superior to thee was, therefore, much more superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swaitya, grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section LXVI. Narada said, Gaya, the son of Amartaras, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. That king, for 100 years, ate nothing but what remained of the libations of clarified butter poured into the sacrificial fire. Agni, gratified with his proof of great devotion, offered to give him a boon. Gaya solicited the boon, desired, saying, I desire to have a thorough knowledge of the Vedas through ascetic penances, through practice of brahmacharya, and of vows and rules, and through the grace of my superiors. 107 I desire also inexhaustible wealth, through practice of the duties of my own order and without injury to others. I wish also that I may always be able to make gifts unto the Brahmanas with devotion. Let me also procreate sons upon wives belonging to my own order and not upon others. Let me be able to give away food with a devotion. Let my heart always delight in righteousness. O Agni, thou supreme cleanser, Let no impediment overtake me while I am engaged in acts for the attainment of religious merit. Saying, "Be it so," Agni disappeared then and there. And Gaia also, acquiring all he had asked for, subjugated his foes in fair fight. King Gaia then performed, for a full 100 years, diverse kinds of sacrifices with profuse presents unto the Brahmanas and the vows called Chaturmasyas and others. Every year, for a century, the king gave unto the Brahmanas 160,000 kine, 10,000 steeds, and 1 crore gold, nishkas, upon rising, on the completion of his sacrifices. Under every constellation also he gave away the presents ordained for each of these occasions. 108 Indeed, the king performed various sacrifices like another Soma or another Angiras. In his great horse sacrifice, King Gaia, making a golden earth, gave her away unto the Brahmanas. In that sacrifice, the steaks of King Gaia were exceedingly costly, being of gold, decked with gems delightful to all creatures. Capable of killing every wish, Gaia gave those steaks unto well-pleased Brahmanas and other people. The diverse classes of creatures dwelling in the ocean, the woods, the islands, the rivers male and female, the waters, the towns, the provinces, and even in heaven, were all gratified with wealth and food distributed at Gaia's sacrifices. And they all said, "No other sacrifice can come up to this one of Gaia." The sacrificial altar of Gaia was 30 yojanas in length, 26 yojanas in width, and 20 yojanas in height. And it was made entirely of gold, and overspread with pearls and diamonds and gems. And he gave away this altar unto the Brahmanas, as also robes and ornaments. And the munificent monarch also gave unto the Brahmanas other presents of the kind laid down in the scriptures. Upon the completion of that sacrifice 25 hills of food remained untouched, and many lakes and several beautifully flowing rivulets of juicy drinks, and many heaps, besides, of robes and ornaments. And in consequence of the merit of that great sacrifice, Gaia came to be well known in the 3 worlds. And due to that sacrifice are the eternal Banyan and the sacred Brahmasara. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of 4 cardinal virtues and who superior to thee, was, therefore, much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, "O Swaitya, O Swaitya," grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section XVI. Narada said, Rantideva, the son of Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. That high-souled king had 200,000 cooks to distribute excellent food, raw and cooked, like unto an writer, unto the Brahmanas, by day and by night, who might come to his house as guests. 109 The king gave away unto the Brahmanas his wealth acquired by righteous means. Having studied the Vedas, he subjugated his foes in fair fight. Of rigid vows and always engaged in due performance of sacrifices, countless animals, desirous of going to heaven, used to come to him of their own accord. 110 So large was the number of animals sacrificed in the Agnihotra of that king that the secretions flowing from his kitchen from the heaps of skins deposited there caused a veritable river, which from this circumstance came to be called the Chamanwati. 111 He incessantly gave away nishkas of bright gold unto the Brahmanas. I give thee nishkas. I give thee nishkas. These were the words incessantly uttered by him. I give thee, saying these words he gave away thousands of nishkas. And once again, with soft words to the Brahmanas, he gave away nishkas. Having given away, in course of a single day, 1 crore of such coins, he thought that he had given away very little, and, therefore, he would give away more. Who else is there that would be able to give what he gave? The king gave away wealth, thinking, if I do not give wealth in the hands of Brahmanas, great and eternal grief, without doubt, will be mine. For 100 years, every fortnight, he gave unto thousands of Brahmanas a golden bull into each, followed by a century of kine and 800 pieces of nishkas. All the articles that were needed for his Agnihotra, and all that were needed for his other sacrifices, he gave away unto the rishis, including karukas 112 and water pots and plates and beds and carpets and vehicles, and mansions and houses, and diverse kinds of trees, and various kinds of viands. Whatever utensils and articles Rantideva possessed were of gold. They that are acquainted with the history of ancient times, seeing the superhuman affluence of Rantideva, sing this song, viz. We have not seen such accumulated treasures even in the abode of Kuvera. What need be said, therefore, of human beings? And people wonderingly said, without doubt, the kingdom of Rantideva is made of gold. 113 On such nights, when guests were assembled in the abode of Rantideva, 120,000 kine were sacrificed for feeding them. And yet the royal cook, adorned with begemmed earrings, had to cry out, saying, Eat as much soup as you like, for, of meat, there is not as much today as in other days. Whatever gold was left belonging to Rantideva, he gave even that remnant away unto the Brahmanas during the progress of one of his sacrifices. In his very sight the gods used to take the libations of clarified butter poured into the fire for them, and the bitrus the food that was offered to them, in sraddhas. And all superior Brahmanas used to obtain from him the means of gratifying all their desires. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee was, therefore, much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swaitya, grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section XVI. Narada said, Dushmanta's son, Bharata, O Srinjaya, we here, fell a prey to death. While only a child, living in the forest, he achieved feats incapable of being achieved by others. Endued with great strength, he speedily deprived the very lions, white as snow and armed with teeth and claws, of all their prowess, and dragged them and bound them, at his pleasure. He used to check tigers also, that were fiercer and more ruthless than lions, and bring them to subjection. Seizing other beasts of prey possessed of great might, and even huge elephants, dyed with red arsenic and spotted with other liquid minerals by their teeth and tusks, he used to bring them to subjection, causing their mouths to become dry, or obliging them to fly away. Possessed of great might, he used also to drag the mightiest of buffaloes. And in consequence of his strength, he checked proud lions by hundreds, and powerful strimeras and horned rhinoceroses and other animals. Binding them by their necks and crushing them to an inch of their lives, he used to let them go. For those feats of his the regenerate ascetics, with whom he lived, came to call him Savadamana, the controller of all. His mother, at last, forbade him from torturing animals in that way. Endued with great prowess, he performed 100 horse sacrifices on the banks of the Yamuna, 300 and such sacrifices on the banks of Saraswati, and 400 on the banks of the Ganga. Having performed these sacrifices, he once more performed 1,000 horse sacrifices and 100 Rajasuyas, great sacrifices, in which his gifts also to the Brahmanas were very profuse. Other sacrifices, again, such as the Agnishtoma, the Ittaratra, the Yuktha and the Viswajit, he performed together with thousands and thousands of Vajipas, and completed without any impediment. The son of Sakuntala, having performed all these, gratified the Brahmanas with presents of wealth. Possessed of great fame, Bharata then gave 10,000 billions of coins, made of the most pure gold, unto Kanwa, who had brought up his mother Sakuntala as his own daughter. The gods with Indra at their head, accompanied by the Brahmanas, coming to his sacrifice, set up his sacrificial stake made entirely of gold, and measuring in width 100 vyamas. 114 An imperial Bharata, of noble soul, that victor over all foes, that monarch never conquered by any enemy, gave away unto the Brahmanas beautiful horses and elephants and cars, decked with gold, and beautiful gems of all kinds, and camels and goats and sheep, and slaves, male and female, and wealth, and grains and milch cows with calves, and villages and fields, and diverse kinds of robes, numbering by millions and millions. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee in respect of the 4 cardinal virtues, and who superior to thee was, therefore, much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swaitya, grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section 6. Narada said, Vena's son, King Prithu, O Srinjaya, we hear, fell a prey to death. In the Rajasuya sacrifice he performed, the great Rishis installed him as emperor of the world. He vanquished all, and his achievements became known all over the world. For this he came to be called Prithu, the celebrated. And because he protected all people from wounds and injuries, for this he became a true Kshatriya. 115 Beholding Vena's son, Prithu, all his subjects said, we are highly pleased with him. In consequence of this affection that he enjoyed of his subjects, he came to be called a Raja. 116 During the time of Prithu, the earth, without being cultivated, yielded crops in sufficiency. All the kine, again, yielded milk whenever they were touched. Every lotus was full of honey. The kesa blades were all of gold, agreeable to the touch, and otherwise delightful. And the subjects of Prithu made clothes of these blades and the beds also on which they lay. All the fruits were soft and sweet and like unto an writer in taste. And these constituted the food of his subjects, none amongst whom had ever to starve. And all men in Prithu's time were hale and hearty. And all their wishes were crowned with fruition. They had nothing to fear. On trees, or in caves, they dwelt as they liked. His dominions were not distributed into provinces and towns. The people lived happily and in joy as each desired. When King Prithu went to the sea, the waves became solid. The very mountains used to yield him openings that he might pass through them. The standard of his car never broke, obstructed by anything. Once on a time, the tall trees of the forest, the mountains, the gods, the asuras, men, the snakes, the 7 rishis, the apsaras, and the Pitras, all came to Prithu, seated at his ease, and addressing him, said, Thou art our emperor. Thou art our king. Thou art our protector and father. Thou art our lord. Therefore, O great king, give us boons after our own hearts, through which we may, forever, obtain gratification and joy. Unto them Prithu, the son of Vena, said, So be it. Then taking up his Ajagava bow 117 and some terrible arrows the like of which existed not, he reflected for a moment. He then addressed the earth, saying, Coming quickly, O earth, yield to these the milk they desire. From that, blessed be thou, I will give them the food they solicit. Thus addressed by him, the earth said, It behoveth thee, O hero, to regard me as thy daughter. Prithu answered, So be it! And then that great ascetic, his passions under control, made all arrangements for milking the earth. Then the entire assemblage of creatures began to milk the earth. And first of all, the tall trees of the forest rose for milking her. The earth then, full of affection, stood desiring a calf, a milker, and vessels, wherein to hold the milk. Then the blossoming sala became the calf, the banyan became the milker, torn buds became the milk, and the auspicious fig tree became the vessel. Next, the mountains milked her. The eastern hill, whereon the sun rises, became the calf, the prince of mountains, viz. Maru, became the milker, the diverse gems and deciduous herbs became the milk, and the stones became the vessels for holding that milk. Next, one of the gods became the milker, and all things capable of bestowing energy and strength became the coveted milk. The Asuras then milked the earth, having wine for their milk, and using an unbaked pot for their vessel. In that act, Dwaymuddin became the milker, and Virachana, the calf. The human beings milked the earth for cultivation and crops. The self-created Manu became their calf, and Prithu himself the milker. Next, the snakes milked the earth, getting poison as the milk, and using a vessel made of a gourd. Dhritarashtra became the milker, and Takshaka the calf. The 7 rishis, capable of producing everything by their fiat, 118, then milked the earth, getting the Vedas as their milk. Brihaspati became the milker, the Khandas were the vessel, and the excellent Soma, the calf. The Yakshas, milking the earth, got the power of disappearance at will as the milk in an unbaked pot. Vaisravana, Guvara, became their milker, and Vrishadva their calf. The Gandharvas and the Apsaras milked all fragrant perfumes in a vessel made of a lotus leaf. Chitraratha became their calf, and the Puisanthas Warachi their milker. The Baitras milked the earth, getting Swaha as their milk in a vessel of silver. Yama, the son of Vivaswat, became their calf, and the destroyer Andhaka, their milker. Even thus was the earth milked by that assemblage of creatures who all got for milk what they each desired. The very calves and vessels employed by them are existing to this day and may always be seen. The powerful Prithu, the son of Vena, performing various sacrifices, gratified all creatures in respect of all their desires by gifts of articles agreeable to their hearts. And he caused golden images to be made of every article on earth, and bestowed them all on the Brahmanas as his great horse sacrifice, 119. The king caused 60,000 elephants to be made of gold, and all those he gave away unto the Brahmanas. And this whole earth also the king caused to be decked with jewels and gems and gold, and gave her away unto the Brahmanas. When he died, O Srinjaya, who was superior to thee as regards the 4 cardinal virtues, and who, superior to thee, was, therefore, much superior to thy son, thou shouldst not, saying, O Swaitya, grieve for the latter who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. Section LXX. Narada said, even the great ascetic Rama, the hero worshipped by all heroes, that son of Jamadani, of great fame, will die, without being contented with the period of his life. Rooting out all evils from the earth, he caused the primeval Yuga to set in. Having obtained unrivaled prosperity, no fault could be seen in him. 120 His father having been slain and his calf having been stolen by the Kshatriyas, he without any boast slew Kartavirya, who had never been vanquished before by foes. With his bow he slew 64 times 10,000 Kshatriyas already within the jaws of death. In that slaughter were included 14,000 Brahmana-hating Kshatriyas of the Dantaguru country, all of whom he slew. Of the Hayayas, he slew 1,000 with his short club, 1,000 with his sword, and 1,000 by hanging. 121 heroic warriors, with their cars, steeds, and elephants, lay dead on the field, slain by the wise son of Jamadani, enraged at the slaughter of his father. And Rama, on that occasion, slew 10,000 Kshatriyas with his axe. He could not quietly bear the furious speeches uttered by those foes of his. And when many foremost of Brahmins uttered exclamations, mentioning the name of Rama of Bhrigu's race, 122, then the valiant son of Jamadani, proceeding against the Kashmiras, the Daradas, the Kuntis, the Kshudrakas, the Malavas, the Angas, the Vangas, the Kalingas, the Vidas, the Tamraliptikas, the Rakshavagas, the Vitahitras, the Trigartas, the Martikavatas, counting by 1,000, slew them all by means of his whetted shafts. Proceeding from province to province, he thus slew thousands of crores of Kshatriyas, creating a deluge of blood and filling many lakes also with blood as red as Indrajapakas or the wild fruit called Dvandujaiva, and bringing all the 18 islands, of which the earth is composed, under his subjection. That son of Bhrigu's race performed 100 sacrifices of great merit, all of which he completed, and in all of which the presents he made unto the Brahmanas were profuse. The sacrificial altar, 18 millas high, made entirely of gold, and constructed according to the ordinance, full of diverse kinds of jewels and gems, and decked with hundreds of standards, and this earth abounding in domestic and wild animals, were accepted by Kasyapa as sacrificial present made unto him by Rama, the son of Jamadani. And Rama also gave him many thousand prodigious elephants, all adorned with gold. Indeed, freeing the earth from all robbers, and making her teem with honest and graceful inhabitants, Rama gave her away to Kasyapa at his great horse sacrifice. Having divested the earth of Kshatriyas for 21 times, and having performed hundreds of sacrifices, the puissant hero gave away the earth to the Brahmanas. And it was Marichi, Kasyapa, who accepted from him the earth with her 7 islands. Then Kasyapa said unto Rama, Go out of the earth, at my command. At the word of Kasyapa, the foremost of warriors, desirous of obeying the Brahmanas' behest, caused by his arrows the very ocean to stand aside, and repairing to that best of mountains called Mahendra, continued to live there. Even the enhancer of the fame of the Bhrigus, possessed of such numberless virtues, that famous son of Jamadani, of great splendor, will die. Superior to thy son, even he will die. Do not, therefore, grieve for thy son who performed no sacrifice and made no sacrificial present. All these, superior to thee as regards the 4 cardinal virtues and as regards also 100 other merits, all these foremost of men, have died, O Srinjaya, and they that are like them will also die. Section LXXI. Vyasa said, hearing this sacred history of 16 kings, capable of enhancing the period of life of the listener, King Srinjaya remained silent without saying anything. The illustrious Rishi Narada then said unto him, thus sitting silent, O thou of great splendor, hast thou heard those histories recited by me, and hast thou caught their purport? Or are all these lost like Shraddha as performed by a person of regenerate classes having a Sudra wife? Thus addressed, Srinjaya then replied with joined hands, O thou that hast wealth of asceticism, having listened to these excellent and praiseworthy histories of ancient royal sages, all of whom had performed great sacrifices with profuse presents unto the Brahmanas, my grief hath all been dispelled by wonder, like the darkness that is dispelled by the rays of the sun. I have now been cleansed of my sins, and I do not feel any pain now. Tell me, what shall I do now? Narada said, By good luck it is that thy grief hath been dispelled. Solicit thou the boon that thou desirest. Thou wilt obtain all thou mayst ask. We never say what is not true. Srinjaya said, I am happy with even this, viz., that thou, O Holy One, art gratified with me. He with whom thou, O Holy One, art gratified, hath nothing unobtainable here. Narada said, I will once more give thee thy son who was fruitlessly slain by the robbers, like an animal, slaughtered in sacrifice, taking him out of terrible hell. Vyasa said, Then the son of Srinjaya, of wonderful splendor, appeared, that child resembling the son of Kuvera himself, bestowed by the gratified Rishi, on a bereaved father. And King Srinjaya, once more meeting with his son, became highly delighted. And he performed many meritorious sacrifices, giving away profuse sacrificial presents upon completion. Saranjaya's son had not fulfilled the purposes of his being. He had performed no sacrifice and had no children. Destitute of bravery, he had perished miserably and not in battle. It was for this reason that he could be brought back into life. 123 As regards Abhimanyu, he was brave and heroic. He hath fulfilled the purposes of life, for the brave son of Subhadra, having blasted his foes by thousands, hath left the world, falling in the field of battle. Those inaccessible regions that are attainable by Brahmacharya, by knowledge, by acquaintance with the scriptures, by foremost of sacrifices, even these have been obtained by thy son. Men of knowledge always desire heaven by their righteous deeds. They that are living in heaven never prefer this world to heaven. Therefore, it is not easy for any desirable thing that might have been unattained by him to bring back into the world Arjuna's son slain in battle and now residing in heaven. Thy son has attained to that eternal goal which is attained by yojins with eyes shut in contemplation, or by performers of great sacrifices, or people possessed of great ascetic merit. After death, attaining a new body, that hero is shining like a king in his own immortal rays. Indeed, Abhimanyu has once more got his own body of lunar essence that is desirable by all regenerate persons. He deserveth not thy grief. 124 Knowing this, be quiet, and slay thy foes. Let fortitude be thine. O sinless one, it is the living that stand in need of our grief, and not they that have attained to heaven. His sins increase, O king, for whom the living grieve. Therefore, he that is wise, abandoning grief, should strive for the benefit of the dead. The living man should think of the joy, the glory, and the happiness of the dead. Knowing this, the wise never indulge in grief, for grief is painful. Know this to be true. Rise up. Strive to achieve thy purpose. Do not grieve. Thou hast heard of the origin of death, and her unexampled penances, as also the impartiality of her behavior towards all creatures. Thou hast heard that prosperity is unstable. Thou hast heard how the dead son of Saranjaya was revived. O learned king, do not grieve. Peace be to thee, I go. Having said this, the holy Vyasa disappeared then and there. Upon the departure of that master of speech, that foremost of intelligent persons, viz., the holy Vyasa, whose colour was like that of the clouded sky, Yudhishthira, having derived consolation in consequence of what he had heard about the sacrificial merit and prosperity of these great monarchs of olden times, possessed of energy equal to that of the great Indra himself, and all of whom had acquired wealth by righteous means, mentally applauded those illustrious persons and became freed from grief. Once more, however, with a melancholy heart he asked himself, saying, What shall we say unto Dhananjaya? Section XXI. Sanjaya said, when that terrible day, so fraught with the slaughter of creatures, departed, and when the sun set, the beautiful twilight of the evening spread itself, the troops, O bull of Bharata's race, of both parties, had retired to their tents. Then the ape-bannered Jishu, having slain a large number of Samsaptakas by means of his celestial weapons, proceeded towards his tent, mounted on that victorious car of his. And as he was proceeding, he asked Govinda, with voice choked with tears, Why is my heart afraid, O Kesava, and why both my speech falter? Evil omens encounter me, and my limbs are weak. Thoughts of disaster possess my mind without living it. On earth, on all sides, various omens strike me with fear. Of many kinds are those omens and indications, and seen everywhere, foreboding dire calamity. Is it all right with my venerable superior, viz., the king with all his friends? Vasudeva said, It is evident that everything is right with thy brother and his friends. Do not grieve, some trifling evil in another direction will happen. Sanjaya continued, then those two heroes, viz., Krishna and Arjuna, having adored the twilight, 125 mounted on their car and proceeded, talking of the day's battle so destructive of heroes. Having achieved feats exceedingly difficult of accomplishment, Vasudeva and Arjuna, at last, reached their Pandava encampment. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Vatsu, beholding the camp joyless and melancholy and everything to be in confusion, addressed Krishna with an agonized heart, and said, O Janardana, no auspicious trumpet blows today, its blasts mingled with the beat of drums and the loud blare of conchs. The sweet veena also is nowhere played upon in accompaniment with slapping of palms. 126 auspicious and delightful songs fraught with praise are nowhere recited or sung by our bards amongst the troops. The warriors also, all recede hanging down their heads. They do not tell me, beholding me, as before, of the feats achieved by them. O Madhava, is it all right with my brothers today? Beholding our own men plunged in grief, I know no peace. Is it all right, O giver of honours, with the ruler of the Panchalas, or Virata, or all our warriors, O thou of unfading glory? Alas, Subhadra's son, ever cheerful, doth not today, with his brothers, come out with smiles to receive me returning from battle. Sanjaya said, thus conversing, those two, viz., Krishna and Arjuna, entered their own camp. And they saw that the Pandavas, all cheerless, were sitting, plunged in great grief. Beholding his brothers and sons, the ape-bannered Arjuna became very cheerless. Not seeing the son of Subhadra there, Arjuna said, pale is the colour I behold of the faces of you all. I do not, again, see Abhimanyu, nor doth he come to congratulate me. I heard that Drona had today formed the circular array. None amongst you, save the boy Abhimanyu, could break that array. I, however, did not teach him how to come out of that array, after having pierced it. Did you cause the boy to enter that array? Hath that slayer of heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, that mighty bowman, having pierced that array, through numberless warriors of the enemy in battle, fallen, at last in the fight? Oh, tell me, how that hero of mighty arms and red eyes, born, in our line, like the lion on the mountain breast, and equal unto the younger brother of Indra himself, hath fallen on the field of battle. What warrior, deprived on his senses by death, ventured to slay that dear son of Subhadra, that favourite of Draupadi and Kusava, the child ever loved by Kunti? Equal unto the high-souled Vrishan hero, Kusava, himself in prowess and learning and dignity, how hath he been slain on the field of battle? The favourite son of that daughter of the Vrishan race, always cherished by me, alas, if I do not see him I will repair to the abode of the armour. With locks ending in soft curls, of tender years, with eyes like those of a young gazelle, with dread like that of an infuriated elephant, tall like a Sala offshoot, of sweet speech accompanied with smiles, quiet, ever obedient to the behest of his superiors, acting like one of mature years though tender in age, of agreeable speech, reft of vanity, of great courage and great energy, of large eyes resembling lotus petals, kind to those devoted to him, self-restrained, following nothing mean, grateful, possessed of knowledge, accomplished in weapons, and retreating from battle, always delighting in fight, and enhancing the fears of foes, engaged in the welfare of kinsmen, desirous of victory into sires, never striking first, perfectly fearless in battle. Alas, if I do not behold that son, I will repair to the abode of the armour. In the counting of car warriors always reckoned as a Mahabharata, superior to me 1.5 times, of tender years, of mighty arms, even dear to Pradima and Kusava and myself. Alas, if I do not behold that son I will repair to the abode of the armour. Of beautiful nose, of beautiful forehead, of fair eyes and eyebrows and lips. If I do not behold that face, what peace can my heart have? Melodious as the voice of the male kokla, delightful and sweet as the warblings of the veena. Without listening to his voice, what peace can my heart have? His beauty was unrivaled, rare even among the celestials. Without casting my eyes on that form, what peace can my heart have? Accomplished in saluting his superiors, with reverence, and always obedient to the behests of his sires, alas, if I do not behold him, what peace can my heart have? Brave in battle, accustomed to every luxury, deserving of the softest bed, alas, he sleepeth today on the bare earth, as if there is none to take care of him, although he is foremost of those that have protectors to look after them. He on whom, while on his bed, the foremost of beautiful women used to attend, alas, he mangled with shafts, will have inauspicious jackals, prowling over the field, to attend upon him today. He who was formerly roused from his slumbers by singers and bards and panegyrists, alas, he will today be surely awakened by discordant beasts of prey. That beautiful face of his eminently deserved to be shaded by the umbrella, alas, the dust of battlefield will surely befoul today. O child, unfortunate that I am, death forcibly takes thee away from me, who was never satiated with looking at thee. Without doubt, that abode of Yama, which is always the goal of persons of righteous deeds, that delightful mansion, illuminated today by thy own splendors, is rendered exceedingly beautiful by thee. Without doubt, Yama and Varuna and Satakratu and Guvara, obtaining thee as a favorite guest, are making much of thy heroic self, thus indulging in diverse lamentations, like a merchant whose vessel has been sunken. Arjuna, afflicted with great grief, asked Yudhishthira, saying, O, thou of Kuru's race, hath he ascended to heaven, having caused a great slaughter among the enemy and contended with the foremost warriors in the face of battle? Without doubt, while contending single-handed with foremost of warriors, countless in number, and fighting with vigor and resolution, his heart turned towards me from a desire of help. While afflicted by Karna and Drona and Kripa and others with sharp shafts of diverse kinds and bright points, my son of little strength must have repeatedly thought, my father will in this press be my rescuer. I think, while indulging in such lamentations, he was felled on the ground by cruel warriors. Or, perhaps, when he was begotten by me, when he was the nephew of Madhva, when he was born in Subhadra, he could not have uttered such lamentations. Without doubt, my heart, hard as it is made of the essence of the thunder, since it breaketh not, even though I do not behold that mighty armed hero of red eyes. How could those mighty bowmen of cruel hearts shoot their deep piercing shafts upon the child of tender years, who, again, was my son and the nephew of Vasudeva? That noble-hearted youth who, coming forward every day, used to congratulate me, alas, why doth he not present himself today to me when I come back having slain the foe? Without doubt, overthrown, he lieth today on the bare earth bathed in blood. Beautifying the earth by his body, he lieth like the sun fallen from the firmament. I grieve for Subhadra, who, hearing of the death in battle of her unretreating son, will, afflicted with sorrow, cast away her life. What will Subhadra missing Abhimanyu say unto me? What also will Draupadi say unto me? Afflicted with grief as they are, what also shall I say unto them? Without doubt, my heart is made of the essence of the thunder, since it breaketh not in 1,000 fragments at the sight of my weeping daughter-in-law, pierced with grief. The leonine shouts of the Dhritarashtra's swelling with pride did, indeed, enter my ears. Krishna also heard duets censuring the heroes of the Dhritarashtra army in these words, Ye mighty car warriors, having been unable to vanquish Vatsu, and having slain only a child, why do ye rejoice? Why, having done what is disagreeable to those two, viz., Kusava and Arjuna, in battle, why do you enjoy roar like lions, when truly the hour for sorrow is come? The fruits of this sinful deed of yours will soon overtake you. Heinous is the crime perpetrated by you. How long will it not bear its fruits? Rebuking them in these words, the high-souled son of Dhritarashtra by his Vaisya wife, went away, casting off his weapons, afflicted with rage and grief. O Krishna, why did you not tell me all this during the battle? I would then have consumed all those warriors of cruel hearts. Sanjaya continued, then Vasudeva, consoling Partha, who was afflicted with grief on account of his son, who was exceedingly anxious, whose eyes were bathed in tears, and who was, in fact, overwhelmed with this sorrow caused by the slaughter of his child, said unto him, do not yield so to grief. This is the way of all brave and retreating heroes, especially of Kshatriyas, whose profession is battle. O foremost of intelligent men, even this is the goal ordained by the authors of our scriptures for unretreating heroes engaged in battle. Death is certain for heroes that do not retreat. There is no doubt that Abhimanyu hath ascended to those regions that are reserved for persons of righteous acts. O bull of Bharata's race, even this is coveted by all that are brave, viz., that they may die in battle, facing their foes. As regards Abhimanyu, he having slain in battle many heroic and mighty princes, hath met with that death in the face of battle which is coveted by heroes. Do not grieve, O tiger among men. The legislators of old have declared this to be the eternal merit of the Kshatriyas, viz., their death in battle. O best of the Bharatas, these brothers of thine are all exceedingly jealous, as also the king, and these thy friends, seeing thee plunged in grief. O giver of honours, comfort them in consoling words. That which should be is known to thee. It behoveth thee not to grieve. Thus comforted by Krishna of wonderful deeds, Partha then said these words unto all his brothers, with voice choked with sorrow, O Lord of the earth, I desire to hear how the mighty armed Abhimanyu, how that hero of large eyes, resembling lotus petals, fought. Ye will see that I will exterminate the foe with his elephants and cars and steeds. I will exterminate in battle those slayers of my son with all their followers and kinsmen. Ye all are accomplished in arms. Ye all were armed with weapons. How then could Subhadra's son be slain, even if it were the wielder of the thunderbolt himself with whom he fought? Alas, if I had known that Bandevas and the Panchalas would be able to protect my son in battle, I myself would have then protected him. Ye were then on your cars, ye were shooting your shafts. Alas, how then could Abhimanyu be slain by the foe, causing a great carnage in your ranks? Alas, ye have no manliness, nor have ye any prowess, since in the very sight of you all was Abhimanyu slain. Or, I should chide my own self, since knowing that ye all are weak, cowardly, and irresolute, I went away. Alas, are your coats of mail and weapons of all kinds only ornaments for decking your persons, and were words given to you only for speaking in assemblies, that ye failed to protect my son, even though ye were clad in mail, armed from head to foot, and even though you had assured me in words of your competence? Having said these words, Partha sat down, holding bow and his excellent sword. Indeed, none could, at that time, even look at Vatsa, who then resembled the destroyer himself in wrath, repeatedly drawing deep breaths. None of his friends or kinsmen could venture to look at or speak unto Arjuna, as he sat there exceedingly afflicted with grief on account of his son, and with face bathed in tears. None, indeed, could address him, save Vasudeva or Yudhishthira. These two, under all circumstances, were acceptable to Arjuna. And because they were highly reverenced and dearly loved, therefore, could they alone address him at such times. Then King Yudhishthira, addressing Partha, of eyes like lotus petals, was then filled with rage and exceedingly afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son, said these words. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, O mighty armed one, after thou hadst gone towards the army of the Samsaptakas, the preceptor Drona made fierce endeavors for seizing me. We succeeded, however, in resisting Drona at the head of the array at all points, having in that battle disposed our vigorously contending car divisions in counter-array, held in check by a large number of warriors, and myself also having been well protected. Drona began to smite us with great activity, afflicting us with his whetted shafts. Thus afflicted by him, we could not then even gaze at his army, far less face it in battle. All of us then, addressing thy son by Subhadra, who was equal to thyself, O Lord, in prowess said unto him, O son, pierce this array of Drona. That valorous hero thus urged by us, then sought, like a good horse, to take that burden on himself, however unbearable it might have been for him. Endued as he was with thy energy, aided by that knowledge of weapons which he derived from thee, that child then penetrated into that array, like Garuda penetrating into the ocean. As regards ourselves, we followed that hero, that son of Subhadra, desirous in that battle of penetrating into the Dhritarashtra army, by the same path by which Abhimanyu had entered it. Then, O sire, the wretched king of the Centaurs, viz. Jayadratha, in consequence of the boon granted to him by Rudra, checked all of us. Then Drona, Kripa and Karna and Drona's son, and the king of the Koslas, and Gritavarman, these 6 Ka warriors surrounded the son of Subhadra. Having surrounded the child all those great Ka warriors, too many for him although he was contending to the utmost of his power, deprived him of his car. After he had been deprived of his car, Dusasna's son, though he himself had a hairbreadth escape, succeeded, as chance would have it, in making Abhimanyu meet with his end. As regards Abhimanyu, he, having slain many thousands of men and steeds and elephants, and 8,000 cars, and once more 900 elephants, 2,000 princes, and a large number of heroic warriors unknown to fame, and dispatching in that battle King Vrihadvala also to heaven, at last, through ill luck, met with his own death. Thus hath occurred this event that so enhances our grief. That tiger among men hath even thus ascended to heaven. Hearing these words uttered by King Yudhishthira, Arjuna, saying, O son! And breathing a deep sigh, fell down on the earth in great pain. Then all the warriors of the Pandavas, surrounding Dhananjaya with cheerless faces, began, filled with grief, to look at one another with winkless eyes. Recovering consciousness then, Vasava's son became furious with rage. He seemed to be in a feverish tremor, and sighed frequently. Squeezing his hands, drawing deep breaths, with eyes bathed in tears, and casting his glances like a madman, he said these words. Arjuna said, Truly do I swear that tomorrow I will slay Jayadratha. If from fear of death, he doth not forsake the Dhritarashtras, or implore our protection, or the protection of the Krishna that foremost of men or of thine, O king, I shall assuredly slay him tomorrow. Forgetting his friendship for me, engaged in doing what is agreeable to Dhritarashtra's son, that wretch is the cause of the child's slaughter. Tomorrow I will slay him. Whoever they may be that will encounter me in battle tomorrow for protecting him, be it Drona or Kripa, O king, I will cover them all with my arrow. Ye bulls among men, if I do not achieve even this in tomorrow's battle, let me not attain the region reserved for the righteous, ye foremost of heroes. Those regions that are for them that slay their mothers, or for them that slay their fathers, or them that violate their preceptors' beds, or them that are violent wicked, or them that cherish envy against the righteous, or them that speak ill of others, or them that appropriate the wealth confidingly deposited with them by others, or them that are betrayers of trusts, or them that speak ill of wives enjoyed by them before, or them that have slain Brahmanas, or them that have killed kine, or them that eat sugared milk and rice, or food prepared of barley, or pot herbs, or dishes prepared of milk, sesamum, and rice, or thin cakes of powdered barley fried in clarified butter, or other kinds of cakes, or meat, without having dedicated the same to the gods, even those regions shall speedily be mine if I do not slay Jayadratha! Those regions to which they go that offer insults to Brahmanas devoted to the study of the Vedas, or otherwise worthy of respect, or to those that are their preceptors, those regions shall speedily be mine if I do not slay Jayadratha, that end which becomes theirs who touch Brahmanas or fire with the feet, that end which becomes theirs who throw phlegm and excreta and eject urine into water, even that miserable end shall be mine, if I do not slay Jayadratha. That end which is his who bathes in water, in a state of nudity, or his who does not hospitably entertain a guest, that end which is theirs who receive bribes, speak falsehood, and deceive and cheat others, that end which is theirs who offend against their own souls, or who falsely utter praises of others, or of those low wretches who eat sweetmeats in the sight of servants and sons and wives and dependents without sharing the same with those, that awful end shall be mine if I do not slay Jayadratha. That end which overtakes the wretch of ruthless soul who without supporting a righteous and obedient protege casts him off, or him who, without giving unto a deserving neighbour the offerings in sraddhas, giveth them away unto those that deserve them not, that end which is his who drinks wine, or his who insults those that are worthy of respect, or his who is ungrateful, or his who speaketh ill of his brothers, that end shall soon be mine if I do not stay Jayadratha. The end of all those sinful persons whom I have not mentioned, as also of those whom I have mentioned, shall soon be attained by me, if after this night passes away, I do not slay Jayadratha tomorrow. Listen now to another oath of mine. If tomorrow's sun set without my slaying that wretch, then even here I shall enter the blazing fire. Ye Asuras and gods and men, ye birds and snakes, ye Pitrus and all wanderers of the night, ye regenerate rishis and celestial rishis, ye mobile and immobile creatures, ye all that I have not mentioned, ye will not succeed in protecting my foe from me. If he enters the abode of the nether region, or ascends the firmament, or repairs to the celestials, or the realms of the deities, I shall still, with 100 arrows, assuredly cut off, on the expiration of this night, the head of Abhimanyu's foe. Sanjaya continued, having uttered these words, Arjuna began to stretch Gandiva with both his arms. Transcending Arjuna's voice, the sound of that bow rose and touched the very heavens. After Arjuna had taken that oath, Janardana, filled with wrath, blew his conch, Panchajanya, and Falguna blew Devadatta. The great conch Panchajanya, well filled with the wind from Krishna's mouth, produced a loud blare. And that blare made the regions of the cardinal and the subsidiary points, the nether regions, and the whole universe, to shake, as it happens at the end of the Yuga. Indeed, after the high-souled Arjuna had taken the oath, the sound of thousands of musical instruments and loud leonine roars arose from the Pandava camp. Section Sif. Sanjaya said, when the spies of Duryodhana, having heard that loud uproar made by the Pandavas desirous of victory, informed their masters of the cause, Jayadratha, overwhelmed with sorrow, and with heart stupefied with grief, and like one sinking in a fathomless ocean of distress, slowly rose up, and having reflected for a long while, proceeded to the assembly of the kings. Reflecting for a while in the presence of those gods among men, Jayadratha, in fear of Abhimanyu's father and covered with shame, said these words. he who in Pandu's soil was begotten by Indra under the influence of desire, that wicked wretch is thinking of dispatching me to the abode of the armor. Blessed be ye, I shall, therefore go back to my home from desire of life. Or, ye bulls among Kshatriyas, protect me by the force of your weapons. Partha seeks to slay me, ye heroes, render me fearless. Drona and Duryodhana and Kripa, and Karna, and the ruler of the Madras, and Valika, and Dusasana and others, are capable of protecting a person who is afflicted by Yama himself. When, however, I am threatened by Filgana alone, will not all these the lords of earth, will not all of you, joined together, be able to protect me? Having heard the shouts of joy of the Pandavas, great hath been my fear. My limbs, ye lords of earth, have become powerless like those of a person on the point of death. Without doubt, the wielder of Gandiva hath sworn for my death. It is for this that the Pandavas are shouting in joy at a time when they should weep. Let alone the rulers of men, the very gods and Gandharvas, the Asuras, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas, cannot venture to baffle a vow of Arjuna. Therefore, ye bulls among men, blessed be ye, give me permission to leave the Kuru camp. I want to make myself scarce. The Pandavas will no longer be able to find me. While indulging in such lamentations, with heart agitated by fear, King Duryodhana, always looking upon the accomplishment of his own business to be preferable to everything else, said unto him these words: Do not fear, O tiger among men, O bull among men, who will seek to encounter thee in battle when thou will remain in the midst of these Kshatriya heroes. Myself, Vikatana's son, Karna, Chitrasana, Vayavansati, Barisravas, Sala, Salya, the invincible Vrishasana, Purumatra, Jaya, Boa, Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, Satyavarata, the mighty armed, Vikana, Dirmaka, Dusasana, Sabeu, the ruler of the Kalingas, with his weapons are praised, Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, Drona, Drona's son, and Shavala's son, Sakuni, these and numerous other kings will, with their forces, face the battle surrounding thee on all sides. Let the fever of thy heart, therefore, be dispelled. Thou art thyself one of the foremost of Ka warriors. O thou of immeasurable splendor, thou thyself art a hero. Being what thou art, how canst thou, then, see any cause of fear, O king of the Sindhas? The 11 Akshayinis of troops I own will carefully fight for protecting thee. Therefore, do not fear, O king of the Sindhas. Let thy fears be dispelled. Sanjaya continued, thus comforted, O monarch, by thy son, the king of the Sindhas then, accompanied by Duryodhana, repaired that very night to Drona, the generalissimo of the Kuru army. Then, O king, having touched Drona's feet with reverence, and taken his seat with humility, he asked the preceptor these words, in hitting the aim, in hitting it from a distance, in tightness of hand, and in the force of the stroke. O illustrious one, tell the difference between myself and Filgana. O preceptor, I wish to know accurately the difference as regards proficiency in the science of arms between myself and Arjuna. Say it unto me truly. Drona said, of tutorial instruction, both of you, that is, thyself and Arjuna, have had the same measure, O son. In consequence, however, of yoga and the hard life led by Arjuna, he is superior to thee. Thou shouldst not, however, for any reason, cherish fear of Partha. Without doubt, I will, O son, protect thee from this fear. The very gods cannot prevail over him who is protected by my arms. I will form an array which Partha will not succeed in piercing! 127 Therefore contain thou in battle, do not fear, observing the duties of thy own order. O mighty Ka warrior, tread in the track of thy sires and grandsires. Having duly studied the Vedas, thou hast poured libations, according to the ordinance, into fire. Thou hast also performed many sacrifices. Death cannot, therefore, be an object of terror to thee. For if thou didst, attaining then to that great good fortune which is unattainable by vile men, thou will acquire all those excellent regions in heaven that are attainable by the might of one's arms. The Kauravas, the Pandavas, the Vrishnis, and other men, as also myself with my son, are all mortal and short-lived. Think of this. One after another, all of us, slain by time which is all-powerful, shall go to the other world, carrying with us only our respective deeds. Those regions that ascetics acquire by undergoing severe penances, those regions are acquired by heroic Kshatriyas that are observant of the duties of their order. Even thus was the ruler of the Sindhus consoled by Bharadwaja's son. Banishing his fear of Patha, he set his heart on battle. Then, O king, thy troops also felt great delight, and the loud sounds of musical instruments were heard, mingled with leonine shouts. Section LXXV. Sanjaya said, after Partha had vowed the death of the ruler of the Sindhus, the mighty armed Vasudeva addressed Ananjaya and said, with the consent of thy brothers alone, but without consulting me, thou hast sworn, saying, I will slay the ruler of the Sindhus. This hath been an act of great rashness on thy part. Without consulting me, thou hast taken up a great weight upon thy shoulders. Alas, how shall we escape the ridicule of all men? I had sent some spies into the camp of Dhritarashtra's son. Those spies, quickly coming unto me, gave me this information, viz., that after thou, O Lord, hast vowed to slay the ruler of the Sindhus, loud leonine shouts, mingled with the sounds of our musical instruments, were heard by the Dhritarashtras. In consequence of that uproar, the Dhritarashtras, with their well-wishers, became terrified, these leonine shouts are not causeless ! Thought they, and waited for what would ensue. O thou of mighty arms, an uproarious din then arose amongst the Kauravas, of their elephants and steeds and infantry. And a terrible rattle was also heard of their cars. Having heard of the death of Abhimanyu, Dhananjaya, deeply afflicted, will in wrath come out in the night for battle! Thinking even thus, they waited, ready for battle. While preparing themselves, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, they then learnt truly the vow about the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus, made by thee that art wedded to truth. 128 Then all the counsellors of Sayadana became heartless and frightened like little animals. As regards King Jayadratha, that ruler of the Sindhus and the Saviras, overwhelmed with grief and becoming thoroughly cheerless, he stood up and entered his own tent with all his counsellors. Having consulted with them about every remedy that could benefit him at a time when he stood in need of consultation, he proceeded to the assembly of the allied kings and thus said these words unto Sayadana. Dhananjaya, thinking me to be the slayer of his son, will tomorrow encounter me in battle. He hath, in the midst of his army, vowed to slay me. That vow of save the Arsashin, the very gods and Gandharvas and Asuras and Uragas and Rakshasas cannot venture to frustrate. Protect me, therefore, ye all in battle. Let not Dhananjaya, placing his foot on your head, succeed in hitting the mark. Let proper arrangements be made in respect of this matter. Or, if, O delighter of the Kuras, you think that you will not succeed in protecting me in battle, grant me permission then, O king, so that I may return home. Thus addressed by Jayadratha, Sayadana became cheerless and sat, hanging down his head. Ascertaining that Jayadratha was in a great fright, Sayadana began to reflect in silence. Beholding the Kuru king to be greatly afflicted, King Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, slowly said these words having a beneficial reference to himself, I do not behold here that bowman of superior energy who can baffle with his arms the weapons of Arjuna in great battle. Who, even if it be Satyagrata himself, will stay in front of Arjuna, having Vasudeva for his ally, while wielding the bow Gandhaiva. It is heard that Lord Maheswara himself of supreme energy had been encountered, before this, by Partha on foot, on the mountains of Himavat. Urged by the chief of the Celestials, he slew on a single car 1,000 Danavas dwelling in Harinyapura. That son of Kunti is now allied with Vasudeva of great intelligence. I think that he is competent to destroy the 3 worlds, including the very gods. I wish that you will either grant me permission to leave the field for my home, or that the high-suit and heroic Drona with his son will protect me. Or, I would await thy pleasure! O Arjuna, thus addressed by Jayadratha, King Sayadana humbly beseeched the preceptor in this matter. 129 All remedial measures have been adopted. Cars and steeds have been arranged. Karna and Bharas rivers, and Drona's son, and the invincible Vrishasana, and Kripa, and the ruler of the Madras, these 6 will be in Jayadratha's van. Drona will form an array, half of which will be a Sakata 130 and half a lotus. In the middle of the leaves of that lotus will be a needle-mouthed array. Jayadratha, that ruler of the Centaurs, difficult of being conquered in battle, will take his stand by it, protected by heroes. In the use of the bow, in weapons, in prowess, in strength, and also in lineage, those 6 car warriors, O Partha, are without doubt exceedingly difficult of being born. Without first vanquishing those 6 car warriors, access to Jayadratha will not to be had. Think, O Arjuna, of the prowess of each of those 6, O tiger among men. When united together, they are not capable of being easily vanquished. We should, therefore, once again, take counsel with well-wishing counselors, conversant with policy, for our benefit and for the success of our object. Section XV. Arjuna said, These 6 car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army whom thou regardest to be so strong, their united energy, I think, is not equal to even half of mine. Thou shalt see, O slayer of Madhu, the weapons of all these cut off and baffled by me when I go against them or slaying Jayadratha. In the very sight of Drona and all his men, I will fell the head of the ruler of the Centaurs, on the earth, beholding which they will indulge in lamentations. If the Siddhas, the Rudras, the Vasas, with the Aswins, the Maruts with Indra, at the head, the Viswadevas with other gods, the Pitras, the Gandharvas, Garuda, the ocean, the mountains, the firmament, heaven, earth, the point of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, and the regents of those points, all the creatures that are domestic and all that are wild, in fact, if all the mobile and the immobile beings together become the protectors of the ruler of the Centaurs, yet, O slayer of Madhu, shalt thou behold Jayadratha slain by me tomorrow in battle with my arrows. O Krishna, I swear by truth, I touch my weapons, and swear by them, that I shall, O Kesava, at the very outset, encounter that Drona, that mighty bowman, who hath become the protector of that sinful wretch Jayadratha. Sayadana thinks that this game of battle resteth on Drona. Therefore, piercing through the very van commanded by Drona himself, I shall get at Jayadratha. Thou shalt tomorrow behold the mightiest of bowmen driven by me in battle by means of my shafts endued with fierce energy, like summits of a hill riven by the thunder. Blood shall flow, in torrents, from the breasts of fallen men and elephants and steeds, split open by whetted shafts falling fast upon them. The shafts shot from Gandhaiva, fleet as the mind or the wind, will deprive thousands of men and elephants and steeds of life. Men will behold in tomorrow's battle those weapons which I have obtained from Yama and Korva and Varuna and Indra and Rudra. Thou shalt behold in tomorrow's battle the weapons of all those who come to protect the ruler of the Centaurs, baffled by me with my Brahma weapon. Thou shalt in tomorrow's battle, O Kosovo, behold the earth strewn by me with the heads of kings cut off by the force of my shafts. Tomorrow, I shall gratify all cannibals, rout the foe, gladden my friends, and crush the ruler of the Centaurs. A great offender, one who hath not acted like a relative, born in a sinful country, the ruler of the Centaur, slain by me, will sadden his own. Thou shalt behold that ruler of the Centaurs, of sinful behavior, and brought up in every luxury, pierced by me with my shafts. On the morrow, O Krishna, I shall do that which shall make Sayadana think that there is no other bowman in the world who is equal to me. My Gandiva is a celestial bow. I myself am the warrior, O bull among men. Thou, O Hrishikasa, art the charioteer. What is that I will not be able to vanquish? Through thy grace, O Holy One, what is there unattainable by me in battle? Knowing my prowess to be incapable of being resisted, why, O Hrishikasa, dost thou yet rebuke me? As Lakshmi is ever present in Soma, as water is ever present in the ocean, know this, O Janardana, that even so is my vow ever accomplished. Do not think lightly of my weapons. Do not think lightly of my tough bow. Do not think lightly of the might of my arms. Do not think lightly of Dhananjaya. I shall go to battle in such a way that I shall truly win and not lose. When I have vowed it, know that Jayadratha hath already been slain in battle. Verily, in the Brahmana is truth. Verily, in the righteous is humility. Verily, in sacrifice is prosperity. Verily, in Narayana is victory. Sanjaya continued, having said these words unto Hrishikasa, the son of Vasudeva, having himself said so unto his own self, Arjuna in a deep voice, once more addressed Lord Kesava, saying, Thou shouldst, O Krishna, so act that my car may be well equipped as soon as this night dawns, since grave is the task that is at hand. Section XXVI. Sanjaya said, both Vasudeva and Dhananjaya, afflicted with sorrow and grief and frequently sighing like two snakes, got no sleep that night. Understanding that both Nara and Narayana were in a rage, the gods with Vasava became very anxious, thinking, what will come of it? Fierce winds, that were again dry and foreboded danger, began to blow, and a headless trunk and a mace appeared on the disk of the sun. And although it was cloudless, frequent thunders were heard, of loud report, mixed with flashes of lightning. The earth with her mountains and waters and forests shook. The seas, those habitation of Makaras, swelled, O king, in agitation. The rivers ran in directions opposite to their usual course. The nether and upper lips of car warriors and steeds and men and elephants began to tremble. And as if for gladdening the cannibals, on that occasion foreboding a great accession of population to the domain of Yama, the animals, on the field, began to eject urine and excreta, and utter loud cries of woe. Beholding these fierce omens that made the hair stand on end, and hearing also of the fierce vow of the mighty Arjuna, all thy warriors, O bull of Bharata's race, became exceedingly agitated. Then the mighty armed son of Parkasasna said unto Krishna, Go, and comfort thy sister Subhadra with her daughter-in-law. And, O Madhava, let also that daughter-in-law, and her companions, be comforted by thee, O Lord, comfort them with soothing words that are again fraught with truth. Thus addressed, Vasudeva, with a cheerless heart, wending to Arjuna's abode, began to comfort his sorrowing sister afflicted with grief on account of the death of her son. Vasudeva said, O lady of Vrishani's race, do not grieve with thy daughter-in-law, for thy son, O timid one, all creatures have but one end ordained by time. The end thy son hath met with, that becometh a hero of proud lineage, especially who is a Kshatriya. Do not, therefore, grieve. By good luck it is that mighty Ka warrior of great wisdom, of prowess equal to that of his father, hath, after the Kshatriya custom, met with an end that is coveted by heroes. Having vanquished numberless foes and dispatched them into Yama's presence, he hath himself repaired to those eternal regions that grant the fruition of every wish, and that are for the righteous. Thy son hath attained that end which the righteous attain by penance, by brahmacharya, by knowledge of the scriptures, and by wisdom. The mother of a hero, the wife of a hero, the daughter of a hero, and a kinsman of heroes, O amiable one, grieve not thou for thy son who hath obtained the supreme end. The wretched ruler of the Centaurs, O beautiful lady, that murderer of a child, that perpetrator of a sinful act, and shall, with his friends and kinsmen, obtain the fruit of this arrogance of his on the expiry of this night. Even if he enters the abode of Indra himself, he will not escape from the hands of Partha. Tomorrow thou shalt hear that the head of the Centaurs hath, in battle, been cut off from his trunk to roll on the outskirts of Samandap and Chaka. Dispel thy sorrow, and do not grieve. Keeping the duties of a Kshatriya before him, thy brave son hath attained the end of the righteous, that end, viz., which we here expect to obtain, as also others that bear arms as a profession. Of broad chest, mighty arms, unreturning, a crusher of Ka warriors, thy son, O beautiful lady, hath gone to heaven. Drive away this fever of thy heart. Obedient to his sires and maternal relations, that heroic and mighty Ka warrior of great prowess hath fallen a prey to death, after having slain thousands of foes. Comfort thy daughter-in-law, O queen. Do not grieve too much, O Kshatriya lady. Drive away thy grief, O daughter, as thou shalt hear such agreeable news on the morrow. That which Partha hath vowed must be accomplished. It cannot be otherwise. That which is sought to be done by thy husband can never remain unaccomplished. Even if all human beings and snakes and pisachas and all the wanderers of the night and birds, and all the gods and the asuras, help the ruler of the Centaurs on the field of battle, he shall still, with them, cease to exist tomorrow. Section XVI. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the Hysaldkasava, Subhadra, afflicted with grief on account of the death of her son, began to indulge in these piteous lamentations. O son of my wretched self, O thou that wast in prowess equal to thy father, O child, how couldst thou perish, going to battle? Alas, how doth that face of thine, which resembleth the blue lotus and is graced with beautiful teeth and excellent eyes, now seem, now that, O child, it is covered with battle's dust. Without doubt, thee so brave and unreturning, thee fallen on the field, with beautiful head and neck and arms, with broad chest, low belly, thy limbs decked with ornaments, thee that art endued with beautiful eyes, thee that art mangled with weapon wounds, thee all creatures are, without doubt, beholding as the rising moon. Alas, thou whose bed used to be overlaid with the whitest and costliest sheets, alas, deserving as thou art of every luxury, how dost thou sleep today on the bare earth, thy body pierced with arrows? That hero of mighty arms who used of old to be waited upon by the foremost of beautiful women, alas, how can he, fallen on the field of battle, pass his time now in the company of jackals? He who of old was praised with hymns by singers and bards and panegyrists, alas, he is today greeted by fierce and yelling cannibals and beasts of prey. By whom, alas, hast thou been helplessly slain when thou hadst the Pandavas, O Lord, and all the Panchalas, for thy protectors? O son, O sinless one, I am not yet gratified with looking at thee. Wretched as I am, it is evident that I shall have to go to Yama's abode. When again shall I cast my eyes on that face of thine, adorned with large eyes and beautiful locks, that smooth face without pimples, from which sweet words and exquisite fragrance constantly issued. Fie on the strength of Bimisana, on the bowmanship of Patha, on the prowess of the Vrishani heroes, and the might of the Panchalas. Fie on the Kakiyas, the Chedis, the Matsyas, and the Srinjayas, they that could not protect thee, O hero, while engaged in battle. I behold the earth today to be vacant and cheerless. Without seeing my Abhimanyu, my eyes are troubled with affliction. Thou wast the sister's son of Vasudeva, the son of the wielder of Gandiva, and thyself, a hero and an iterator. Alas, how shall I behold the slain? Alas, O hero, thou hast been to me like a treasure in a dream that is seen and lost. Oh, everything human is as transitory as a bubble of water. This thy young wife is overwhelmed with grief on account of the evil that hath befallen thee. Alas, how shall I comfort her who is even like a cow without her calf? Alas, O son, thou hast prematurely fled from me at a time when thou wast about to bear fruit of greatness, although I am longing for a sight of thee. Without doubt, the conduct of the destroyer cannot be understood even by the wise, since although thou hast Kasava for thy protector, thou wast yet slain, as if thou wast perfectly helpless. O son, let that end be thine which is theirs that perform sacrifices, and theirs that are Brahmanas of purified soul, and theirs that have practiced Brahmacharya, and theirs that have bathed in sacred waters, and theirs that are grateful and charitable and devoted to the service of their preceptors, and theirs that have made sacrificial presents in profusion. That end which is theirs that are brave and unretreating while engaged in battle, or theirs that have fallen in battle, having slain their foes, let that end be thine. That auspicious end which is theirs that have given away 1,000 kine, or theirs that have given away in sacrifices, or theirs that give away houses and mansions agreeable to the recipients, that end which is theirs that give away gems and jewels to deserving Brahmanas, or theirs that are punishers of crime, oh, let that end be thine. That end which is attained by munis of rigid vows by Brahmacharya, or that which is attained by those women that adhere to but one husband, O son, let that end be thine. That eternal end which is attained by kings by means of good behavior, or by those persons that have cleansed themselves by leading, one after another, all the four modes of life, and through due observance of their duties. That end which is theirs that are compassionate to the poor and the distressed, or theirs that equitably divide sweets amongst themselves and their dependents, or theirs that are never addicted to deceit and wickedness. O son, let that end be thine. That end which is theirs that are observant of vows, or theirs that are virtuous, or theirs that are devoted to the service of preceptors, or theirs that have never sent away a guest unentertained. O son, let that end be thine. That end which is theirs that succeed in distress and the most difficult straits in preserving the equanimity of their souls, however much scorched they might be by the fire of grief. O son, let that end be thine. O son, let that end be thine which is theirs that are always devoted to the service of their fathers and mothers, or theirs that are devoted to their own wives only. O son, let that end be thine which is attained by those wise men who, restraining themselves from the wives of others, seek the companionship of only their own wives in season. O son, let that end be thine which is theirs that look upon all creatures with an eye of peace, or theirs that never give pain to others, or theirs that always forgive. O son, let that end be thine which is theirs that abstain from honey, meat, wine, pride and untruth, or theirs that have refrained from giving pain to others. Let that goal be thine which they attain that are modest, acquainted with all the scriptures, content with knowledge, and have their passions under control. And while cheerless Subhadra, afflicted with grief, was indulging in such lamentations, the princess of Panchala, Draupadi, accompanied by Virata's daughter, Uttara, came to her. All of them, in great grief, wept copiously and indulged in heart-rending lamentations. And like persons reft of reason by sorrow, they fainted away and fell down on the earth. Then Krishna, who stood ready with water, deeply afflicted, sprinkled it over his weeping, unconscious and trembling sister, pierced in her very heart, and comforting her, said what should be said on such an occasion. And the lotus-eyed one said, "Grieve not, O Subhadra. O Panchali, Consolutara. Abhimanyu, that bull among Kshatriyas, hath obtained the most laudable goal. O thou of beautiful face, let all the other men yet alive in our race obtain that goal which Abhimanyu of great fame hath obtained. Ourselves with all our friends wish to achieve, in this battle, that feat, the like of which, O lady, thy son, that mighty car warrior, hath achieved without any assistance." Having consoled his sister and Draupadi and Uttara thus, that chastiser of foes, viz., the mighty armed, Krishna, returned to Partha's side. Then Krishna, saluting the king's friends and Arjuna, entered the inner apartments of the latter's tent, while those kings also repaired to respective abodes. Section 6. Sanjaya said, "Then Lord Kusava, of eyes like lotus petals, having entered the unrivaled mansion of Arjuna, touched water, and spread, for Arjuna, on the auspicious and even floor an excellent bed of kusa blades that were of the hue of the lapis lazuli, and keeping excellent weapons around that bed, he adorned it duly with garlands of flowers and fried paddy, perfumes and other auspicious articles. And after Partha, also, had touched water, meek and submissive attendants brought the usual nightly sacrifice to the three-eyed Mahadeva. Then Partha, with a cheerful soul, having smeared Madhava with perfumes and adorned with floral garlands, presented unto Mahadeva the nightly offering. 131. Then Govinda, with a faint smile, addressed Partha, saying, "Blessed be thou, O Partha, lay thyself down, I leave thee." Placing doorkeepers then, and also sentinels well armed, blessed Kusava, followed by his charioteer, Daruka, repaired to his own tent. He then laid himself down on his white bed, and thought of diverse measures to be adopted. And the illustrious one, Kesava, of eyes like lotus petals, began for Partha's sake to think of various means that would dispel Partha's grief and anxiety and enhance his prowess and splendor. Of soul wrapped in yoga, that supreme lord of all, viz., Vishnu of wider spread fame, who always did what was agreeable to Jishu, desirous of benefiting Arjuna, lapsed into yoga and meditation. There was none in the Pandava camp who slept that night. Wakefulness possessed everyone, O monarch. And everybody, in the Pandava camp, thought of this, viz., the high-sword wielder of Gandhaiva, burning with grief for the death of his son, hath suddenly vowed the slaughter of the Sindhus. How, indeed, will that slayer of hostile heroes, that son of Vasava, that mighty armed warrior, accomplish his vow? The high-souled son of Pandu hath, indeed, made a most difficult resolve. King Jayadratha is endued with mighty energy. Oh, let Arjuna succeed in fulfilling his vow. Difficult is that vow which he, afflicted with grief on account of his son, hath made. Duryodhana's brothers are all possessed of great prowess. His forces also are countless. The son of Dhritarashtra hath assigned all these to Jayadratha as his protectors. Oh, let Dhananjaya come back to the camp, having slain the ruler of the Sindhus in battle. Vanquishing his foes, let Arjuna accomplish his vow. If he fails to slay the ruler of the Sindhus tomorrow, he will certainly enter into blazing fire. Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, will not falsify his oath. If Arjuna dies, how will the son of Dharma succeed in recovering his kingdom? Indeed, Yudhishthira, the son of Bandu, hath reposed all his hopes of victory of Arjuna. If we have achieved any religious merit. If we have ever poured libations of clarified butter into fire, let save the Arsachin, aided by the fruits thereof, vanquish all his foes. Thus talking, O Lord, with one another about the victory of the morrow, that long night, O King, of theirs, at last, passed away. In the middle of the night, Janardana, having awaked, remembered Partha's vow, and addressing his charioteer, Daruka, said, Arjuna, in grief for the death of his son, hath vowed, O Daruka, that before tomorrow's sun goes down he will slay Jayadratha. Hearing of this, Duryodhana will assuredly take counsel with his counsellors about how Partha may fail to achieve his object. His several Akshohinis of troops will protect Jayadratha. Fully conversant with the ways of applying all weapons, Drona also, with his son, will protect him. That matchless hero, the 1,000-eyed, Indra himself, that crusher of the pride of Daityas and Danavas, cannot venture to slay him in battle who is protected by Drona. I, therefore, will do that tomorrow by which Arjuna, the son of Kunti, may slay Jayadratha before the sun sets. My wives, my kinsmen, my relatives, none amongst these is dearer to me than Arjuna. O Daruka, I shall not be able to cast my eyes, even for a single moment, on the earth bereft of Arjuna. I tell thee, the earth shall not be reft to Arjuna. Myself, vanquishing them all with their steeds and elephants by putting forth my strength for the sake of Arjuna, I will slay them with Karna and Sayadana. Let the 3 worlds tomorrow behold my prowess in great battle, when I put forth my valour, O Daruka, for Dhananjaya's sake. Tomorrow thousands of kings and hundreds of princes, with their steeds and cars and elephants, will, O Daruka, fly away from battle. Thou shalt tomorrow, O Daruka, behold that army of kings overthrown and crushed with my discus, by myself in wrath for the sake of the son of Pandu. Tomorrow there, 3 worlds with the gods, the Gandhavas, the Pisachas, the snakes, and the Rakshasas, will know me as a true friend of save the Arsachin. He that hateth him, hateth me. He that followeth him, followeth me. Thou hast intelligence. Know that Arjuna is half of myself. When morning comes after the expiry of this night, thou, O Daruka, equipping my excellent car according to the rules of military science, must bring it and follow me with it carefully, placing on it my celestial mace called Kaumodaki, my dart and discus, bow and arrows, and every other thing necessary. O Sutta, making room on the terrace of my car for my standard and for the heroic Garuda thereon, that adorns my umbrella, and yoking thereto my foremost of steeds named Valahaka and Megapushpa and Saviour and Sugriva, having cased them in golden mail of the splendour of the sun and fire, and thyself putting on thy armour, stay on it carefully. Upon hearing the loud and terrible blast of my conch Panchajanya emitting the shrill Rishava note, 132, thou wilt come quickly to me. In course of a single day, O Daruka, I shall dispel the wrath and the diverse woes of my cousin, the son of my paternal aunt. By every means shall I strive so that Vatsu in battle may slay Jayadratha in the very sight of the Dharashtra's. O charioteer, I tell thee that Vatsu will certainly succeed in slaying all these for whose slaughter he will strive. Daruka said, he is certain to have victory whose charioteership, O tiger among men, hath been taken by thee. Whence, indeed, can defeat come to him? As regards myself, I will do that which thou hast commanded me to do. This night will bring, on its train, the auspicious morn for Arjuna's victory. Section LXXX. Sanjaya said, Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, of inconceivable prowess, thinking of how to accomplish his vow, recollected the mantras given to him by Vyasa, and soon he was lulled in the arms of sleep. And to that ape-bannered hero, burning with grief and immersed in thought, Kesava, having Garuda on his banner, appeared in a dream. Dhananjaya of righteous soul, in consequence of his love and veneration for Kusava, never omitted under any circumstances to stand up and advance a few steps for receiving Krishna. Rising up, therefore, now, in his dream, he gave unto Govinda a seat. He himself, however, at that time, did not set his heart upon taking his seat. Then Krishna, of mighty energy, knowing the resolution of Partha, said, while seated, unto the son of Kunti, these words while the latter was standing: Do not set thy heart, O Partha, on grief. Time is unconquerable. Time forceth all creatures into the inevitable course. O foremost of men, what for is this grief of thine? Grief should not be indulged in, O foremost of learned persons. Grief is an impediment to action. Accomplish that act which should be accomplished. The grief that maketh a person forego all efforts is, indeed, O Dhananjaya, an enemy of that person. A person, by indulging in grief, gladdens his foes and saddens his friends, while the person is himself weakened. Therefore, it behoveth thee not to grieve. Thus addressed by Vasudeva, the unvanquished Vatsu of great learning then said these words of grave import: Grave is the vow that I have made about the slaughter of Jayadratha. Even tomorrow I shall slay that wicked wretch, that slayer of my son. Even this hath been my vow, O Kusava. For frustrating my vow, Jayadratha, protected by all the mighty car warriors, will be kept in the rear by the Dhritarashtras. Their force, number, consists, O Madhava, of remnant, after slaughter, of 11 Akshayinis of troops, difficult of being vanquished. Surrounded in battle as he will be by all of them and by all the great car warriors, how shall he obtain a sight, O Krishna, of the wicked ruler of the centaurs? My vow will not be accomplished, O Kusava. How can a person like me live, having failed to accomplish his vow? O hero, the non-accomplishment is evident of this, my vow, which to me is a source of great grief. At this season of the year, I tell thee that the sun setteth quickly. The bird-bannered Krishna, hearing this cause of Partha's grief, touched water and sat with face turned to the east. And then that hero, of eyes like lotus leaves, and possessed of great energy, said these words for the benefit of Pandu's son, who had resolved upon the slaughter of the ruler of the centaurs. O Partha, there is an indestructible, supreme weapon of the name of Pasupata. With it the god Maeswara slew in battle all the Daityas. If thou rememberest it now, thou shalt then be able to slay Jayadratha tomorrow. If it is unknown to thee, now, adore within thy heart the god having the bull for his mark. Thinking of that god in thy mind, remember him, O Dhananjaya. Thou art his devotee. Through his grace thou shalt obtain that rich possession. Hearing these words of Krishna, Dhananjaya, having touched water, sat on the earth with concentrated mind and thought of the god Bhava. After he had thus sat with rapt mind at that hour called Brahma of auspicious indications, Arjuna saw himself journeying through the sky with Kusava. And Partha, possessed of the speed of the mind, seemed to reach, with Kusava, the sacred foot of Himavat and the Manimat mountain abounding in many brilliant gems and frequented by Siddhas and Charanas. And the Lord Kusava seemed to have caught hold of his left arm, and he seemed to see many wonderful sights as he reached those places. And Arjuna of righteous soul then seemed to arrive at the White Mountain on the north. And then he beheld, in the pleasure gardens of Kuvara, the beautiful lake decked with lotuses. And he also saw that foremost of rivers, viz., the Ganga full of water. And then he arrived at the regions about the Mandara mountains. Those regions were covered with trees that always bore blossoms and fruits. And they abounded with stones lying scattered about, that were all transparent crystal. And they were inhabited by lions and tigers and abounded with animals of diverse kinds. and they were adorned with many beautiful retreats of ascetics, echoing with the sweet notes of delightful warblers. And they resounded also with the songs of kinnaras, graced with many golden and silver peaks. They were illumined with diverse herbs and plants, and many mandara trees with their pretty loads of flowers adorned them. And then Arjuna reached the mountains called Kala that looked like a mound of antimony. And then he reached the summit called Brahmatunga, and then many rivers, and then many inhabited provinces. And he arrived at Sitasinga, and the woods known by the name of Shariati. And then he beheld the sacred spot known as the Horse Head, and then the region of Atharvana. And then he beheld that prince of mountains called Vishadansa, and the great Mandara, abounding in apsaras, and graced with the presence of the kinnaras. And roaming on that mountain, Partha, with Krishna, beheld a spot of earth adorned with excellent fountains, decked with golden mineral, and possessed of the splendor of the lunar rays, and having many cities and towns. And he also beheld many seas of wonderful forms and diverse mines of wealth. And thus going through the sky and firmament and the earth, he reached the spot called Vaishnupada. And wandering, with Krishna in his company, he came down with great velocity, like a shaft shot from a bow. And soon Partha beheld a blazing mountain whose splendor equaled that of the planets, the constellations, or fire. And arrived at that mountain, he beheld on its top the high-souled god having the bull for his mark, and ever engaged in ascetic penances, like 1,000 suns collected together, and blazing with his own effulgence. Trident in hand, matted locks on the head, of snow-white colour, he was robed in bark and skin. Endued with great energy, his body seemed to be flaming with 1,000 eyes. And he was seated with Parvati and many creatures of brilliant forms around him. And his attendants were engaged in singing and playing upon musical instruments, in laughing and dancing, in moving and stretching their hands, and in uttering loud shouts. And the place was perfumed with fragrant odours, and rishis that worshipped Brahma adored with excellent hymns of unfading glory that God who was the protector of all creatures, and wielded their great bow, called Pinaka. Beholding him, Vasudeva of righteous soul, with Partha, touched the earth with his head, uttering the eternal words of the Veda. And Krishna adored, with speech, mind, understanding, and acts, that God who is the first source of the universe, himself and create, the supreme Lord of unfading glory, who is the highest cause of the mind, who is space and the wind, who is the cause of all the luminous bodies in the firmament, who is the creator of the rain, and the supreme, primordial substance of the earth, who is the object of adoration with the gods, the Danavas, the Yakshas, and human beings, who is the supreme Brahma that is seen by Yogins and the refuge of those acquainted with Shastras, who is the creator of all mobile and immobile creatures, and the destroyer also, who is the wrath that burns everything at the end of the Yuga, who is the supreme soul, who is the Sakra and Surya, and the origin of all attributes. And Krishna sought the protection of that Bhava, whom men of knowledge, desirous of attaining to that which is called the subtle and the spiritual, behold, that uncreate one is the soul of all causes. And Arjuna repeatedly adored the deity, knowing that he was the origin of all creatures and the cause of the past, the future, and the present. Beholding those two, viz., Nara and Narayana arrived, Bhava of cheerful soul, smilingly said unto them, Welcome are ye, ye foremost of men. Rise up and let the fatigue of your journey be over. What, O heroes, is the desire in your heart? Let it be uttered quickly. What is the business that has brought you hither? I will accomplish it and do what would benefit you. I will grant everything ye may desire. Hearing those words of the god, they both rose, and then with joined hands, the faultless Vasudeva and Arjuna, both of great wisdom, began to gratify that high-souled deity with an excellent hymn. And Krishna and Arjuna said, We bow to Bhava, to Sava, to Rudra, to the boon-giving deity. We bow to the Lord of all creatures endued with life, to the God who is always fierce, to him who is called Kapardin. We bow to Mahadeva, to Bhima, to the three-eyed, to him who is peace and contentment. We bow to Isana, to him who is the destroyer of Dakshas, sacrifice. Let salutations be to the slayer of Andaka, to the father of Kumara, to him who is of blue throat, to him who is the creator. Let salutation be to the wielder of Pinaka, to one worthy of the offer of libations of clarified butter, to him who is truth, to him who is all-pervading, to him who is unvanquished, to him who is always of blue locks, to him who is armed with a trident, to him who is of celestial vision, to him who is haughty, to him who protects all, to him who is of 3 eyes, to him who is disease, to him whose vital seed fell on fire, to him who is inconceivable, to him who is the Lord of Amvika, to him who is adored by all the gods, to him who hath the bull for his mark, to him who is bold, to him who is of matted lock, to him who is a Brahmacharin, to him who standeth as an ascetic in the water, to him who is devoted to Brahma, to him who hath never been conquered, to him who is the soul of the universe, to him who is the creator of the universe, to him who liveth pervading the whole universe. We bow to thee that art the object of the reverence of all, to thee that art the original cause of all creatures, to thee that art called Brahmacakra, to thee that art called Sava, Sankara, and Shiva. We bow to thee that art the Lord of all great beings. We bow to thee that hast 1,000 heads, to thee that hast 1,000 arms, to thee that art called Death, to thee that hast 1,000 eyes, 1,000 legs, to thee whose acts are innumerable. We bow to thee whose complexion is that of gold, to thee that art cased in golden mail, to thee that art ever compassionate to thy devotees. O Lord, let our wish be accomplished. Sanjaya continued, having adored Mahadeva in these terms, Vasudeva with Arjuna then began to gratify him for obtaining the great weapon called Pasupata. Section XXC. Sanjaya said, then Partha, with a cheerful soul and joined hands and eyes expanded, in wonder, gazed at the god having the bull for his mark and who was the receptacle of every energy. And he beheld the offerings he made every night to Vasudeva lying by the side of the three-eyed deity. The son of Pandu then, mentally worshipping both Krishna and Sava, said unto the latter, I desire to obtain the celestial weapon. Hearing these words of Partha desiring the boon he sought, God Shiva smilingly said unto Vasudeva and Arjuna, Welcome to you, ye foremost of men. I know the wish cherished by you, and the business for which you have come here. I will give you what you wish. There is a celestial lake full of Amrita, not far from this place, ye slayers of foes. There were kept some time back, that celestial bow and arrow of mine. With them I slew in battle all the enemies of the gods. Bring hither, ye Krishna, that excellent bow with arrow fixed on it. Hearing these words of Shiva, Vasudeva with Arjuna answered, So be it. And then, accompanied by all the attendants of Shiva, those two heroes set out for that celestial lake which possessed hundreds of heavenly wonders, that sacred lake, capable of granting every object, which the god, having the bull for his mark, had indicated to them. And unto that lake, the rishis Nara and Narayana, viz. Arjuna and Vasudeva, went fearlessly. And having reached that lake, bright as the disk of the sun, Arjuna and Achyuta beheld within its waters a terrible snake. And they beheld there another foremost of snakes, that had 1,000 heads, and possessed of the effulgence of fire, that snake was vomiting fierce flames. Then Krishna and Partha, having touched water, joined their hands, and approached those snakes, having bowed unto the god having the bull for his mark. And as they approached the snakes, conversant as they were with the Vedas, they uttered the 100 stanzas of the Veda, to the praise of Rudra, bowing the while with the sincere souls and to Bhava of immeasurable power. Then those two terrible snakes, in consequence of the power of those adorations to Rudra, abandoned their snake forms and assumed the forms of a foe-killing bow and arrow. Gratified with what they saw, Krishna and Arjuna then seized that bow and arrow of great effulgence. And those high-souled heroes then brought them away and gave them unto the illustrious Mahadeva. Then from one of the sides of Shiva's body there came out a Brahmacharin of tawny eyes, and he seemed to be the refuge of asceticism. Of blue throat and red locks, he was endued with great might. Taking up that best of bows that Brahmacharin stood placing, both the bow and his feet properly, and fixing the arrow on the bowstring, he began to stretch the latter duly. Beholding the manner of his seizing the handle of the bow and drawing the string and placing of his feet, and hearing also the mantras uttered by Bhava, the son of Pandu, of inconceivable prowess, learnt everything duly. The mighty and puissant Brahmacharin then sped that arrow to that same lake, and he once more threw that bow also in that self-same lake. Then Arjuna, of good memory, knowing that Bhava was gratified with him, and remembering also the boon the latter had given him in the forest, and the sight also he gave him of his person, mentally entertained the desire, let all this become productive of fruit. Understanding this to be his wish, Bhava, gratified with him, gave him the boon. And the god also granted him the terrible Pasupata weapon and the accomplishment of his vow. Then having thus once more obtained the Pasupata weapon from the supreme god, the invincible Arjuna, with hair standing on end, regarded his business to be already achieved. Then Arjuna and Krishna, filled with joy, paid their adorations unto the great god by bowing their heads. And permitted by Bhava both Arjuna and Kusava, those two heroes, almost immediately came back to their own camp, filled with transports of delight. Indeed, their joy was as great as that of Indra and Vishnu when those two gods, desirous of slaying Jamba, obtained the permission of Bhava, that slayer of great Asuras. Section LXXI. Sanjaya said, while Krishna and Daruka were thus conversing together, that night, O king, passed away. When morning dawned, King Yudhishthira rose from his bed. Panasvanikas and Magadas and Madhupakikas and Sutas, gratified that bull among men, with songs and music. And dancers began their dance, and sweet-voiced singers sang their sweet songs fraught with the praises of the Kuru race. And skilled musicians, well-trained in their respective instruments, played on mridungas and charjaras and beres, and panavas, and anakas, and gomukas, and adamvaras, and kanchs, and dundub of loud sound, and diverse other instruments. That loud noise, deep as the roar of the clouds, touched the very heavens. And it awoke that foremost of kings, viz. Yudhishthira, from his slumber. Having slept happily on his excellent and costly bed, the king awoke. And the monarch, raising from his bed, proceeded to the bathroom for performing those acts that were absolutely necessary. Then 108 servants, attired in white, themselves washed, and all young, approached the king with many golden jars filled to the brim. Seated at his ease on a royal seat, attired in a thin cloth, the king bathed in several kinds of water fragrant with sandalwood and purified with mantras. His body was rubbed by strong and well-trained servants with water in which diverse kinds of medicinal herbs had been soaked. He then washed with a devasha water rendered fragrant by various odoriferous substances, obtaining then a long piece of cloth for the head that was as white as the feathers of the swan, and that had been kept loose before him. The king tied it round his head for drying the water, smearing his body then with excellent sandal paste, and wearing floral garlands, and addressing himself in clean robes. The mighty armed monarch sat with face towards the east, and his hands joined together. following the path of the righteous, the son of Kunti then mentally said his prayers. And then with great humility he entered the chamber in which the blazing fire, for worship, was kept. And having worshipped the fire with faggots of sacred wood and with libations of clarified butter sanctified with mantras, he came out of the chamber. Then that tiger among men, entering a second chamber, beheld the many bulls among Brahmanas well acquainted with the Vedas. And they were all self-restrained, purified by the study of the Vedas and by vows. And all of them had undergone the bath on the completion of sacrifices performed by them. Worshippers of the sun, they numbered 1,000. And, besides them, there were also 8,000 others of the same class. And the mighty armed son of Pandu, having caused them to utter, in distinct voices, agreeable benedictions, by making presents to them of honey and clarified butter and auspicious fruits of the best kind, gave unto each of them a nishka of gold, 100 steeds decked with ornaments, and costly robes and such other presents as were agreeable to them. And making unto them presents also of kine yielding milk were never touched, with calves and having their horns decked with gold and their hoofs with silver, the son of Pandu circumambulated them. And then seeing and touching swastikas fraught with increase of good fortune, and Nandia vatas made of gold, and floral garlands, water pots and blazing fire, and vessels full of sun-dried rice and other auspicious articles, and the yellow pigment prepared from the urine of the cow, and auspicious and well-decked maidens, and curds and clarified butter and honey, and auspicious birds and divers other things held sacred, the son of Kunti came into the outer chamber. Then, O mighty armed one, the attendants waiting in that chamber brought an excellent and costly seat of gold that was of a circular shape, decked with pearls and lapis lazuli, and overlaid with a very costly carpet over which was spread another cloth of fine texture. That seat was the handiwork of the artificer himself. After the high-souled monarch has taken his seat, the servants brought to him all his costly and bright ornaments. The high-souled son of Kunti put on those begemmed ornaments, whereupon his beauty became such as to enhance the grief of his foes. And when the servants began to fan him with white yak tails of the bright effulgence of the moon and all furnished with handles of gold, the king looked resplendent like a mass of clouds charged with lightning. And bards began to sing his praises, and panegyrists uttered his eulogies. And singers began to sing unto that delighter of Kuru's race, and in a moment the voices of the panegyrists swelled into a loud noise. And then was heard the clatter of car wheels, and the tread of horse hoofs. And in consequence of that noise mingling with the tinkle of elephants' bells and the blare of conchs and the tread of men, the very earth seemed to tremble. Then one of the orderlies in charge of the doors, cased in mail, youthful in years, decked with earrings, and his sword hanging by his side, entering the private apartment, knelt down on the ground, and saluting with a bend of his head the monarch who deserved every adoration, represented unto that high-souled and royal son of Dharma that Hashikasa was waiting to be introduced. Then that tiger among men, having ordered his servants, let an excellent seat and an argai be kept ready for him, caused him of Rishan's race to be introduced and seated on a costly seat. And addressing Madhava with the usual inquiries of welcome, King Yudhishthira the just duly worshipped Kusava. Section XXI. Sanjaya said, Then King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saluting Devaki's son Janardana, and cheerfully addressed him, saying, Hast thou passed the night happily, O slayer of Madhu? Are all thy perceptions clear, O thou of unfading glory? Vasudeva also made similar inquiries of Yudhishthira. Then the orderly came and represented that the other Kshatriya warriors were waiting to be introduced. Commanded by the king, the man introduced that concourse of heroes, consisting of Virata and Bhimasena and Drishthadhyumna and Satyaki, and Drishtaketu, the ruler of the Chedis, and the mighty car warriors, Drupada, and Sikandin, and the twins, Nakala and Sahadeva, and Chekatana, and the ruler of the Kalakayas, and Juetsu, of Kuru's race, and Utamorjas of the Panchalas, and Yadamanu, and Shavau, and their 5 sons of Draupadi. These and many other Kshatriyas, approaching that high-souled bull among the Kshatriyas, sat down on excellent seats. Those mighty and high-souled heroes of great splendor viz. Krishna and Ayodhya, both sat on the same seat. Then in the hearing of them all, Yudhishthira addressing the lotus-eyed slayer of Madhu, and said unto him these sweet words, relying on thee alone, we, like the celestial one, the deity of 1,000 eyes, seek victory in battle and eternal happiness. Thou art aware, O Krishna, of the deprivation of our kingdom, our exile at the hands of the foe, and all our diverse woes. O Lord of all, O thou that art compassionate unto those that are devoted to thee, upon thee wholly rests the happiness of our soul and our very existence, O Slayer of Madhu. O thou of Vrishani's race, do that by which my heart may ever rest on thee. Do also that, O Lord, by which the proposed vow of Arjuna may be realized. O, rescue us today from this ocean of grief and rage. O Madhava, become thou today a boat unto us that are desirous of crossing that ocean. The car warriors desirous of slaying the foe cannot, in battle, do that, for the success of his object, which, O Krishna, the cart driver can do, if he exerts himself carefully. O Janardana, as thou always savest the Vrishnis in all calamities, even so it behoveth thee to save us from this distress, O mighty armed one. O bearer of the conch, discus, and mace, rescue the sons of Bandhu sunk in the fathomless and boatless Kuru ocean, by becoming a boat unto them. I bow to thee, O God of the Lord of the gods, O thou that art eternal, O supreme destroyer, O Vishnu, O Jishnu, O Hari, O Krishna, O Vaikuntha, O best of male beings. Narada described thee as that ancient and best of rishis, called Narayana, that giveth boons, that beareth the Bosaranga, and that is the foremost of all. O Madhava, make those words true. Thus addressed in the midst of that assembly by King Yudhishthira the just, Kesava, that foremost of speakers, replied unto Yudhishthira in a voice deep as that of clouds charged with rain, saying, in all the worlds, including that of the celestials, there is no bowman equal to Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha. Possessed of great energy, accomplished in weapons, of great prowess and great strength, celebrated in battle, ever wrathful, and of great energy, Arjuna is the foremost of men. Youthful in years, bull-necked, and of long arms, he is endued with great strength. Dreading like a lion or a bull, and exceedingly beautiful, he will slay all thy foes. As regards myself, I will do that by which Arjuna, the son of Kunti, may be able to consume the troops of Dhritarashtra's son like a swelling conflagration. This very day, Arjuna will, by his arrows, dispatch that vile wretch of sinful deeds, that slayer of Subhadra's son, viz. Jayadratha, to that road from which no traveller comes back. Today vultures and hawks and furious jackals and other carnivorous creatures will feed on his flesh. O Yudhishthira, if even all the gods with Indra become his protectors today, Jayadratha will still, slain in the thick of battle, repair to Yama's capital. Having slain the ruler of the Centaurs, Jishnu will come to thee, in the evening. Dispel thy grief and the fever of thy heart, O king, and be thou graced with prosperity. Section Xxxif. Sanjaya said, while Yudhishthira, Vasudeva, and others were thus conversing, Dhananjaya came there, desirous of beholding that foremost one of Bharata's race, viz., the king, as also his friends and well-wishers. After he had entered that auspicious chamber, and having saluted him duly, had taken its stand before the king, that bull among the Pandavas, viz., King Yudhishthira, raising up from his seat, embraced Arjuna with great affection. Smelling his head and embracing him with his arms, the king blessed him heartily. And addressing him smilingly, he said, "It is evident, O Arjuna, that complete victory certainly awaits thee in battle, judging from thy countenance, bright and cheerful as it is, and by the fact that Janardana is well pleased with thee." Then Jaisha related unto him that highly wonderful incident, saying, "Blessed be thou, O monarch, I have, through Kesava's grace, beheld something exceedingly wonderful." Then Dhananjaya related everything he had seen, about his meeting with the three-eyed god, for assuring his friends. Then all the hearers, filled with wonder, bent their heads to the ground. And bowing unto the god having the bull for his mark, they said, "Excellent, excellent." Then all the friends and well-wishers of the Pandavas, commanded by the son of Dharma, quickly and carefully proceeded to battle, their hearts filled with rage, against the foe. Saluting the king, Ayudhana and Kesava and Arjuna cheerfully set out from Yudhishthira's abode. And those two invincible warriors, those two heroes, viz., Ayudhana and Janardana, together proceeded on the same car to Arjuna's pavilion. Arrived there, Rishikasa, like a charioteer, by profession, began to equip that car bearing the mark of the Prince of Apes and belonging to that foremost of car warriors, viz., Arjuna. And that foremost of cars, of the effulgence of heated gold, and of rattle resembling the deep roar of the clouds, equipped by Krishna, shone brightly like the morning sun. Then that tiger among men, viz., Vasudeva, clad in mail-informed Partha, who had finished his morning prayers, of the fact that his car had been properly equipped. Then that foremost of men in this world, viz., the diadem-decked Arjuna, clad in golden armor, with his bow and arrows in hand, circumambulated that car, and adored and blessed with benedictions about victory by Brahmanas, old in ascetic penances and knowledge and years, ever engaged in the performance of religious rites and sacrifices, and having their passions under control. Arjuna then ascended that great car, that excellent vehicle, which had previously been sanctified with mantras capable of giving victory in battle, like Surya of blazing rays ascending the eastern mountain. And that foremost of car warriors decked with gold, in consequence of those golden ornaments of his, on his car like Surya of blazing splendor on the breast of Maru. After Partha, Ayudhana and Janardana mounted on that car, like the twin Aswins riding the same car with Indra while coming to the sacrifice of Saryati. Then Govinda, that foremost of charioteers, took the reins of the steeds, like Matali taking the reins of Indra's steeds, while the latter went to battle for slaying Vrittara. 133 mounted on that best of cars with those two friends, that slayer of large bodies of foes, viz., Partha, proceeded for achieving the slaughter of the ruler of the Centaurs, like Soma rising in the firmament, with Buddha and Sukra, for destroying the gloom of night, or like Indra proceeding with Varuna and Surya to the great battle, with the Asuras, occasioned by the abduction of Taraka, the wife of Brihaspati. The bards and musicians gratified the heroic Arjuna, as he proceeded, with the sound of musical instruments and auspicious hymns of good omen, and the voices of the panegyrists and the bards uttering benedictions of victory and wishing good day, mingling with the sounds of musical instruments, became gratifying to those heroes. And an auspicious breeze, fraught with fragrance, blew from behind Partha, gladdening him and sucking up the energies of his foes. And at that hour, O king, many auspicious omens of various kinds appeared to view, indicating victory to the Pandavas and defeat to thy warriors, O sire. Beholding those indications of victory, Arjuna, addressing the great bowman Ayudhana on his right, said these words, "O Ayudhana. In today's battle my victory seems to be certain, since so bull of Sini's race, all these auspicious omens are seen. I shall, therefore, go thither where the ruler of the Sindhus waiteth for the display of my energy and in expectation of repairing to the regions of Yama. Indeed, as the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus is one of my most imperative duties, even so is the protection of King Yudhishthira that just another of my most imperative obligations. O thou of mighty arms, be thou today the king's protector. Thou wilt protect him even as I myself protect him. I do not behold the person in the world who would be able to vanquish thee. Thou art, in battle, equal to Vasudeva himself. The chief of the Celestials himself is unable to vanquish thee. Reposing this burden on thee, or on that mighty warrior Pradama, I can, O bull among men, without anxiety slay the ruler of the Sindhus. O thou of the Satwata race, no anxiety need be entertained on my account. With thy whole heart must thou protect the king. There where the mighty arm Vasudeva stayeth, and where I myself stay, without doubt, the slightest danger to him or me can never befall." Thus addressed by Patha, Satyaki, that slayer of hostile heroes, replied saying, "So be it." And then the latter proceeded to the spot where King Yudhishthira was. Section LXXXV. Jayadratha Vajapava. Dhritarashtra said, after Abhimanyu's slaughter when the next day came, "What did the Pandavas, afflicted with grief and sorrow, do? Who amongst my warriors fought with them?" Knowing, as they did, the achievements of Savyasashin, oh, tell me, how the Kauravas could, having perpetrated such a wrong, remain fearlessly. How could they in battle venture even to gaze at that tiger among men, viz., Arjuna, as he advanced like the all-destroying death himself in fury, burning with grief on account of the slaughter of his son? Beholding that warrior having the Prince of Apes on his banner, that hero grieved on account of his son's death shaking his gigantic bow in battle, what did my warriors do? What, O Sanjaya, hath befallen unto Duryodhana? A great sorrow hath overtaken us today. I do not any longer hear the sounds of joy. Those charming sounds, highly agreeable to the ear, that were formerly heard in the abode of the Sindhu king, alas, those sounds are no longer heard today. Alas, in the camp of my sons, the sounds of countless bards and panegyrists singing their praises, and of dances are no longer heard. Formerly, such sounds used to strike my ears incessantly. Alas, as they are plunged into grief, I do not any longer hear those sounds uttered in their camp. Formerly, O Sanjaya, while sitting in the abode of Somadatta, who was devoted to truth, I used to hear such delightful sounds. Alas, how destitute of religious merit I am, for I observe the abode of my sons today to be echoing with sounds of grief and lamentations, and destitute of every noise betokening life and energy. In the houses of Vayavansati, Dharmaka, Chitrasana, Vikana, and other sons of mine, I do not hear the sounds I used to hear formerly. That great bowman, viz., the son of Drona, who was the refuge of my sons, upon him Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas, and a large number of disciples used to wait, who took pleasure day and night in controversial disputations, in talk, in conversation, in the stirring music of diverse instruments, and in various kinds of delightful songs, who was worshipped by many persons among the Kuras, the Pandavas, and the Satwatas. Alas, O Sutta, in the abode of that son of Drona no sound can be heard as formerly. Singers and dancers used, in a large number, to wait closely upon that mighty bowman, viz., the son of Drona. Alas, their sounds can no longer be heard in his abode. That loud noise which rose in the camp of Vinda and Danuvinda every evening, alas, that noise has no longer heard there. Not in the camp of the Cakeers can that loud sound of song and slapping of palms be heard today which their soldiers, engaged in dance and revelry, used to make. Those priests competent in the performance of sacrifices who used to wait upon Somadatta's son, that refuge of scriptural rites, alas, their sounds can no longer be heard. The twang of the bowstring, the sounds of Vedic recitation, the whiz of lances and swords, and rattle of car wheels, used incessantly to be heard in the abode of Drona. Alas, those sounds can no longer be heard there. That swell of songs of diverse realms, that loud noise of musical instruments, which used to arise there, alas, those can no longer be heard today. When Janardana of unfading glory came from a Paplavia, desirous of peace, from compassion for every creature, I then, O Suta, said unto the wicked Duryodhana, obtaining Vasudeva as the means, make peace with the Pandavas, O son. I think the time has come for making peace. Do not, O Duryodhana, transgress my command. If thou sittest Vasudeva aside, who now begs thee for peace and addresses thee for my good, victory thou wilt never have in battle. Duryodhana, however, did set aside him of Dasahu's race, that bull among all bowmen, who then spoke what was for Duryodhana's good. By this, he embraced what was calamitous to himself. Seized by death himself, that wicked son of mine, rejecting my counsels, adopted those of Dasasana and Karna. I myself did not approve of the game of dice. Vidura did not approve of it. The ruler of the Sindhus did not, nor Bhishma, nor Salya, nor Bharisravas, nor Purumitra, nor Jaya, nor Aswathaman, nor Kripa, nor Drona, O Sanjaya. If my son had conducted himself according to the counsels of these persons, he would then, with his kinsmen and friends, have lived forever in happiness and peace. Of sweet and delightful speech ever saying what is agreeable amid their kinsmen, high-born, loved by all, and possessed of wisdom, the sons of Bandhu are sure to obtain happiness. The man who casteth his eye on righteousness, always and everywhere obtaineth happiness. Such a man after death winneth benefit and grace. Possessed of sufficient might, the Pandavas deserve to enjoy half the earth. The earth girt by the seas is as much their ancestral possession as of the Kuras. Possessed of sovereignty, the Pandavas will never deviate from the track of righteousness. O child, I have kinsmen to whose voice the Pandavas will ever listen, such, for instance, as Salya, Somadatta, the Hysalt Bhishma, Drona, Vikarna, Valika, Kripa, and others among the Bharatas that are illustrious and reverend in years. If they speak unto them on thy behalf, the Pandavas will certainly act according to those beneficial recommendations. Or, who amongst these, thinkest thou, belongs to their party that will speak to them otherwise? Krishna will never abandon the path of righteousness. The Pandavas are all obedient to him. Words of righteousness spoken by myself also, those heroes will never disobey, for the Pandavas are all of righteous soul. Piteously lamenting, O Suta, I spoke these and many such words unto my son. Foolish as he is, he listened not to me. I think all this to be the mischievous influence of time. Though Evrakadara and Arjuna are, and the Vrishani hero, Satyaki, and Utamorjas of the Panchalas, and the invincible Yadamanyu, and the irrepressible Drishadama, and the unvanquished Sikandin, the Asmakas, the Kikayas, and Kshitradaman of the Somakas, the ruler of the Chedis, and Chekatana, and Vibhu, the son of the ruler of the Kazi, the sons of Draupadi, and Virata and the mighty Ka warrior Drupada, and those tigers among Menvis, the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and the stayer of Mad who to offer counsel, who is there in this world that would fight these, expecting to live? Who else, again, is there, save Duryodhana, and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and Dasasana as their fourth, For I do not see the fifth that would venture to resist my foes while the latter display their celestial weapons. They who have Vishnu himself on their car, clad in mail and reins in hand, they who have Arjuna for their warrior, they can never have defeat. Doth not Duryodhana now recollect those lamentations of mine? The tiger among men, Bhishma, thou hast said, has been slain. I think, beholding the fruits of the words uttered by the far-seeing Vidura, my sons are now indulging in lamentations. I think, beholding his army overwhelmed by Sini's grandson and Arjuna, beholding the terraces of his cars empty, my sons are indulging in lamentations. As a swelling conflagration urged by the winds consumes a heap of dry grass at the close of winter, even so will Dhananjaya consume my troops. O Sanjaya, thou art accomplished in narration. Tell me everything that transpired after the doing of that great wrong to Partha in the evening. When Abhimanyu was slain, what became the state of your minds? Having, O son, greatly offended the wielder of Gandhiva, my warriors are incapable of bearing in battle his achievements. What measures were resolved upon by Duryodhana and what by Karna? What also did Dussasana and Shivala's son do? O Sanjaya, O son, that which has in battle befallen all my children assembled together, is certainly due to the evil acts of the wicked Duryodhana, who followeth in the path of avarice, who is of wicked understanding, whose judgment is perverted by wrath, who coveteth sovereignty, who is foolish, and who is deprived of reason by anger. Tell me, O Sanjaya, what measures were then adopted by Duryodhana? Were they ill-judged or well-judged? Section V. Sanjaya said, I will tell thee all, for everything hath been witnessed by me with my own eyes. Listen calmly. Great is thy fault. Even as an embankment is useless after the waters of the field have flowed away, even so, O king, are these lamentations of thine useless. O bull of Bharata's race, do not grieve. Wonderful as are the decrees of the destroyer, they are incapable of being transgressed. Do not grieve, O bull of Bharata's race, for this is not new. If thou hadst formerly restrained Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, and thy sons also from the match at dice, this calamity then would never have overtaken thee. If, again, when time for battle came, hast thou restrained both the parties inflamed by wrath, this calamity then would never have overtaken thee. If, again, hast thou formerly urged the Kuras to slay the disobedient Duryodhana, then this calamity would never have overtaken thee. If thou hadst done any of these acts, the Pandavas, the Panchalas, the Vrishnis, and the other kings would then have never known thy wrong-headedness. If, again, doing thy duty as a father, thou hadst, by placing Duryodhana in the path of righteousness, caused him to tread along it, then this calamity would never have overtaken thee. Thou art the wisest man on earth. Forsaking eternal virtue, how couldst thou follow the counsels of Duryodhana and Karna and Sikuni? These lamentations of thine, therefore, O king, that I hear of thine that art wedded to worldly wealth, seem to me to be honey mixed with poison. O monarch, formerly Krishna did not respect King Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, or Drona, so much as he used to respect thee. When, however, he came to know thee as one fallen off from the duties of a king, since then Krishna hath ceased to regard thee with respect. Thy sons had addressed various harsh speeches towards the sons of Pritha. Thou wast indifferent to those speeches then, O thou that wieldest sovereignty, and to thy sons. The consequence of that indifference of thine hath now overtaken thee. O sinless one, the ancestral sovereignty is now in danger. If it is not so, obtain now the whole earth subjugated by the sons of Pritha. 134 The kingdom that the Kuras enjoy, as also their fame had been acquired by the Pandus. The virtuous sons of Bandu added to that kingdom and that fame. Those achievements, however, of theirs became, to them, barren of fruit as they came in contact with thee, since they were deprived of even their ancestral kingdom by thy covetous self. Now, O king, when the battle has begun, thou censurest thy sons, indicating diverse faults of theirs. This is scarcely becoming. The Kshatriyas, while fighting, do not take care of their very lives. Indeed, those bulls among Kshatriyas fight, penetrating into the array of the Pathas. Who else, indeed, save the Kauravas, would venture to fight with that force which is protected by Krishna and Arjuna, by Satyaki and Vrikadara? Them that have Arjuna for their warrior, them that have Janardana for their counsellor, them that have Satyaki and Vrikadara for their protectors, what mortal bowman is there that would dare fight with, save the Kauravas and those that are following their lead? All that is capable of being achieved by friendly kings endues with heroism and observant of the duties of Kshatriyas, all that is being done by the warriors on the Kauravas' side. Listen now, therefore, to everything that hath taken place in the terrible battle between those tigers among men, viz., the Kurus and the Pandavas. Section VI. Sanjaya said, after that night had passed away, Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, began to array all his divisions for battle. Diverse sounds were heard, O monarch of angry heroes, shouting in wrath and desirous of slaying one another. And some stretched their bows, and some rubbed with their hands their bowstrings. And drawing deep breaths, many of them shouted, saying, Where is the Dhananjaya? And some began to throw upwards, and again seize their naked swords, unyielding, well-tempered, of the colour of the sky, possessed of great sharpness, and furnished with beautiful hilts. And brave warriors, desirous of battle, by thousands, were seen to perform the evolutions of swordmen and of bowmen, with skill acquired by practice. Some wielding their maces decked with bells, smeared with sandal paste, and adorned with golden diamonds, inquired after the sons of Pandu. Some intoxicated with the pride of strength, and possessed of massive arms, obstructed the welkin with their spiked clubs that resembled a forest of flag, staff raised in honour of Indra. Others, brave warriors all, adorned with beautiful garlands of flowers, desirous of battle, occupied diverse portions of the field, armed with diverse weapons. Where is Arjuna? Where is that Govinda? Where is proud Bhima? Where also are those allies of theirs? Even thus did they call upon them in battle. Then blowing his conscience himself, urging the horses to great speed, Drona moved about with great celerity, arraying his troops. After all those divisions that delight in battle had taken up their stations, Bharadwaja the son, O king, said these words unto Jayadratha. Thyself, Somadatta's son, the mighty warrior Karna, as Wataman, Salya, Vrishasana and Kripa, with 100,000 horse, 60,000 cars, 4 and 10,000 elephants with rent temples, 120,000 foot soldiers clad in mail, take up your station behind me at the distance of 12 miles. Though the very gods with Vasava at their head will not be able to attack thee, what need be said, therefore, of the Pandavas? Take comfort, O ruler of the Sindhus. Thus addressed, by Drona, Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, became comforted, and he proceeded to the spot indicated by Drona, accompanied by many Gandhara warriors, and surrounded by those great car warriors, and with many foot soldiers clad in mail, prepared to fight vigorously and armed with nooses. The steeds of Jayadratha, well skilled in bearing or drawing, were all, O monarch, decked with yak tails and ornaments of gold. And 7,000 such steeds, and 3,000 other steeds of the Sindhu bred were with him. Thy son Damarshana, desirous of doing battle, stationed himself at the head of all the troops, accompanied by 1,500 infuriated elephants of awful size clad in mail and of fierce steeds, and all ridden by well-trained elephant riders. Thy 2 other sons, viz., Dusazna and Vigana, took up their position amid the advanced divisions of the army, for the accomplishment of the objects of Jayadratha. The array that Bharadwaja's son formed, part Sakata and part to circle, was full 48 miles long, and the width of its rear measured 20 miles. Drona himself formed that array with countless brave kings stationed with it, and countless cars and steeds and elephants and foot soldiers. In the rear of that array was another impenetrable array of the form of lotus, and within that lotus was another dense array called the needle. Having formed his mighty array thus, Drona took up his station. At the mouth of that needle, the great bowman Gritavarman took up his stand. Next to Gritavarman, O sire, stood the ruler of the Kamvojas and Jalasundha. Next to these stood Duryodhana and Karna. Behind them hundreds and thousands of unreturning heroes were stationed in that Sakata for protecting its head. Behind them all, O monarch, and surrounded by a vast force, was King Jayadratha stationed at one side of that needle-shaped array. At the entrance of the Sakata, O king, was Bharadwaja's son. Behind Drona was the chief of the Bhajas, who protected him. Clad in white armor, with excellent headgear, of broad chest and mighty arms, Drona stood, stretching his large bow, like the destroyer himself in wrath. Beholding Drona's car, which was graced with a beautiful standard and had red a sacrificial altar and a black deer skin, the Kauravas were filled with delight. Seeing that array formed by Drona, which resembled the ocean itself in agitation, the Siddhas and the Charanas were filled with wonder. And all creatures thought that array would devour the whole earth with her mountains and seas and forests, and abounding with diverse things. And King Duryodhana, beholding that mighty array in the form of a Sakata, teeming with carts and men and steeds and elephants, roaring dreadful of wonderful form, and capable of riving the hearts of foes, began to rejoice. Section VI. Sanjaya said, after the divisions of the Kuru army had been thus arrayed, and a loud uproar, O sire, had arisen, after drums and mridangas began to be beaten and played upon, after the din of the warriors and the noise of musical instruments had become audible, after conch began to be blown, and an awful roar had arisen, making the hair stand on end, after the field of battle had been slowly covered by the Bharata heroes desirous of fight, and after the hour called Rudra had set in, save the Arsashin made his appearance. Many thousands of ravens and crows, O Bharata, proceeded sporting on the front of Arjuna's car. Various animals of terrible cries, and jackals of inauspicious sight, began to yell and howl on our right as we proceeded to battle. Thousands of blazing meteors fell with great noise. The whole earth trembled on that dreadful occasion. Dry winds blew in all directions, accompanied by thunder, and driving hard pebbles and gravel when Kunti's son came at the commencement of battle. Then Nakula's son, Satnaka, and Drishthadama, the son of Pritha, those 2 warriors possessed of great wisdom, arrayed the several divisions of the Pandavas. Then thy son Damarshana, accompanied by 1,000 cars, 100 elephants, 3,000 heroes, and 10,000 foot soldiers, and covering a piece of ground that measured the length of 1,500 bows, shook up his position at the very van of all the troops, and said, like a continent resisting the surging sea, even I will today resist the wielder of Gandhiva, that scorcher of foes, that warrior who is irresistible in battle. Let people today behold the wrathful Ananjaya collide with me, like a mass of stone against another stony mass. Ye car warriors that are desirous of battle, stay ye, as witness. Alone I will fight with all the Pandavas assembled together, for enhancing my honor and fame. That high-souled and noble son of thine, that great bowman, saying this, stood thus surrounded by many great bowmen. Then, like the destroyer himself in wrath, or Vasava himself armed with the thunder, or Death's irresistible self armed with his club and urged on by time, or Mahadeva armed with a trident and incapable of being ruffled, or Varuna bearing his noise, or the blazing fire at the end of the Yuga risen for consuming the creation, the slayer of the Nuvitika Vishas inflamed with rage and swelling with might, the ever-victorious Jaya, devoted to truth and desirous of achieving his great vow, clad in mail and armed with sword, decked in golden diadem, adorned with garlands of swords of white flowers and attired in white robes, his arms decked with beautiful angadas and ears with excellent earrings, mounted on his own foremost of cars, the incarnate, Nara, accompanied by Narayana, shaking his Gandiva in battle, shone brilliantly like the risen sun. And Dhananjaya of great prowess, placing his car, O king, at the very van of his army, where densest showers of arrows would fall, blew his conch. Then Krishna also, O sire, fearlessly blew with great force his foremost of conchs called Panchajanya as Partha blew his. And in consequence of the blare of the conchs, all the warriors in thy army, O monarch, trembled and became lost of heart. And their hair stood on end at that sound. As all creatures are oppressed with fright at the sound of the thunder, even so did all thy warriors take fright at the blare of those conchs. And all the animals ejected urine and excreta. Thy whole army with its animals became filled with anxiety, O king, and in consequence of the blare of those, too, conchs, all men, O sire, lost their strength. And some amongst them, O monarch, were inspired with dread, and some lost their senses. And the ape on Arjuna's banner, opening his mouth wide, made an awful noise with the other creatures on it, for terrifying thy troops. Then conchs and horns and cymbals and anakas were once more blown and beat for cheering thy warriors. And that noise mingled with the noise of diverse other musical instruments, with the shouts of warriors and the slaps of their armpits, and with their leonine roars uttered by great warriors in summoning and challenging their antagonists. When that tumultuous uproar rose there, an uproar that enhanced the fear of the timid, the son of Parkasna, filled with great delight, addressing him of Dasahu's race, said these words. Arjuna said, urge the steeds, O Hrishikasa, to where Damashana stayeth. Piercing through that elephant division, I will penetrate into the hostile army. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by Savyasashin, the mighty armed Kasava urged the steeds to where Damashana was staying. Fierce and awful was the encounter that commenced between one and the many, an encounter that proved very destructive of cars and elephants and men. Then Partha, resembling a pouring cloud, covered his foes with showers of shafts, like a mass of clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. 135 The hostile of Ka warriors also, displaying great lightness of hand, quickly covered both Krishna and Ananjaya with clouds of arrows. The mighty armed Partha, then, thus opposed in battle by his foes, became filled with wrath, and began to strike off with his arrows the heads of Ka warriors from their trunks. And the earth became strewn with beautiful heads decked with earrings and turbans, the nether lip spit by the upper ones, and the faces adorned with eyes troubled with wrath. Indeed, the scattered heads of the warriors looked resplendent like an assemblage of plucked off and crushed lotuses lying strewn about the field. Golden coats of mail 136 dyed with gore, lying thick over the field, looked like masses of clouds charged with lightning. The sound, O king, of severed heads dropping on the earth, resembled that of falling palmyra fruits ripened in due time. Headless trunks arose, some with bow in hand, and some with naked swords upraised in the act of striking. Those brave warriors incapable of brooking Arjuna's feats and desirous of vanquishing him, had no distinct perception as to when their heads were struck off by Arjuna. The earth became strewn with heads of horses, trunks of elephants, and the arms and legs of heroic warriors. This is one Partha. Where is Partha? Here is Partha. Even thus, O king, the warriors of thy army became filled with the idea of Partha only. Deprived of their senses by time, they regarded the whole world to be full of Partha only, and therefore many of them perished, striking one another, and some struck even their own selves. Uttering yells of woe, many heroes, covered with blood, deprived of their senses, and in great agony, laid themselves down, calling upon their friends and kinsmen. Arms, bearing short arrows, or lances, or darts, or swords, or battle-axes, or pointed stakes, or scimitars, or bows, or spears, or shafts, or maces, and cased in armor and decked with angadas and other ornaments, and looking like large snakes, and resembling huge clubs, cut off from trunks, with mighty weapons, were seen to jump about, jerk about, and move about, with great force, as if in rage. Every one amongst those that wrathfully advanced against Partha in that battle, perished, pierced in his body with some fatal shafts of that hero. While dancing on his car as it moved, and drawing his bow, no one that could detect the minutest opportunity for striking him. The quickness with which he took his shafts, fixed them on the bow, and let them off, filled all his enemies with wonder. Indeed, Falguna, with his shafts, pierced elephants and elephant riders, horses and horse riders, cow warriors and drivers of cars. There was none amongst his enemies, whether staying before him or struggling in battle, or wheeling about, whom the son of Pandu did not slay. As the sun rising in the welkin destroyeth the thick gloom, even so did Arjuna destroy that elephant foes by means of his shafts winged with canker plumes. The field occupied by thy troops, in consequence of riven elephants fallen upon it, looked like the earth strewn with huge hills at the hour of universal dissolution. As the midday sun is incapable of being looked at by all creatures, even so was Ananjaya, excited with wrath, incapable of being looked at, in battle, by his enemies. The troops of thy son, O chastiser of foes, afflicted with the arrows of Dhananjaya, broke and fled in fear. Like a mass of clouds pierced and driven away by a mighty wind, that army was pierced and routed by Partha. None indeed could gaze at the hero while he was slaying the foe, urging their heroes to great speed by spurs, by the horns of their bows, by deep growls, by encouraging behests, by whips, by cuts on their flanks, and by threatening speeches. Thy men, viz., thy cavalry and thy car warriors, as also thy foot soldiers, struck by the shafts of Arjuna, fled away from the fields. Others, that rode on elephants, fled away, urging those huge beasts by pressing their flanks with the hooks, and many warriors struck by Partha's arrows, in flying, ran against Partha himself. Indeed, thy warriors then became more cheerless, and their understandings were all confused. Section 6. Dhritarashtra said, when the van of my army, thus slaughtered by the diadem-decked Arjuna, broke and fled, who were those heroes that advanced against Arjuna? Did any of them actually fight with Arjuna, or did all, abandoning their determination, enter the Sakar to array, getting behind the fearless Drona, resembling a solid wall? Sanjaya said, when Indra's son Arjuna, O sinless one, began, with his excellent arrows, to break and incessantly slay that force of ours, many heroes were either slain, or becoming dispirited, fled away. None in that battle was capable of even looking at Arjuna. Then, thy son Dusasana, O king, beholding that state of the troops, became filled with wrath and rushed against Arjuna for battle. That hero of fierce prowess, cased in a beautiful coat of mail, made of gold, and his head covered with a turban decked with gold, caused Arjuna to be surrounded by a large elephant force which seemed capable of devouring the whole earth. With sound of the elephants' bells, the blare of conchs, the twang of bowstrings, and the grunts of the tuskers, the earth, the points of compass, and the welkin, seemed to be entirely filled. That period of time became fierce and awful. Beholding those huge beasts with extended trunks filled with wrath and rushing quickly towards him, like winged mountains urged on with hooks, Dhananjaya, that lion among men, uttering a leonine shout, began to pierce and slay that elephant force with his shafts. And like a makara penetrating into the vast deep, surging into mountain waves when agitated by the tempest, the diadem-decked Arjuna penetrated into that elephant host. Indeed, Partha, that subjugator of hostile cities, was then seen by all on every side to resemble the scorching sun that rises, transgressing the rule about direction and hour, on the day of the universal destruction. And in consequence of the sound of horses' hoofs, rattle of car wheels, the shouts of combatants, the twang of bowstrings, the noise of diverse musical instruments, the blare of Panchajanya and Devadatta, and roar of Gandhaiva, men and elephants were dispirited and deprived of their senses. And men and elephants were riven by Savyasashin with his shafts whose touch resembled that of snakes of virulent poison. And those elephants, in that battle, were pierced all over their bodies with shafts, numbering thousands upon thousands shot from Gandhaiva. While thus mangled by the diadem-decked Arjuna, they uttered loud noises and incessantly fell down on the earth like mountains shorn of their wings. Others struck at the jaw, or frontal globes, or temples with long shafts, uttered cries resembling those of cranes. The diadem-decked Arjuna began to cut off, with his straight arrows, the heads of warriors standing on the necks of elephants. Those heads decked with earrings, constantly falling on the earth, resembled a multitude of lotuses that Partha was calling for an offer to his gods. And while the elephants wandered on the field, many warriors were seen to hang from their bodies, divested of armor, afflicted with wounds, covered with blood, and looking like painted pictures. In some instances, 2 or 3 warriors, pierced by one arrow winged with beautiful feathers and well shot, from Gandhaiva, fell down on the earth. Many elephants deeply pierced with long shafts, fell down, vomiting blood from their mouths, with the riders on their backs, like hills overgrown with forests tumbling down through some convulsion of nature. Partha, by means of his straight shafts, cut into fragments the bowstrings, standards, bows, yokes, and shafts of the car warriors opposed to him. None could notice when Arjuna took up his arrows, when he fixed them on the bowstring, when he drew the string, and when he let them off. All that could be seen was that Partha seemed to dance on his car with his bow incessantly drawn to a circle. Elephants, deeply pierced with long shafts and vomiting blood from their mouths, fell down, as soon as they were struck, on the earth. And in the midst of that great carnage, O monarch, innumerable headless trunks were seen to stand up. Arms, with bows in grasp, or whose fingers were cased in leathern gloves, holding swords, or decked with angadas and other ornaments of gold, cut off from trunks, were seen lying about. And the field of battle was strewn with innumerable apashkaras and adishtanas, and shafts, and crowns, crushed car wheels, and broken akshas, and yokes, and warriors armed with shields and bows, and floral garlands, and ornaments and robes and fallen standards. And in consequence of those slain elephants and steeds, and the fallen bodies of kshatriyas, the earth there assumed an awful aspect. Dusasana's forces, thus slaughtered, O king, by the diadem-decked Arjuna, fled away. Their leader himself was in great pain, for Dusasana, greatly afflicted by those shafts, overcome by fear, entered with his division the Sakar to array, seeking Drona as his deliverer. Section XC. Sanjaya said, slaying the force of Dusasana, the mighty car warrior, Savyasashin, desirous of getting at the ruler of the Sindhas, proceeded against the division of Drona. Having approached Drona, who was stationed at the entrance of the array, Partha, at Krishna's request, joined his hands and said these words unto Drona: "Wish me well, O Brahmana, and bless me, saying Swasti. Through thy grace, I wish to penetrate into this impenetrable array. Thou art to me even as my sire, or even as King Yudhishthira the Just, or even as Krishna. I tell thee this truly, O sire, O sinless one. Even as a Vataman deserves to be protected by thee, I also deserve to be protected by thee, O foremost of regenerate ones. Through thy grace, O foremost of men, I desire to slay the ruler of the Sindhu in battle. O Lord, see that my vow is accomplished." Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by him. The preceptor, smiling, replied unto him, saying, "O Vatsu, without vanquishing me, thou shalt not be able to vanquish Jayadratha." Telling him this much, Drona, with a smile, covered him with showers of sharp arrows, as also his car and steeds and standard and charioteer. Then, Arjuna, baffling Drona's arrowy showers with his own arrows, rushed against Drona, shooting mightier and more awful shafts. Observant of Kshatriya duties, Arjuna then pierced Drona in that battle with 9 arrows. Cutting the shafts of Arjuna by his own shafts, Drona then pierced both Krishna and Arjuna with many shafts that resembled poison or fire. Then, while Arjuna was thinking of cutting off Drona's bow with his arrows, the latter, endued with great valor, fearlessly and quickly cut off with shafts the bowstring of the illustrious Fulgana. And he also pierced Fulgana's steeds and standard and charioteer. And the heroic Drona covered Fulgana himself with many arrows, smiling the while. Meantime, stringing his large bow anew, Partha, that foremost of all persons conversant with arms, getting the better of his preceptor, quickly shot 600 arrows as if he had taken and shot only 1 arrow. And once more he shot 700 other arrows, and then 1,000 arrows incapable of being resisted, and 10,000 other arrows. All these slew many warriors of Drona's array. Deeply pierced with those weapons by the mighty and accomplished Partha, acquainted with all modes of warfare, many men and steeds and elephants fell down deprived of life. And car warriors, afflicted by those shafts, fell down from their foremost of cars, deprived of horses and standards and destitute of weapons and life. And elephants fell down like summits of hills, or masses of clouds, or large houses, loosened, dispersed, or burnt down by the thunder, or by the wind, or fire. Struck with Arjuna's shafts, thousands of steeds fell down like swans on the breast of Himavat, struck down by the force of watery current. Like the sun that rises at the end of the Yuga, drying up with his rays vast quantities of water, the son of Pandu, by his showers of weapons and arrows, slew a vast number of car warriors and steeds and elephants and foot soldiers. Then like a clouds covering the sun, the Drona cloud, with its arrowy showers, covered the Pandava sun, whose rays in the shape of thick showers of arrows were scorching in the battle the foremost ones among the Kurus. And then the preceptor struck Dhananjaya at the breast with a long shaft shot with great force and capable of drinking the lifeblood of every foe. Then Arjuna, deprived of strength, shook in all his limbs, like a hill during an earthquake. Soon, however, regaining his fortitude, Vatsu pierced Drona with many winged arrows. Then Drona struck Vasudeva with 5 arrows. And he struck Arjuna with 73 arrows, and his standard with 3. Then, O king, the valorous Drona, getting the better of his disciple, within the twinkling of an eye made Arjuna invisible by means of his arrowy showers. We then beheld the shafts of Bharadwaja's son falling in continuous lines, and his bow also was seen to present the wonderful aspect of being incessantly drawn to a circle. And those shafts, countless in number, and winged with the canker feathers, shot by Drona in that battle, incessantly fell, O king, on Dhananjaya and Vasudeva. Beholding then that battle between Drona and the son of Pandu, Vasudeva of great intelligence began to reflect upon the accomplishment of the important task. Then Vasudeva, addressing Dhananjaya, said these words, O Partha, O thou of mighty arms, we should not waste time. We must go on, avoiding Drona, for a more important task awaits us. In reply Partha said unto Krishna, O Kesava, as thou pleasest. Then keeping the mighty-armed Drona to their right, Arjuna proceeded onwards. Turning his face round, Vatsu proceeded, shooting his shafts. Then Drona, addressing Arjuna, said, Whither dost thou proceed, O son of Pandu? Is it not true that thou ceasest not to fight, till thou hast vanquished thy foe? Arjuna answered, Thou art my preceptor and not my foe. I am thy disciple and, therefore, like to thy son. Nor is there the man in the whole world who can vanquish thee in battle. Sanjaya continued, saying these words, the mighty-armed Vatsu, desirous of slaying Jayadratha, quickly proceeded against their Kaurava troops. And while he penetrated into thy army, those high-souled princes of Panchala, viz., Yadamanu and Utamaujas, followed him as the protector of his wheels. Then, O king, Jaya, and Kritavaman of the Satwata race, and the ruler of the Kamvojas, and Sarutayas, began to oppose the progress of Dhananjaya. And these had 10,000 Ka warriors for their followers. The Abhishakas, the Surasnas, the Sivis, the Vasatis, the Mavlakas, the Lilithayas, the Kakiyas, the Madrakas, the Narayana Gopalas, and the various tribes of the Kamvojas who had before been vanquished by Kanna, all of whom were regarded as very brave, placing Bharadwaja's son at the head, and becoming regardless of their lives, rushed towards Arjuna, for resisting that angry hero, burning with grief on account of the death of his son, that warrior resembling all-destroying death himself, clad in mail, conversant with all modes of warfare, prepared to throw away his life in thick of battle, that mighty bowman of great prowess, that tiger among men, who resembled an infuriate leader of elephantine herd, and who seemed ready to devour the whole hostile army. The battle then that commenced was exceedingly fierce and made the hair stand on end, between all those combatants on the one side and Arjuna on the other. And all of them, uniting together, began to resist that bull among men, advancing for the slaughter of Jayadratha, like medicines resisting a raging disease. Section XCI. Sanjaya said, held in check by them, that foremost of Ka warriors, viz., Partha of great might and prowess, was quickly pursued by Drona from behind. The son of Pandu, however, like diseases scorching the body, blasted that army, scattering his sharp shafts and resembling on that account the sun himself scattering his countless rays of light. And steeds were pierced, and cars with riders were broken and mangled, and elephants were overthrown, and umbrellas were cut off and displaced, and vehicles were deprived of their wheels. And the combatants fled on all sides, exceedingly afflicted with arrows. Even thus progressed that fierce battle between those warriors and Arjuna encountering each other. Nothing could be distinguished. With his straight shafts, Arjuna, O monarch, made the hostile army tremble incessantly. Firmly devoted to truth, Arjuna then, of white steeds desirous of accomplishing his vow, rushed against the foremost of Ka warriors, viz., Drona of red steeds. Then the preceptor, Drona, struck his disciple, viz., the mighty bowman Arjuna, with 25 straight shafts capable of reaching the very vitals. Thereupon, Vatsu, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, quickly rushed against Drona, shooting arrows capable of baffling the force of counter-arrows, shot at him. Invoking into existence then the Brahma weapon, Arjuna, of immeasurable soul, baffled with his straight shafts those shot so speedily at him by Drona. The skill we then beheld of Drona was exceedingly wonderful, since Arjuna, though young, and though struggling vigorously, could not pierce Drona with a single shaft. Like a mass of clouds pouring torrents of rain, the Drona cloud rain shower on the path the mountain. Possessed of great energy, Arjuna received that arrowy downpour, O king, by invoking the Brahma weapon, and cut off all those arrows by arrows of his own. Drona then afflicted Partha of white steeds with 25 arrows, and he struck Vasudeva with 70 arrows on the chest and arms. Partha then, of great intelligence, smiling the while resisted the preceptor in that battle, who was incessantly shooting sharp arrows. Then those two foremost of Ka warriors, while thus struck by Drona, avoided that invincible warrior, who resembled the raging Yuga fire. Avoiding those sharp shafts shot from Drona's bow, the diadem-decked son of Kunti, adorned with garlands of flowers, began to slaughter the host of the Bhujas. Indeed, avoiding the invincible Drona who stood immovable like the Menaka mountain, Arjuna took up his position between Kritavarman and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas. Then that tiger among men, viz., the ruler of the Bhujas, coolly pierced that invincible and foremost descendant of Uru with 10 arrows winged with canker feathers. Then Arjuna pierced him, O monarch, in that battle with 100 arrows. And once more he pierced him with 3 other arrows, stupefying that hero of the Satwata race. The ruler of the Bhujas then, laughing the while, pierced Partha and Vasudeva each with 25 arrows. Arjuna then, cutting off Kritavarman's bow, pierced him with 21 arrows resembling blazing flames of fire or angry snakes of virulent poison. Then Kritavarman, that mighty Ka warrior, taking up another bow, pierced Arjuna in the chest, O Bharata, with 5 arrows. And once more he pierced Partha with 5 sharp arrows. Then Partha struck him in return in the center of the chest with 9 arrows. Beholding the son of Kunti obstructed before the car of Kritavarman, he of Vrishani's race thought that no time should be wasted. Then Krishna, addressing Partha, said, Do not show any mercy to Kritavarman. Disregarding thy relationship with him, crush and slay him. Then Arjuna, stupefying Kritavarman with his arrows, proceeded, on his swift steeds, to the division of the Kamvojas. Seeing Arjuna of white steeds penetrate into the Kamvoja force, Kritavarman became filled with wrath. Taking his bow with arrows fixed thereon, he then encountered the 2 Panchala princes. Indeed, Kritavarman, with his arrows, resisted those 2 Panchala princes as they advanced, following Arjuna for protecting his wheels. Then Kritavarman, the ruler of the Bhujas, pierced them both with sharp shafts, striking Yadamanyu with 3, and Utamaujas with 4. Those 2 princes in return each pierced him with 10 arrows. And once more, Yadamanyu shooting 3 arrows and Utamaujas shooting 3 cut off Kritavarman's standard and bow. Then the son of Hridika, taking up another bow, and becoming infuriated with rage, deprived both those warriors of their bows and covered them with arrows. Then those 2 warriors, taking up and stringing 2 other bows, began to pierce Kritavarman. Meanwhile Vatsu penetrated into the hostile army. But those 2 princes, resisted by Kritavarman, obtained no admittance into the Dhritarashtra host, although those bulls among men struggled vigorously. Then Arjuna of white steeds quickly afflicted in that battle the divisions opposed to him. That slayer of foes, however, slew not Kritavarman although he had got him within reach. Beholding Partha thus proceeding, the brave king Srutayuda, filled with wrath, rushed at him, shaking his large bow. And he pierced Partha with 3 arrows, and Janardana with 70. And he struck the standard of Partha with a very sharp arrow having a razor-like head. Then Arjuna, filled with wrath, deeply pierced his antagonist with 90 straight shafts, like a rider striking a mighty elephant with a hook. Shrutayuda, however, could not, O king, brook that act of prowess on the part of Pandu's son. He pierced Arjuna in return with 77 shafts. Arjuna then cut off Shrutayuda's bow and then his quiver, and angrily struck him on the chest with 7 straight shafts. Then, King Shrutayuda, deprived of his senses by wrath, took up another bow and struck the son of Vasava with 9 arrows on the latter's arms and chest. Then Arjuna, that chastiser of foes, laughing the while, O Bharata, afflicted Shrutayuda with many thousands of arrows. And that mighty car warrior quickly slew also the latter's steeds and charioteer. Endued with great strength, the son of Pandu then pierced his foe with 70 arrows. Then the valiant King Shrutayuda, abandoning that steedless car, rushed in that encounter against Partha, uplifting his mace. The heroic King Shrutayuda was the son of Varuna, having for his mother that mighty river of cool water called Panasa. His mother, O king, had for the sake of her son, begged Varuna, saying, "Let this my son become unslayable on earth." Varuna, gratified with her, had said, "I give him a boon highly beneficial to him, viz., a celestial weapon, by virtue of which this thy son will become unslayable on earth by foes. No man can have immortality. O foremost of rivers, every one who hath taken birth must inevitably die. This child, however, will always be invincible by foes in battle, through the power of this weapon. Therefore, let thy heart's fever be dispelled." Having said these words, Varuna gave him, with mantras, a mace. Obtaining that mace, Shrutayuda became invincible on earth. Unto him, however, illustrious Lord of the Waters again said, "This mace should not be hurled at one who is not engaged in fight. If hurled at such a person, it will come back and fall upon thyself. O illustrious child, if so hurled, it will then course in an opposite direction and slay the person hurling it." It would seem that when his hour came, Shrutayuda disobeyed that injunction. With that hero-slaying mace he attacked Janardana. The valiant Krishna received that mace on one of his well-formed and stout shoulders. It failed to shake, like the wind failing to shake the Vindhya mountain. That mace, returning unto Shrutayuda himself, struck that brave and wrathful king, staying on his car, like an ill-accomplished act of sorcery, injuring the performer himself, and slaying that hero fell down on the earth. Beholding the mace turn back and Shrutayuda slain, loud cries of alas and oh arose there among the troops, at the sight of Shrutayuda, that chastiser of foes, slain by a weapon of his own. 137 And because, O monarch, Shrutayuda had hurled that mace at Janardana, who was not engaged in fighting, it slew him who had hurled it. And Shrutayuda perished on the field, even in the manner that Varuna had indicated. Deprived of life, he fell down on the earth before the eyes of all the bowmen. While falling down, that dear son of Panasa shone resplendent like a tall banyan with spreading boughs broken by the wind. Then all the troops and even all the principal warriors fled away, beholding Shrutayuda, that chastiser of foes, slain. Then the son of the ruler of the Kamvojas, viz., the brave Sudakshina, rushed on his swift steeds against Falguna, that slayer of foes. Partha, then, O Bharata, sped 7 shafts at him. Those shafts, passing through the body of that hero, entered the earth. Deeply pierced by those shafts, sped in battle from Gandiva, Sudakshina pierced Arjuna in return with 10 shafts winged with canker feathers. And piercing Vasudeva with 3 shafts, he once more pierced Partha with 5. Then, O sire, Partha, cutting off Sudakshina's bow, lopped off the latter's standard. and the son of Pandu pierced his antagonist with a couple of broad-headed arrows of great sharpness. Sudakshina, however, piercing Partha once more with 3 arrows, uttered a leonine shout. Then the brave Sudakshina, filled with wrath, hurled at the wielder of Gandiva a terrible dart made wholly of iron and decked with bells. That dart blazing as a large meteor, and emitting sparks of fire, approaching that mighty Ka warrior pierced him through and fell down on the earth. Deeply struck by the dart and overcome with a swoon, Arjuna soon enough recovered. Then that hero of mighty energy, licking the corners of his mouth, that son of Pandu, of inconceivable feats, pierced his foe, along with his steeds, standard, bow, and charioteer, with 4 and 10 shafts winged with canker feathers. With other arrows, countless in number, Partha then cut Sudakshina's car into fragments. And then the son of Pandu pierced Sudakshina, the prince of the Kamvojas, whose purpose and prowess has both been baffled, with a sharp arrow in the chest. Then the brave prince of the Kamvojas, his coat of mail cut off, his limbs weakened, his diadem and angadas displaced, fell head downwards, like a pole of Indra when hurled from an engine. Like a beautiful kankara tree in the spring, gracefully growing on a mountain summit with beautiful branches, lying on the earth when uprooted by the wind, the prince of the Kamvojas lay on the bare ground deprived of life, though deserving of the costliest bed, decked with costly ornaments. Handsome, possessed of eyes that were of a coppery hue, and bearing on his head a garland of gold, endued with the effulgence of fire, the mighty-armed Sudakshina, the son of the ruler of the Kamvojas, overthrown by Partha with his shafts, and lying on the earth, reft of life, looked resplendent like a beautiful mountain with a level top. Then all the troops of thy son fled away, beholding Sruta and Sudakshina the prince of the Kamvojas, slain. Section XI. Sanjaya said, upon the fall of Sudakshina and of the heroic Sruta, O monarch, thy warriors, filled with wrath, rushed with speed at Partha. The Abhishakas, the Surasnas, the Sivis, the Vasatis began, O king, to scatter their arrowy showers on Ananjaya. The son of Pandu then consumed by means of his arrows 600 of them at once. Thereupon, those warriors, terrified, fled away like smaller animals from a tiger. Rallying, they once more surrounded Partha, who was slaying his foes and vanquishing them in battle. Dhananjaya then, with shafts sped from Gandiva, speedily felled the heads and arms of the combatants thus rushing upon him. Not an inch of the field of battle was unstrewn with fallen heads, and the flights of crows and vultures and ravens that hovered over the field seemed to form a cloudy canopy. Seeing their men thus exterminated, Srutaius and Acutaius were both filled with wrath, and they continued to contend vigorously with Ananjaya. Endued with great might, proud, heroic, of noble lineage, and possessed of strength of arms, those 2 bowmen, O king, solicitous of winning great fame and desirous, for the sake of thy son, to compass the destruction of Arjuna, quickly showered upon the latter their arrowy downpours at once from his right and left. Those angry heroes, with 1,000 straight shafts, covered Arjuna like 2 masses of clouds filling a lake. Then that foremost of Ka warriors viz. Srutaius, filled with wrath, struck Dhananjaya with a well-tempered lance. That crusher of foes viz. Arjuna, then, deeply pierced by his mighty foe, swooned away in that battle, stupefying Kusava also, by that act. Meanwhile, the mighty Ka warrior Acutaius forcibly struck the son of Pandu with a keen-pointed spear. By the act he seemed to pour an acid upon the wound of the high-souled son of Pandu. Deeply pierced therewith, Partha supported himself by seizing the flagstaff. Then a leonine shout was sent forth by all the troops, O monarch, in the belief that Dhananjaya was deprived of life. and Krishna also was scorched with grief upon beholding Partha senseless. Then Kesava comforted Dhananjaya with soothing words. Then those foremost of Ka warriors, viz., Srutayas and Akilutayas, of true aim, pouring their arrowy showers on all sides, in that battle, made Dhananjaya and Vasudeva Vrishani's race invisible with their car and car wheels and kavaras, their steeds and flagstaff and banner. And all this seemed wonderful. Meanwhile, Bharata, Vatsu slowly regained his senses, like one come back from the very abode of the king of the dead. Beholding his car with Kesava overwhelmed with arrows, and seeing also those two antagonists of his staying before him like two blazing fires, the mighty car warrior Partha then invoked into existence the weapon named after Sakra. From that weapon flowed thousands of straight shafts, and those shafts struck Srutayas and Akilutayas, those mighty bowmen, and the arrows shot by the latter, pierced by those of Partha, coursed through the welkin, and the son of Pandu, quickly baffling those arrows by the force of his own arrows, began to career over the field, encountering mighty Ka warriors. Meanwhile Srutayas and Akilutayas were, by Arjuna's arrowy showers, deprived of their arms and heads, and they fell down on the earth, like a couple of tall trees broken by the wind. And the death of Srutayas and slaughter of Akilutayas created surprise equal to what men would feel at the sight of the ocean becoming dry. Then slaying 50 Ka warriors amongst the followers of those two princes, Partha proceeded against the Bharata army, slaying many foremost of warriors. Beholding both Srutayas and Akilutayas slain, their sons, those foremost of men, viz., Natayas and Durgayas, Bharata, both filled with rage, rushed against the son of Kunti, scattering shafts of diverse kinds, and much pained by the calamity that had happened to their sires. Arjuna, excited with rage, in a moment dispatched them both towards Yama's abode, by means of straight shafts. And those bulls among Kshatriyas, that were in the Kuru army, were unable to resist Partha, who agitated the Dhartarashtra ranks, like an elephant agitating the waters of a lake filled with lotuses. Then thousands of trained elephant riders amongst the Angas, O monarch, filled with rage, surrounded the son of Pandu with their elephant force. Urged by Duryodhana, many kings also of the west and the south, and many others headed by the ruler of the Kalingas, also surrounded Arjuna with their elephants huge as hills. Partha, however, with shafts sped from Gandiva, quickly cut off the heads and arms, decked with ornaments, of those advancing combatants. The field of battle, strewn with those heads and arms decked with angadas, looked like golden stones entwined by snakes, and the arms of warriors cut off therewith, while falling down, looked like birds dropping down from trees. And the elephants, pierced with thousands of arrows and shedding blood from their wounds, looked like hills in the season of rains, with liquefied red chalk streaming down their sides. Others, slain by Partha with sharp shafts, lay prostrate on the field. And many mlechas on the backs of elephants, of diverse kinds of ugly forms, robed in diverse attires, O king, and armed with diverse kinds of weapons, and bathed in blood, looked resplendent as they lay on the field, deprived of life by means of diverse kinds of arrows. And thousands of elephants along with their riders and those on foot that urged them forward, struck with Partha's shafts, vomited blood, or uttered shrieks of agony, or fell down, or ran ungovernably in all directions. And many, exceedingly frightened, draw down and crushed their own men. And many which were kept as reserves and which were fierce as snakes of virulent poison, did the same. And many terribly Avanas and Paridas and Sakas and Valikas, and Malechas born of the cow, belonging to Vasishta, of fair size, accomplished in smiting looking like messengers of death, and all conversant with the deceptive powers of the Asuras and many Darvabisaras and Daridas and Pundras, numbering by thousands of bands, and together forming a force that was countless, began to shower their sharp shafts upon the son of Pandu. Accomplished in various modes of warfare, those Malechas covered Arjuna with their arrows. Upon them, Dhananjaya also quickly poured his arrows. And those arrows, shot from Gandiva, looked like flights of locusts, as they coursed through the welkin. Indeed, Dhananjaya, having by his arrows caused a shade over the troops like that of the clouds, slew, by the force of his weapons, all the Malechas, with heads completely shaved or half-shaved or covered with matted locks, impure in habits, and of crooked faces. Those dwellers of hills, pierced with arrows, those denizens of mountain caves, fled away in fear. And ravens and cankers and wolves, with great glee, drank the blood of those elephants and steeds and them lech riders overthrown on the field by Partha with his sharp shafts. Indeed, Arjuna caused a fierce river to flow whose current consisted of blood. Slain, foot soldiers and steeds and cars and elephants constituted its embankments. The showers of shafts poured constituted its rafts, and the hairs of the combatants formed its moss and weeds. And the fingers cut off from the arms of warriors formed its little fishes. And that river was as awful as death itself at the end of the Yuga. And that river of blood flowed towards the region of Yama, and the bodies of slain elephants floating on it obstructed its current. And the earth was covered all over with the blood of kshatriyas and of elephants and steeds and their riders, and became one bloody expanse like to what is seen when Indra showers a heavy downpour covering uplands and lowlands alike. And that bull among kshatriyas dispatched 6,000 horsemen and again 1,000 foremost of kshatriyas in that battle into the jaws of death. Thousands of well-equipped elephants, pierced with arrows, lay prostrate on the field, like hills struck down by thunder. And Arjuna careered over the field, slaying steeds and car warriors and elephants, like an elephant of rent temples crushing a forest of reeds. As a conflagration, urged by the wind, consumes a dense forest of trees and creepers and plants and drywood and grass, even so did that fire, viz., Pandu's son Dhananjaya, having shafts for its flames and urged and by the Krishna wind, angrily consume the forest of thy warriors, making the terraces of cars empty, and causing the earth to be strewn with human bodies. Dhananjaya seemed to dance bow in hand, in the midst of those vast masses of men, deluging the earth with blood by means of his shafts, endued with the strength of the thunder. Dhananjaya, excited with wrath, penetrated into the Bharata host. While thus proceeding, Sarutayas, the ruler of the Imvashthas, resisted him. Arjuna then, O sire, speedily felled with keen shafts equipped with canker feathers, the steeds of Sarutayas struggling in battle, and cutting off with other shafts the bow also of his antagonist, Partha careered over the field. The ruler of the Imvashthas, then with eyes troubled in wrath, took up a mace and approached the mighty car warrior Partha and Kusava also in that battle. Then that hero, uplifting his mace, stopped their progress of Arjuna's car by its strokes, and struck Kesava also therewith. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Arjuna, beholding Kesava struck with that mace, became filled with wrath. And then, O Bharata, that hero, with his shafts, equipped with wings of gold, covered the ruler of the Amvashthas, that foremost car warriors, armed with mace, like clouds covering the risen sun. With other shafts, Partha then cut off the mace of that high-souled warrior in fragments, reducing it almost to dust. And all this seemed highly wonderful. Beholding that mace of his cut off in fragments, the ruler of the Imvashthas took up another huge mace, and repeatedly struck both Arjuna and Kusava therewith. Then, Arjuna with a couple of sharp broad-faced arrows, cut off the uplifted arms of Srutaeus which held the mace, those arms that looked like a couple of Indra's standard, and with another winged arrow, he cut off the head of that warrior. Thus slain, Srutaeus fell down, O king, filling the earth with a loud noise, like a tall standard of Indra when the strings, tying it to the engine on which it is set, were cut off. Surrounded then on all sides by rounds of cars and by hundreds upon hundreds of elephants and cars, Partha became invisible like the sun covered with clouds. Section XI. Sanjaya said, after the son of Kunti, impelled by the desire of slaying the ruler of the Centaurs, had penetrated into the Bharata host, having pierced through the irresistible divisions of both Drona and the Bhajas, after the heir of the ruler of the Kambojas, viz., Prince Sudakshina, had been slain, after save the Arsashin had killed the valiant Srutayuda also, after their Kuru ranks had fled away in confusion had set in on all sides, thy son, beholding his army broken, repaired to Drona. Quickly coming on his car to Drona, Duryodhana said, that tiger among men, viz., Arjuna, having crushed this vast host hath already passed through it. Aided by thy judgment, think now what should be done next for the slaughter of Arjuna in view of awful carnage. Blessed be thou, adopt such measures that the tiger among men may not succeed in slaying Jayadratha. Thou art our sole refuge. Like a raging conflagration consuming heaps of dry grass and straw, Dhananjaya fire, urged by the wind of his wrath, is consuming the grass and straw constituted by my troops. O scorcher of foes, seeing the son of Kunti pass, having pierced through this host, those warriors that are protecting Jayadratha have become doubtful of their ability to resist Partha. O foremost of those acquainted with Brahma, it was the settled conviction of the kings that Dhananjaya would never, with life, succeed in transgressing Drona. O thou of great splendor, when, however, Partha has pierced through thy division in the very sight, I regard my army to be very weak. Indeed, I think that I have no troops. O thou that art highly blessed, I know thou art devoted to the welfare of the Pandavas. I lose my reason, O regenerate one, in thinking what should be done. To the best of my power, I also seek to gratify thee. Thou, however, dost not bear all this in mind. O thou of immeasurable prowess, although we are devoted to thee, still thou never seekest our welfare. Thou art always well pleased with the Pandavas and always engaged in doing us evil. Though deriving thy livelihood from us, still thou art engaged in doing evil to us. I was not aware that thou art but a razor steeped in honey. If thou hadst not granted me the boon about humiliating and checking the Pandavas, I would never have prevented the ruler of the Sindhus from returning to his own country. Fool that I am, expecting protection from thee, I assured the ruler of the Sindhus, and through my folly offered him as a victim to death. A man may escape, having entered the very jaws of death, but there is no escape for Jayadratha, when once he comes within reach of Dhananjaya's arms. O thou that ownest dread steeds, do that by which the ruler of the Sindhus may yet be saved. Do not give way to wrath on hearing the delirious ravings of my afflicted self. O, protect ye the ruler of the Sindhus. Drona said, I do not find fault with thy words. Thou art as dear to me as is Hanuman himself. I tell thee truly. Act, however, now according to my words, O king. Of all drivers of cars, Krishna is the foremost. His steeds are also the foremost of their species. Obtaining only a very small space, Dhananjaya can pass very quickly through it. Seest thou not that the shafts of the diadem-decked Arjuna, countless in number, shot from his bow, are falling full 2 miles behind his car as he is proceeding? Burdened with the weight of years, I am now incapable of going so fast. The whole army of the Pathas, again, is now close upon Navan. Yudhishthira also should be seized by me. Even so, O thou of mighty arms, hath been the vow made by me in the presence of all bowmen and in the midst of all the Kshatriyas. O king! He is now staying at the head of his troops, abandoned by Dhananjaya. I shall not, therefore, abandoning the gate of our array, fight with Fulgana. It is meet that thyself, properly supported, shouldst fight with that foe of thine, who is alone and who is thy equal in lineage and feats. Do not fear. Go and fight with him. Thou art the ruler of the world. Thou art a king. Thou art a hero. Possessed of fame, thou art accomplished in vanquishing thy foes. O brave subjugator of hostile towns, go thyself to that spot where Dhananjaya the son of Prithu is. Duryodhana said, O preceptor, how is it possible for me to resist Dhananjaya, who has transgressed even thee that art the foremost of all wielders of arms? The very chief of celestials, armed with the thunder, is capable of being vanquished in battle, but Arjuna, that subjugator of hostile towns, cannot be vanquished in battle. He by whom Hridika's son, Kritavarman, the ruler of the Bhujas, and thyself equal unto a celestial, have both been vanquished by the power of his weapons. He by whom Srutayas hath been slain, as also Sudakshina, and King Srutayas too. He by whom both Srutayas and Achyutayas and myriads of mlechas also have been slain. How can I contend in battle with that invincible son of Pandu, that accomplished master of weapons, who is even like an all-consuming fire? How also dost thou think me competent to fight with him today? I am dependent on thee like a slave. Protect my fame. Drona said, Thou sayest truly, O thou of Kuru's race, that Dhananjaya is irresistible. I, however, will do that by which thou shalt be able to bear him. Let all the bowmen in the world behold today the wonderful feat of the son of Kunti being held in check by thee in the very sight of Vasudeva. This thy armor of gold, O king, I will tie on thy body in such a way that no weapon used by man will be able to strike thee in battle. If even the three worlds with the Asuras and the Celestials, the Yakshas, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas, together with all human beings, fight with thee today, thou needest still entertain no fear? Neither Krishna, nor the son of Kunti, nor any other wielder of weapons in battle, will be able to pierce this armor of thine with arrows. Cased in that coat of mail, quickly go thou today against angry Arjuna in battle. He will not be able to bear thee. Sanjaya said, having said these words, Drona, that foremost of persons conversant with Brahma, touching water, and duly uttering certain mantras, speedily tied that highly wonderful and bright armor on Duryodhana's body for the victory of thy son in that dreadful battle, and causing, by that act, all persons to be filled with amazement. And Drona said, Let the Vedas, and Brahman, and the Brahmanas, bless thee. Let all the higher classes of reptiles be a source of blessings to thee, O Bharata. Let Yayati and Nuashaw, and Danthumara, and Bhagrata, and the other royal sages, all do what is beneficial to thee. Let blessings be to thee from creatures having but one leg, and from those that have many legs. Let blessings be to thee, in this great battle, from creatures that have no legs. Let Swaha, and Swada, and Sakhi, also, all do what is beneficial to thee. O sinless one, let Lakshmi and Arundhati to do what is beneficial to thee. Let Asita, and Devala and Viswamitra, and Angiras, and Vasishta, and Kasyapa, O king, do what is beneficial to thee. Let Datri, and the Lord of the worlds, and the points of the compass, and the regents of those points, and the six-faced Kartikeya, all give thee what is beneficial. Let the divine Vivaswat benefit thee completely. Let the 4 elephants, of the 4 quarters, the earth, the firmament, the planets, and he who is underneath the earth and holds her, on his head, O king, viz. Seshor, that foremost of snakes, give thee what is for thy benefit. O son of Gandhari, formerly the Asura named Vritra, displaying his prowess in battle, had defeated the best of celestials in battle. The latter, numbering thousands upon thousands, with mangled bodies, those denizens of heaven, with Indra at their head, deprived of energy and might, all repaired to Brahman and sought his protection, afraid of the great Asura Vritra. And the god said, O best of gods, O foremost of celestials, be thou the refuge of the gods now crushed by Vritra. Indeed, rescue us from this great fear. Then Brahman, addressing Vishnu staying beside him as also those best of celestials headed by Sakra, said unto them that were all cheerless, these words fraught with truth. Indeed, the gods with Indra at their head, and the Brahmanas also, should ever be protected by me. The energy of Tvashtri from which Vritra hath been created is invincible. Having in days of yore performed ascetic penances for 1,000,000 of years, Tvashtri, then, ye gods, created Vritra, obtaining permission from Mahabharata. That mighty foe of yours hath succeeded in smiting you through the grace of that god of gods. Without going to the place where Sankara stayeth, ye cannot see the divine Hara. Having seen that god, ye will be able to vanquish Vritra. Therefore, go ye without delay to the mountains of Mandara. There stayeth that origin of ascetic penances, that destroyer of Daksha's sacrifice, that wielder of Pinaka, that lord of all creatures, that slayer of the Asura called Bhagantra. Thus addressed by Brahman, the gods proceeding to Mandara with Brahman in their company, beheld that heap of energy, that supreme god endues with the splendor of 1,000,000 suns. Seeing the gods, Mahabharata welcomed them and inquired what he was to do for them. The sight of any person can never be fruitless. Let the fruition of your desires proceed from this. Thus addressed by him, the dwellers of heaven replied, we have been deprived of our energy by Vritra. Be thou the refuge of the dwellers of heaven. Behold, O Lord, our bodies beaten and bruised by his strokes. We seek thy protection. Be thou our refuge, O Mahabharata. The god of gods, called Sava, then said, ye gods, it is well known to you how this action, fraught with great strength, terrible and incapable of being resisted by persons destitute of ascetic merit, originated, springing from the energy of Tvashtri, the divine artificer. As regards myself, it is certainly my duty to render aid to the dwellers of heaven. O Sakra, take this effulgent armor from off my body. And, O chief of the celestials, put it on, mentally uttering these mantras. Drona continued, having said these words, the boon-giving Shiva gave that armor with the mantras, to be uttered by the wearer. Protected by that armor, Sakra proceeded against the host of Vritra in battle. And although diverse kinds of weapons were hurled at him in that dreadful battle, yet the joints of that armor could not be cut open. Then the Lord of the Celestials slew Vritra, and afterwards gave unto Angiras that armor, whose joints were made up of mantras. And Angiras imparted those mantras to his son Vrihaspati, having a knowledge of all mantras. And Vrihaspati imparted that knowledge to Agnivesya of great intelligence. And Agnivesya imparted it to me, and it is with the aid of those mantras, O best of kings, that I, for protecting thy body, tie this armor on thy body. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, Drona, that bull among preceptors, once more addressed thy son, of great splendor, saying, O king, I put this armor on thy body, joining its pieces with the aid of Brahma strings. In days of yore, Brahma himself had thus put it on Vishnu in battle. Even as Brahma himself had put this celestial armor on the Sakra in the battle caused by the abduction of Taraka, I put it on thee. Having thus, with mantras, donned that armor duly on Duryodhana, the regenerate Drona sent the king to battle. And the mighty armed king, cased in armor by the high-souled preceptor, and accomplished in smiting, and 1,000 infuriated elephants endued with great prowess, and 100,000 horses, and many other mighty car warriors, proceeded towards the car of Arjuna. And the mighty armed king proceeded, with the sound of diverse kinds of musical instruments, against his foe, like Virachana's son, Vali in days of yore. Then, O Bharata, a loud uproar arose among thy troops, beholding the Kuru king proceeding like a fathomless ocean. Section Xif. Sanjaya said, after that bull among men, viz. Duryodhana, had set out from behind, following Partha and him of Vrishani's race, O king, both of whom had penetrated into the Kaurava army, the Pandavas, accompanied by the Somakas, quickly rushed against Drona with loud shouts. And then commenced the battle between them and Drona's troops. And the battle that took place between the Kurus and the Pandavas at the gate of the array was fierce and awful, making the hair stand on end. The sight filled the spectators with wonder. O king, the sun was then in the meridian. That encounter, O monarch, was truly such that we had never seen or heard of its like before. The Pathas headed by Drishtadama, all accomplished in smiting and arrayed properly, covered the troops of Drona with showers of arrows. Ourselves also, placing Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, at our head, covered the Parthas, gathered by Prashata's son, with our shafts. The two hosts, adorned with cars and looking beautiful, then appeared like two mighty masses of clouds in the summer sky, driven towards each other by opposite winds. Encountering each other, the two hosts increased their impetuosity, like the rivers the Ganga and the Yamuna, swollen with water during the season of the rains. Having diverse kinds of weapons for the winds that ran before them, teeming with elephants and steeds and cars charged with lightning, constituted by the maces wielded by the warriors, the fierce and mighty cloud formed by the Kuru host, urged on by the Drona tempest, and pouring incessant shafts that constituted its torrents of rain, sought to quench the scorching Pandava fire. Like an awful hurricane in summer agitating the ocean, that best of Brahmanas, viz. Drona, agitating the Pandava host. Exerting themselves with great vigour, the Pandavas rushed towards Drona alone for piercing his host, like a mighty torrent of water towards the strong embankment, for sweeping it away. Like an immovable hill resisting the fiercest current of water, Drona, however, resisted in that battle the enraged Pandavas and Panchalas and Kikayas. Many other kings also, endued with great strength and courage, attacking them from all sides, began to resist the Pandavas. Then that tiger among men, viz. the son of Prashata, uniting with the Pandavas, began repeatedly to strike Drona, for piercing the hostile host. Indeed, as Drona showered his arrows on Prashata's son, even so did the latter shower his on Drona. Having scimitars and swords for the winds that blew before it, well equipped with darts and lances and sabres, with a bowstring constituting its lightning, and there, twang of the bow for its roars, the Drishtadama cloud poured on all sides torrents of weapons, as its showers of stones. Slaying the foremost of car warriors and a large number of steeds, the son of Prashata seemed to deluge the hostile divisions with his arrowy downpours. And the son of Prashata, by his arrows, turned Drona away from all those tracks amid the car divisions of the Pandavas, to which that hero attempted to pass, striking the warriors there with his shafts. And although Drona struggled vigorously in that battle, yet his host, encountering Drishtadama, became divided into 3 columns. One of these retreated towards Kritavarman, the chief of the Bhajas, another towards Jalasundar, and fiercely slaughtered the while by the Pandavas, proceeded towards Drona himself. Drona, that foremost of car warriors, repeatedly united his troops. The mighty warrior Drishtadama has often smote and separated them. Indeed, the Dhartarashtra force, divided into 3 bodies, was slaughtered by the Pandavas and the Sarangias fiercely, like a herd of cattle in the woods by many beasts of prey, when unprotected by herdsmen. And people thought that in that dreadful battle, it was Death himself who was swallowing the warriors first stupefied by Drishthadhyumna. As a kingdom of the bad king is destroyed by famine and pestilence and robbers, even so was thy host afflicted by the Pandavas. And in consequence of the rays of the sun falling upon the weapons and the warriors, and of the distress by the soldiers, the eyes of all were painfully afflicted. Upon the core of the host being divided into 3 bodies during the dreadful carnage by the Pandavas, Drona, filled with wrath, began to consume the Panchalas with his shafts. And while engaged in crushing those divisions and exterminating them with his shafts, the form of Drona became like that of the blazing Yuga fire. That mighty car warrior pierced cars, elephants, and steeds, and foot soldiers, in that battle, each with only a single arrow, and never employing more than one in any case. There then was no warrior in the Pandava army who was capable of bearing, O Lord, the arrows shot from the bow of Drona. Scorched by the rays of the sun and blasted by the shafts of Drona, the Pandava divisions that began to reel about on the field. And thy host also, similarly slaughtered by Prishata's son, seemed to blaze up at every point like a dry forest on fire. And while both Drona and Drishthadhyumna were slaughtering the 2 hosts, their warriors of both armies, in utter disregard of their lives, fought everywhere to the utmost extent of their prowess. Neither in thy host, nor in that of the enemy, O bull of Bharata's race, was there a single warrior who fled away from the battle through fear. Those Uttarain brothers, viz., Vivansati and Chitrasana, and the mighty Ka warrior Vikana, surrounded Kunti's son Bhimisna on all sides. And Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti, and Kshimadhati of great prowess supported by 3 sons, who contended against Bhimisna. King Valaka of great energy and noble parentage, with his own troops and counsellors, resisted the sons of Draupadi. Saviour, the chief of the Govasanas, with 1,000 foremost warriors, faced the son, of great prowess, of the king of the Kasis and resisted him. King Salya, the ruler of the Madras, surrounded royal Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, who resembled a blazing fire. The brave and wrathful Dusasana, properly supported by his own divisions, angrily proceeded, in that battle, against Satyaki, that foremost of Ka warriors. I myself, with my own troops, cased in mail and equipped with weapons, and supported by 400 foremost of bowmen, resisted Chekatana. 138 Sakuni with 700 Gandhara warriors armed with bows, darts and swords, resisted the son of Madri, viz., Sahadeva. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, those 2 great bowmen, who had, for the sake of their friend, Duryodhana, uplifted their weapons, disregarding their lives, encountered Virata, the king of the Matsyas. King Valaka, exerting himself vigorously, resisted the mighty and unvanquished Sikandin, the son of Yajnasana, that hero capable of resisting all foes. The chief of Avanti, with the Saurviras and the cruel Prabhadrakas, resisted wrathful Drishthadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas. Alambashaw quickly rushed against the brave Rakshasa Ghatotkacha of cruel deeds, who was wrathfully advancing to battle. The mighty Ka warrior Kuntibhoa, accompanied by a large force, resisted Alambashaw, that prince of Rakshasas, of fierce mien. Thus, O Bharata, hundreds of separate encounters between the warriors of thy army and theirs took place. As regards the ruler of the Centaurs, he remained in the rear of the whole army, protected by many foremost of bowmen and Ka warriors numbering Kripa amongst them. And the ruler of the Centaurs had for the protectors of his wheels 2 of the foremost warriors, viz., the son of Drona on his right, O king, and the Suta's son, Karna, on the left. and for protecting his rear he had a number of warriors headed by Somadatta's son, viz., Kripa, and Vrishasana, and Sala, and the invincible Salya, who were conversant with policy and were mighty bowmen accomplished in battle. And the Kuru warriors, having made these arrangements for the protection of the ruler of the Sindhas, fought with the Pandavas. Section XCV. Sanjaya said, "Listen, O king, to me as I describe to thee the wonderful battle that then took place between the Kurus and the Pandavas. Approaching Bharadwaja, the son who was staying at the gate of his array, the Parthas battled vigorously for piercing through Drona's division. And Drona also, accompanied by his forces, desirous of protecting his own array, battled with the Parthas, seeking glory. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, excited with wrath and desirous of benefiting thy son, struck Virata with 10 shafts. Virata also, O king, approaching those 2 warriors of great prowess staying in battle, fought with them and their followers. The battle that took place between these was fierce in the extreme, and blood ran in it like water. And it resembled an encounter in the woods between a lion and a couple of mighty elephants, with rent temples. The mighty son of Yajnasena forcibly struck King Valaka in that battle with fierce and sharp shafts capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Valaka also, filled with wrath, deeply pierced Yajnasena's son with 9 straight shafts of golden wings and whetted on stone. And that battle between those 2 warriors became exceedingly fierce, characterized as it was by dense showers of shafts and darts. And it enhanced the fears of the timid and the joy of heroes. The arrows shot by them entirely covered the welkin and all the points of the compass, so that nothing could any longer be discerned. And Saviour, the king of the Govasanas on the head of the troops, fought in that battle with a mighty Ka warrior, the prince of the Kasis, like an elephant battling with another. The king of the Valakas, excited with wrath, fighting against those 5 mighty Ka warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, looked resplendent, like the mind contending against the 5 senses. And those 5 princes also, O foremost of embodied beings, fought with that antagonist of theirs, shooting their arrows from all sides, like the objects of the senses forever battling with the body. Thy son Dasasana struck Satyaki of Vrishani's race with 9 straight shafts of keen points. Deeply pierced by that strong and great bowman, Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled, was partially deprived of his senses. Comforted soon, he, of Vrishani's race, then quickly pierced thy son, that mighty Ka warrior, with 10 shafts winged with canker feathers. Piercing each other deeply and afflicted with each other's shafts, they looked splendid, O king, like 2 kinsukas decked with flowers. Afflicted with the arrows of Kantibhoa, Alambashaw, filled with wrath, looked like a beautiful kinsuka graced with its flowering burthen. The Rakshasa, then having pierced Kantibhoa with many arrows, uttered awful shouts at the head of thy host. And as those heroes fought with each other in that battle, they seemed to all the troops to resemble Sakra and the Asura Jamba in days of old. The 2 sons of Madri, filled with wrath, fiercely ground with their shafts the Gandhara prince Sakuni, who had offended against them greatly. The carnage, O monarch, that set in was awful. Originated by thee, nurtured by Kanna, and kept up by thy sons, the fire of wrath, of the Pandavas, hath swollen now, O monarch, and is ready to consume the whole earth. Forced to turn his back on the field by the 2 sons of Pandu with their shafts, Sakuni, unable to put forth his valour, knew not what to do. Beholding him turn back, those mighty Ka warriors, viz., the 2 sons of Pandu, once more showered their arrows on him like 2 masses of clouds pouring torrents of rain on a mighty hill. Struck with countless straight shafts, the son of Shivala fled towards the division of Drona, borne by his swift steeds. The brave Ghatotkach rushed towards the Rakshasa Alamvashaw in that battle, with impetuosity much short of what he was capable. The battle between those two became fearful to behold, like that which in days of yore had taken place between Rama and Ravana. King Yudhishthira, having in that battle pierced the ruler of the Madras with 500 arrows, once more pierced him with 7. Then commenced that battle between them which was exceedingly wonderful, O monarch, which resembled that, in days of yore, between the Asura Samvara and the chief of the Celestials. Thy sons Vivansati and Chitrasena and Vigana, surrounded by a large force, battled with Bhimasena. Section XCVI. Sanjaya said, when that fierce battle, causing the hair to stand on end, commenced, the Pandavas rushed against the Kauravas who had been divided into 3 bodies. Bhimasena rushed against the mighty armed Jalasundha, and Yudhishthira, at the head of his troops rushed, in that battle, against Kritavarman. And Drishthadhyumna, O king, scattering the shafts, like the sun shooting his rays, rushed against Drona. Then commenced that battle between all the bowmen, eager for the encounter, of the Kurus and the Pandavas, excited with wrath. And during the progress of that terrible carnage, when all the warriors were battling with one another fearlessly, the mighty Drona fought with the mighty prince of the Panchalas. And the clouds of arrows he shot in that encounter filled all spectators with wonder. And Drona and the prince of the Panchalas, cutting off the heads of men by thousands, scattered them on the field of battle, making the latter resemble a forest of lotuses. In every division were soon strewn on the ground robes and ornaments and weapons, and standards and coats of mail. And golden coats of mail, dyed with blood, looked like clouds charged with lightning. At their mighty car warriors, drawing their large bows measuring full 6 cubits long, felled with their shafts, elephants and steeds and men. In that dreadful encounter of arms between brave and high-souled warriors, swords and shields, bows and heads and coats of mail were seen lying scattered about. Innumerable headless trunks were seen to rise up, O king, in the midst of that fierce battle. And vultures and cankers and jackals and swarms of other carnivorous animals, O sire, were seen there, eating the flesh of fallen men and steeds and elephants, of drinking their blood, or dragging them by the hair, or licking or becking, O king, at their marrow, or dragging their bodies and severed limbs, or rolling their heads on the ground. Warriors, skilled in battle, accomplished in weapons, and firmly resolved in fight, struggled vigorously in the combat, solicitous only of fame. Many were the combatants that careered over the field, performing the diverse evolutions of swordsmen, with sabres and darts and lances and spears and axes, with maces and spiked clubs and other kinds of weapons, and with even bare arms. Men who had entered the arena of battle, filled with rage, slew one another. And car warriors fought with car warriors, and horsemen with horsemen, and elephants with foremost of elephants, and foot soldiers with foot soldiers. And many infuriated elephants, as if perfectly mad, uttered loud shrieks and slew one another, after the manner they do in sporting arenas. During the progress, O king, of that battle in which the combatants fought without any regard for one another, Drishthadhyumna caused his own steeds to be mixed up with those of Drona. Those steeds endued with the speed of the wind, that were white as pigeons and red as blood, thus mixed with one another in battle, looked exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, they looked resplendent like clouds charged with lightning. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., heroic Drishthadhyumna, the son of Prishata, beholding Drona, O Bharata, arrived so near, cast off his bow and took up his sword and shield, for achieving a difficult feat. Seizing the shaft of Drona's car, he entered into it. And he stayed sometimes on the middle of the yoke, and sometimes on its joints, and sometimes behind the steeds. And while he was moving, armed with swords, quickly upon the backs of those red steeds of Drona. The latter could not detect an opportunity for striking him. 139 All this seemed wonderful to us. Indeed, like the sweep of a hawk in the woods from desire of food, seemed that sally of Drishthadima from his own car for the destruction of Drona. Then Drona cut off, with 100 arrows, the shield, decked with 100 moons, of Drupada's son, and then his sword, with 10 others. And mighty Drona then, with 64 arrows, slew the steeds of his antagonist. And with a couple of broad-headed shafts he cut off the latter's standard and umbrella also, and then slew both his Parshani charioteers. And then with great speed drawing his bowstring to his ear, he shot at him a fatal shaft, like the wielder of the thunder hurling the thunder at a foe. But soon Satyaki, with 10 sharp shafts, cut off that fatal arrow of Drona. And thus the Vrishni hero, O sire, rescued Drishthadima, who had been seized by that lion among men, the foremost of preceptors, like a deer seized by the king of the forests. Even thus did that bull amongst the Sinis, the prince of the Panchalas. Beholding Satyaki to rescue the prince of the Panchalas in the dreadful battle, Drona quickly shot at him 26 arrows. The grandson of Sini then, in return, pierced Drona in the center of the chest with 26 arrows, while the latter was engaged in devouring the Srinjayas. Then all the Panchalaka warriors, desirous of victory upon the Satwata hero, proceeding against Drona, quickly withdrew Drishthadima from the battle. Section Kskvi. Dhritarashtra said, after that shafts of Drona had been cut off and Drishthadima thus rescued, O Sanjaya, by you Ayudhana, that foremost one of the Vrishni race, what did that great bowman, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, viz., Drona, do in battle and to that tiger among men, viz., the grandson of Sini? Sanjaya said, then Drona, like a mighty snake, having wrath for his poison, his stretched bow for his wide open mouth, his sharp shafts for his teeth and whetted arrows for his fangs, with eyes red as copper from rage, and breathing hard, that mighty hero among men, perfectly fearless, borne on his red steeds of great speed, that seemed to soar into the skies or get at the top of a mountain, rushed towards you Ayudhana, scattering his arrows equipped with golden wings. Then that subjugator of hostile cities, that hero of Sini's race invincible in battle, beholding that irresistible Drona cloud having showers of arrows for its watery downpour, the rattle of car wheels for its roar, the outstretched bow for its volume, long shafts for its lightning flashes, darts and swords for its thunder, wrath for the winds and urged on by those steeds that constituted the hurricane, impelling it forwards, rushed towards him, addressed his charioteer and smilingly said, O Suta, proceed quickly and cheerfully, urging the steeds to their greatest speed, against that heroic Brahmana, fallen off from the duties of his order, that refuge of Dhritarashtra's son, that dispeller of the Kuru king's sorrows and fear, that preceptor of all the princes, that warrior ever boastful of his prowess. Then the excellent steeds of silvery hue belonging to him of mad whose race, endued with the speed of the wind, quickly proceeded towards Drona. Then those two chastisers of foes, viz., Drona and Sini's grandson, fought with each other, each striking the other with thousands of shafts. Those two bulls among men filled the welkin with their arrowy showers. Indeed, the two heroes covered the 10 points of the compass with their shafts. And they poured on each other their shafts like two clouds pouring their contents on the earth, on the expiration of summer. The sun became invisible. The very wind ceased to blow. And in consequence of those showers of shafts filling the welkin, a continuous and thick gloom was caused that became unbearable to the other heroes. And when the shafts of Drona and Sini's grandson had caused that gloom, none beheld any cessation in shooting in either of them. They were both quick in the use of weapons, and they were both looked upon as lions among men. The sound produced by those torrents of arrows, shot by both striking against each other, was heard to resemble the sound of the thunder hurled by Sakra. The forms of heroic warriors pierced with long shafts looked like those of snakes. O Bharata, hit by snakes of virulent poison. Brave warriors incessantly heard the twangs of their bows and the sounds of their palms to resemble the sound of thunder falling upon summits of mountains. The cars of both of those warriors, O king, their steeds, and their charioteers pierced with shafts of golden wings, became beautiful to behold. Fierce was the downpour, O monarch, of shafts that were bright and straight and that looked resplendent like snakes of virulent poison freed from their sloughs. The umbrellas of both were cut off, as also the standards of both. And both of them were covered with blood, and both were inspired with the hope of victory. With blood trickling down every limb of theirs, they resembled a couple of elephants with secretions trickling down their bodies. And they continued to strike each other with fatal shafts. The roars and shouts and other cries of the soldiers, the blare of conchs and the beat of drums ceased, O king, for none uttered any sound. Indeed, all the divisions became silent, and all the warriors stopped fighting. People, filled with curiosity, became spectators of that single combat. Cow warriors and elephant riders and horsemen and foot soldiers, surrounding those two bulls among men, witnessed their encounter with steadfast eyes. And the elephant divisions stood still, and so also the horse divisions, and so also the car divisions. All stood still, disposed in array, variegated with pearls and corals, decked with gems and gold, adorned with standards and ornaments, with coats of mail made of gold, with triumphal banners, with rich caparisons of elephants, with fine blankets, with bright and sharp weapons, with yak tails, ornamented with gold and silver, on the heads of steeds, with garlands round the frontal globes of elephants and rings round their tusks. O Bharata, the Kuru and the Pandava hosts then looked like a mass of clouds at the close of summer, decked with rows of cranes and myriads of fireflies under them, and adorned with rainbows and flashes of lightning. Both our men and those of Yudhishthira beheld that battle between Duryodhana and Drona, the gods also, headed by Brahma and Soma, and the Siddhas, and the Chiranas, and the Vidyadharas, and the great snakes, saw it, stationed on their foremost of sky-ranging cars. And beholding the diverse motion, forward and backward, of those lions among men, and their acts of striking each other, the spectators were filled with wonder. And both endued with great strength, Drona and Satyaki, displaying their lightness of hand in the use of weapons, began to pierce each other with shafts. Then Yudhazahu's race, with his mighty shafts, cut off those of the illustrious Drona in that battle, and then, within a moment, the latter's bow also. Within, however, the twinkling of an eye, the son of Bharadwaja took up another bow and strung it. Even that bow of his was cut off by Satyaki. Drona then, with utmost quickness, waited with another bow in hand. As often, however, as Drona strung his bow, Satyaki cut it off. And this he did full 9 and 7 times. Beholding then that superhuman feat of Ayudhana in battle, Drona, O monarch, thought in his mind, this force of weapons that I see in this foremost one among the Satwatas exists in Rama and Dhananjaya, and was seen also in Kartavirya and that tiger among men, viz. Bhishma, the son of Bharadwaja, therefore, mentally applauded the prowess of Satyaki. Beholding that lightness of hand equal unto that of Vasava himself, that foremost of regenerate ones, that first of all persons conversant with weapons, was highly gratified with Madhava. And the gods also, with Vasava at their head, were gratified with it. The gods and the Gandharvas, O monarch, had never before witnessed that lightness of hand of the quickly moving Udana, although they and the Siddhas and the Charanas had been acquainted with the feats of which Drona was capable. Then Drona, that foremost of persons acquainted with weapons, that grinder of Kshatriyas, taking up another bow, aimed some weapons. Satyaki, however, baffling those weapons with the illusion of his own weapon, struck him with some sharp shafts. All this seemed highly wonderful. Beholding that superhuman feat of his in battle, that feat of which nobody else was capable, and which displayed very great skill, those amongst thy warriors that were judges of skill applauded it. Satyaki shot the same weapons that Drona shot. Beholding this, that scorcher of foes, viz., the preceptor, fought with a little less boldness than usual. Then that master of military science, O king, filled with wrath, invoked celestial weapons for the destruction of Udana. Beholding the terrible foe slaughtering Agnya weapon, Satyaki, that mighty bowman, invoked another celestial weapon, viz., the Varuna. Seeing them both take up celestial weapons, loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose there. The very creatures having the sky for their element ceased to range through it. Then the Varuna and the Agnya weapons which had thus been grafted on their shafts coming against each other became fruitless. 140 Just at that time, the sun passed down in his course. Then King Yudhishthira and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, desirous of protecting Satyaki, and the Matsyas, and the Salwar troops, speedily proceeded towards Drona. Then thousands of princes, placing Dussasana at the head, hastily proceeded towards Drona, for protecting him, who was surrounded by foes. Then, O king, commenced a fierce battle between them and thy bowmen. The earth was covered with dust and with showers of arrows shot by both sides. And everything being thus covered, nothing could any longer be discerned. Indeed, when the troops were thus overwhelmed with dust, the battle proceeded in utter disregard of persons and rules. Section Xvi. Sanjaya said, when the sun turned in his downward course towards the summit of the Easter hills, when the welkin was covered with dust, when the heat of the solar rays abated, the day began to fade fast. As regards the soldiers, some rested, some fought on, some returned to the encounter, desirous of victory. And while the troops, inspired with hope of victory, were thus engaged, Arjuna and Vasudeva proceeded towards the place where the ruler of the Sindhus was. The son of Kunti, by means of his shafts, made, through the hostile soldiers, a way sufficiently wide for his car. And it was in this way that Janardana proceeded, guiding the car. Thither where the car of the Hysul son of Pandu proceeded, thither thy troops, O monarch, broke and yielded away. And he of Dasahu's race, endued with great energy, displayed his skill in driving car by showing diverse kinds of circling motions. And the shafts of Arjuna, engraved with his name, well-tempered, resembling the yuga fire, tied round with catgut, of straight joints, thick, far-reaching, and made either of cleft bamboo, or their branches, or wholly of iron, taking the lives of diverse foes, drank in that battle, with the birds of prey assembled there, the blood of living creatures. Standing on his car, as Arjuna shot his shafts full 2 miles ahead, those shafts pierced and dispatched his foes just as that car itself came up to the spot. 141 Hrishikasa proceeded, borne by those yoke-bearing steeds endued with the speed of Garuda or the wind, with such speed that he caused the whole universe to wonder at it. Indeed, O king, the car of Surya himself, or that of Rudra or that of Vasravana, never goeth so fast. Nobody else's car had ever before moved with such speed in battle as Arjuna's car, moving with the celerity of a wish cherished in the mind. Then Kusava, O king, that slayer of hostile heroes, having taken the car of battle, quickly urged the steeds, O Bharata, through their hostile troops, arrived in the midst of that throng of cars. Those excellent steeds bore Arjuna's car with difficulty, suffering as they did from hunger, thirst, and toil, and mangled as they had been with the weapons of many heroes delighting in battle. They frequently, however, described beautiful circles as they moved, proceeding over the bodies of slain steeds and men, over broken cars, and the bodies of dead elephants, looking like hills by thousands. Meanwhile, O king, the two heroic brothers of Avanti, viz., Vinda and Danuvinda, at the head of their forces, beholding the steeds of Arjuna to be tired, encountered him. Filled with joy, they pierced Arjuna with 64 shafts, and Janardana with 70, and the 4 steeds of Arjuna's car with 100 arrows. Then Arjuna, O king, filled with wrath, and having a knowledge of the vital parts of the body, struck them both in the battle with 9 straight shafts, every one of which was capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thereupon, the 2 brothers, filled with rage, covered Vatsu and Kesava with showers of shafts, and uttered leonine roars. Then Partha of white steeds, with a couple of broad-headed shafts, quickly cut off in that battle the beautiful bows of the 2 brothers and then their 2 standards, bright as gold. Vinda and Danuvinda then, O king, taking up to other bows and becoming infuriated with anger, began to grind the son of Pandu with their arrows. Then Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, exceedingly enraged, once more, with a couple of shafts, quickly cut off those 2 bows also of his foes. And with a few other arrows whetted on stone and equipped with wings of gold, Arjuna then slew their steeds, their charioteers, and the 2 combatants that protected the rear, with those that followed the latter. And with another broad-headed arrow, sharp as a razor, he cut off the head of the eldest brother, who fell down on the earth, deprived of life, like a tree broken by the wind. The mighty Anuvinda then, endued with great prowess, beholding Vinda slain, left his steedless car, having taken up a mace. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., the brother of Vinda, apparently dancing as he advanced with that mace in his arms, proceeded in that battle for avenging the slaughter of his elder brother. Filled with rage, Anuvinda struck Vasudeva on the forehead with that mace. The latter, however, trembled not, but stood still like the mountain Menaka. Then Arjuna with 6 arrows, cut off his neck and 2 legs and 2 arms and head. Thus cut off, into fragments, the limbs of Anuvinda fell down like so many hills. Beholding them both slain, their followers, O king, filled with rage rushed towards Arjuna, scattering hundreds of arrows. Slaying them soon, O bull of Bharata's race, Arjuna looked resplendent like a fire consuming a forest on the expiry of winter. Passing over those troops with some difficulty, Dhananjaya then shone brightly like the risen sun, transgressing the clouds under which it was hid. Beholding him, the Kauravas were filled with fright. But recovering soon enough, they rejoiced once more and rushed at him from all sides. O bull of Bharata's race! Understanding that he was tired and that the ruler of the Sindhus was yet at a distance, they surrounded him, uttering leonine roars. Beholding them, filled with wrath, Arjuna, that bull among men, smilingly addressed him of Dasahu's race in soft words, and said, Our steeds are afflicted with arrows and tired. The ruler of the Sindhus is still at a distance. What do you think to be the best that should be done now? Tell me, O Krishna, truly. Thou art always the wisest of persons. The Pandavas, having thee for their eyes, will vanquish their foes in battle. That which seems to me should be done next, truly shall I say unto thee. Unyoking the steeds to the case, pluck off their arrows, O Madhava. Thus addressed by Partha, Kesava replied unto him, I am, also O Partha, of the opinion which thou hast expressed. Arjuna then said, I will hold in check the whole army, O Kosovo. Do thou properly perform that which should be done next. Sanjaya continued, alighting then from the terrace of his car. Dhananjaya, taking up his bow, Gandiva, fearlessly stood there like an immovable hill. Beholding Dhananjaya standing on the ground, and regarding it a good opportunity, the Kshatriyas, desirous of victory and uttering loud shouts, rushed towards him. Him standing alone, they surrounded with a large throng of cars, all stretching their bows and showering their shafts on him. Filled with wrath, they displayed diverse kinds of weapons and entirely shrouded Partha with their shafts like a clouds shrouding the sun. And the great Kshatriya warriors impetuously rushed against that bull among Kshatriyas, that lion among men, like infuriated elephants rushing towards a lion. The might then that we beheld of Partha's arms was exceedingly great, since, filled with rage, alone, he succeeded in resisting those countless warriors. The puissant Partha, baffling with his own weapons those of the foes, quickly covered all of them with countless shafts. In that part of the welkin, O monarch, in consequence of the clash of those dense showers of shafts, a fire was generated emitting incessant sparks. There, in consequence of hostile heroes, countless in number, all filled with wrath, and all great bowmen united together for a common purpose, seeking victory in battle, aided by steeds, covered with blood and breathing hard, and by infuriated and foe-grinding elephants, uttering loud shrieks, the atmosphere became exceedingly hot. That uncrucible, wide, and limitless ocean of cars, incapable of being agitated, had arrows for its current, standards for its eddies, elephants for its crocodiles, foot soldiers for its countless fishes, the blare of conchs and the beat of drums for its roar, cars for its surging waves, headgears of combatants for its tortoises, umbrellas and banners for its froth, and the bodies of slain elephants for its submarine rocks. Partha resisted with his arrows the approach of the sea like a continent. Then, in course of that battle, the mighty armed Janardana, fearlessly addressing the dear friend of his, that foremost of men, viz. Arjuna, said unto him, There is no well here in the field of battle, O Arjuna, for the steeds to drink from. The steeds want water for drink, but not for a bath. Thus addressed by Vasudeva, Arjuna cheerfully said, Here it is. And so saying, he pierced the earth with a weapon and made an excellent lake from which the steeds could drink. And that lake abounded in swans and ducks, and was adorned with chakravakas. And it was wide and full of transparent water, and abounded in full-blown lotuses of the finest species. And it teemed with diverse kinds of fish. And fathomless in depth, it was the resort of many a rishi. And the celestial rishi, Narada, came to have a look at that lake created there in a moment. And Partha, capable of achieving wonderful works like the celestial artificer, Tvashtri himself, also constructed there a narrowy hall, having arrows for its beams and rafters, arrows for its pillars, and arrows for its roof. Then Govinda, smiling in joy, said, Excellent, excellent, upon seeing the high-souled Partha create that arrowy hall. Section 6. Sanjaya said, after the high-souled son of Kunti had created that water, after he had commenced to hold in check the hostile army, and after he had built also that arrowy hall, Vasudeva of great splendour, alighting from the car, unyoked the steeds pierced and mangled with arrows. Beholding that sight never seen before, loud uproars of applause were heard there, uttered by the Siddhas and the Charanas and by all the warriors. Mighty car warriors, assembled together, were unable to resist the son of Kunti, even when he fought on foot. All this seemed highly wonderful. Although throngs upon throngs of cars, and myriads of elephants and steeds, rushed towards him, yet Partha felt no fear but fought on, prevailing upon all his foes. And there, hostile, kings shot showers of shafts at the son of Pandu. That slayer of hostile heroes, however, viz., the son of Vasava, of virtuous soul, felt no anxiety whatever. Indeed, the valiant Patha received hundreds of arrowy showers and maces and lances coming towards him as the ocean receives hundreds upon hundreds of rivers flowing towards it. With the impetuous might of his own weapons and strength of his arms, Patha received the foremost of shafts shot at him by those foremost of kings. Although staying on the ground, and alone, he succeeded yet in baffling all those kings on their cars, like that one fault, avarice, destroying a host of accomplishments. The Kauravas, O king, applauded the highly wonderful prowess of Patha as also of Vasudeva, saying, "What more wonderful incident hath ever taken place in this world, or will ever take place than this, viz., that Patha and Govinda, in course of battle, have unyoked their steeds, displaying fierce energy on the field of battle and the greatest assurance, those best of men have inspired us with great thoughts." Then Rishikasa, of eyes like lotus petals, smiling with the coolest assurance, as if, O Bharata, he was in the midst of an assembly of women, and not armed foes, after Arjuna had created in the field of battle that hall, made of arrows, led the steeds into it, in the very sight, O monarch, of all thy troops. And Krishna, who was well skilled in grooming horses, then removed their fatigue, pain, wrath, trembling and wounds. 142 Then plucking out their arrows and rubbing those steeds with his own hands, and making them trot duly, he caused them to drink. Having caused them to drink, and removed their fatigue and pain, he once more carefully yoked them to that foremost of cars. Then, that foremost one among all wielders of weapons, viz., of great energy, mounting on that car with Arjuna, proceeded with great speed. Beholding the car of that foremost of car warriors once more equipped with these steeds, whose thirst had been slaked, the foremost ones among the Kuru army once more became cheerless. They began to sigh, O king, like snakes whose fangs had been pulled out. And they said, "Oh, fie, fie on us. Both Patha and Krishna have gone, in the very sight of all the Kshatriyas, riding on the same car, and clad in mail, and slaughtering our troops with as much ease as boys sporting with a toy. Indeed, those scourgers of foes have gone away in the very sight of all the kings displaying the prowess and unimpeded by our shouting and struggling combatants." Seeing them gone away, other warriors said, "Ye Kauravas, speed ye for the slaughter of Krishna and the diadem-decked Arjuna." Yoking his steeds unto his car in the very sight of all, our bowman, he of Dasahu's race, is proceeding towards Jayadratha, slaughtering us in battle. And some lords of earth there, O king, amongst themselves, having seen that highly wonderful incident in battle never seen before, said, "Alas, through Duryodhana's fault, these warriors of King Dhritarashtra, the Kshatriyas, and the whole earth, fallen into great distress, are being destroyed. King Duryodhana understands it not." Thus spoke many Kshatriyas. Others, O Bharata, said, "The ruler of the Sindhus hath already been dispatched to Yama's abode. Of narrow sight and unacquainted with means, let Duryodhana now do what should be done for that king." 143 Meanwhile, the son of Pandu, seeing the sun coursing towards the western hills, proceeded with greater speed towards the ruler of the Sindhus, on his steeds, whose thirst had been slaked. The Kuru warriors were unable to resist that mighty armed hero, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, as he proceeded like the destroyer himself in wrath, that scorcher of foes, viz., the son of Pandu, routing the warriors before him, agitated that army, like a lion agitating a herd of deer, as he proceeded forgetting a Jayadratha. Penetrating into the hostile army, he, of Dasahu's race, urged the steeds with great speeds, and blew his conch, Panchajanya, which was of the hue of the clouds. The shafts shot before by the son of Kunti began to fall behind him, so swiftly did those steeds, endued with the speed of the wind, drew that car. Then many kings, filled with rage, and many other Kshatriyas surrounded Dhananjaya, who was desirous of slaying Jayadratha. When the Kuru warriors thus proceeded towards that bull among men, viz. Arjuna, who had stopped for a moment, Duryodhana, proceeding quickly, followed Partha in that great battle. Many warriors, beholding the car whose rattle resembled the roar of clouds, and which was equipped with that terrible standard bearing the ape and whose banner floated upon the wind, became exceedingly cheerless. Then, when the sun was almost completely shrouded by the dust raised by the combatants, the Kuru warriors, afflicted with shafts, became incapable of even gazing, in that battle, at the two Krishnas. Section C. Sanjaya said, O monarch, beholding Vasudeva and Dhananjaya penetrate into their host, having already pierced through many divisions, the kings of the army fled away in fear. A little while after, however, those high-souled ones, filled with rage and shame, and urged and by their might, became cool and collected, and proceeded towards Dhananjaya. But those, O king, who filled with rage and vindictiveness, proceeded against the son of Pandu in battle, returned not, like rivers never returning from the ocean. Seeing this, many ignoble Kshatriyas incurred sin and hell by flying away from battle, like atheists turning away from the Vedas. 144 Transgressing that throng of cars, those two bulls among men, at last, issued out of it, and looked like the sun and the moon freed from the jaws of Rahu. Indeed, the two Krishnas, their fatigue dispelled, having pierced through that vast host, looked like two fishes that had passed through a strong net. Having forced through that impenetrable division of Drona, the way through which was obstructed by dense showers of weapons, those two high-souled heroes looked like Yuga suns risen on the welkin. Piercing through those dense showers of weapons and freed from that imminent danger, those high-souled heroes, themselves obstructing the welkin with thick clouds of weapons, seemed like persons escaped from a raging conflagration, or like two fishes from the jaws of a Makara. And they agitated the Kuru host like a couple of Makas agitating the ocean. Thy warriors and thy sons, while Partha and Krishna were in the midst of Drona's division, had thought that those two would never be able to issue out of it. Beholding, however, those two heroes of great splendor issue out of Drona's division, they no longer, O monarch, hoped for Jayadratha's life. Hitherto they had strong hopes of Jayadratha's life, for they had thought, O king, that the two Krishnas would never be able to escape from Drona and Hridika's son. Frustrating that hope, those two scorchers of foes had, O monarch, crossed the division of Drona, as also the almost uncrossable division of the Bhujas. Beholding them, therefore, ford through those divisions and look like two blazing fires, thy men became possessed with despair and no longer hoped for Jayadratha's life. Then those two fearless heroes, viz. Krishna and Dhananjaya, those enhancers of the fears of foes, began to converse between themselves about the slaughter of Jayadratha. And Arjuna said, This Jayadratha hath been placed in their midst by 6 of the foremost car warriors among the Dhartarashtras. The ruler of the Centaurs, however, shall not escape me if once he is seen by me. If Sakra himself, with all the celestials, become his protector in battle, yet shall we slay him. Thus did the two Krishnas talk. Even so, O mighty armed one, did they converse amongst themselves, while looking after the ruler of the Centaurs. Having heard what they said, thy sons set up a loud wail. Those two chastisers of foes then looked like a couple of thirsty elephants of great quickness of motion, refreshed by drinking water, after having passed through a desert. beyond death and above decrepitude. They then looked like two merchants that have passed over a mountainous country abounding with tigers and lions and elephants. Indeed, beholding them freed from Drona and Gright of Aman, thy warriors regarded the colour of Partha's and Krishna's face to be dreadful, and thy men then, from all sides, set up a loud wail. Freed from Drona, who resembled a snake of virulent poison or a blazing fire, as also from the other lords of the earth, Partha and Krishna looked like two blazing suns. Indeed, those two chastisers of foes, freed from Drona's division, which resembled the very ocean, seemed to be filled with joy like persons that have safely crossed the vasty deep. Freed from those dense showers of weapons, from those divisions protected by Drona and Hridika's son, Kesava and Arjuna looked like Indra and Agni, or blazing effulgence. The two Krishnas, pierced with sharp shafts of Bharadwaja's son, and with bodies dripping with blood, looked resplendent like two mountains decked with flowering kankaras. Having forded that wide lake, of which Drona constituted the alligator, darts formed the fierce snakes, shafts, the makaras, and kshatriyas, the deep waters, and having issued out of that cloud, constituted by Drona's weapons, whose thunders were the twang of bows and the sound of palms, and whose lightning flashes were constituted by maces and swords, Partha and Krishna looked like the sun and moon freed from darkness. Having crossed the region obstructed by the weapons of Drona, all creatures regarded those mighty and famous bowmen, viz., the two Krishnas, as persons who had forded, with the aid of their arms, the 5 rivers, viz., the Satadru, the Vipasa, the Ravi, the Chandrabhaga, and the Vitasta, having the ocean for their 6th, when full of water during the season of rains, and abounding with alligators. Casting their eyes, from desire of slaughter, on Jayadratha, who was not far off from them, the two heroes looked like two tigers waiting from desire of falling upon a deer. Such was then the colour of their faces, that thy warriors, O monarch, regarded Jayadratha as when already slain. Possessed of red eyes, O mighty armed one, and staying together, Krishna and the son of Pandu, at the sight of Jayadratha, were filled with joy and roared repeatedly. Indeed, O monarch, the splendour then of Suri, standing with reins in hand, and of Partha armed with bow, was like that of the sun or fire. Freed from the division of Drona, their joy, at sight of the ruler of the Centaurs, was like that of a couple of hawks at the sight of a piece of flesh. Beholding the ruler of the Centaurs not far off, they rushed in wrath towards him like a couple of hawks swooping down towards a piece of meat. Seeing Trishikasa and Dhananjaya transgress the divisions of Drona, thy valiant son, King Duryodhana, whose armour had been bound on his person by Drona, and who was well versed in grooming and guiding horses, rushed on the single car, O Lord, for the protection of the Centaurs, leaving those mighty bowmen, viz., Krishna and Partha, behind. Thy son, O king, turned back, facing Kesava of lotus-like eyes. When thy son thus outran Dhananjaya, diverse musical instruments were joyfully blown and beat among all thy troops, and leonine roars were uttered mingled with the blare of conchs, beholding Duryodhana staying in the face of the two Krishnas. They also, O king, resembling blazing fires, that stood as the protectors of Jayadratha, were filled with joy upon beholding thy son in battle. Seeing Duryodhana transgress them with his followers, Krishna, O monarch, said unto Arjuna these words suited to the occasion. Section 6. Vasudeva said, Behold, O Dhananjaya, this Sayadana who hath transgressed us. I regard this as highly wonderful. There is no warrior equal to him. His arrows are far-reaching. He is a great bowman. Accomplished as he is in weapons, it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish him in battle. The mighty son of Dhritarashtra strikes hard, and is conversant with all modes of warfare. Brought up in great luxury, He is much regarded by even the foremost of Ka warriors. He is well accomplished, and, O Partha, he always hates the Pandavas. For these reasons, O sinless one, I think, thou shouldst now fight with him. Upon him resteth, as upon a stake at dice, victory or the reverse. Upon him, O Partha, vomit that poison of thy wrath which thou hast cherished so long. This mighty Ka warrior is the root of all the wrongs on the Pandavas. He is now within reach of thy shafts. Look after thy success. Why hath King Duryodhana, desirous as he is of kingdom, come to battle with thee? By good luck, it is that he is now arrived within reach of thy arrows. Do that, O Dhananjaya, by which he may be deprived on his very life. Reft of his senses through pride of affluence, he hath never felt any distress. O bull among men, he doth not know also thy prowess in battle. Indeed, the three worlds with the celestials, the Asuras, and human beings, cannot venture to vanquish thee in battle. What need be said, therefore, of single Duryodhana? By good luck it is, O Partha, that he hath approached the vicinity of thy car. O mighty armed one, slay him as Purandara slew Vritara. O sinless one, this Duryodhana hath endeavoured to bring evil on you. By deceit he cheated King Yudhishthira at dice. O giver of honours, sinless though you all are, this prince of sinful soul has always done various evil acts towards him. Nobly resolved upon battle, O Partha, slay without any scruple this wicked wight, who is ever wrathful and ever cruel, and who is the very embodiment of avarice. Remembering the deprivation of your kingdom by deceit, your exile into the woods, and the wrongs of Krishna, put forth thy prowess, O son of Pandu. By good luck, it is that he stayeth within the range of the shafts. By good luck, it is that staying before thee he endeavours to resist thy purpose. By good luck, it is that he knows today that he will have to fight with thee in the battle. By good luck, it is that all your purposes, even those that are not presently entertained by you, will be crowned with fruition. Therefore, Partha, slay this wretch of his race, viz., the son of Dhritarashtra, in battle, as Indra had in days of yore slain the Asura Jamba in the battle between the Celestials and the Asuras. If he is slain by thee, thou canst then pierce through this masterless host. Cut the very root of these wicked Sudrachas. Let the of Abritha 145 of this hostility be now accomplished. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed. Partha replied and took his aver, saying, so be it. Even this should be done by me. Disregarding everything else, proceed thither where Duryodhana is. Putting forth my prowess in battle, I will cut off the head of that wretch who hath for such a long period enjoyed our kingdom without a thorn on his side. Shall I not succeed, O Kusava, in avenging myself of the insult, in the shape of dragging her by the hair, offered unto Draupadi, undeserving as she was of that wrong? Thus conversing with each other, the two Krishnas, filled with joy, urged those excellent white steeds of theirs, desirous of getting at King Duryodhana. As regards thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, having approached the presence of Partha and Krishna, he entertained no fear, although, O sire, every circumstance was calculated to inspire fear. And the Kshatriyas there, on thy side, highly applauded him then, for he proceeded to face Arjuna and Hrishikesa for resisting them. Indeed, beholding the king in battle, a loud shout was heard there, O monarch, uttered by the entire Kuru army. What that terrible and awful shout arose there! Thy son, pressing his foe hard, opposed his progress. Held in check by thy son armed with bow, the son of Kunti became filled with rage, and that chastiser of foes, Duryodhana, also became highly enraged with Partha. Beholding both Duryodhana and Dhananjaya enraged with each other, all the Kshatriyas, of fierce forms, began to look at them from all sides. Seeing Partha and Vasudeva both filled with rage, thy son, O sire, desirous of battle, smilingly challenged them. Then he of Dasaha's race became filled with joy, and Dhananjaya also, the son of Pandu, became cheerful. Uttering loud roars, they both blew their foremost of conchs. Seeing them thus cheerful, all the Kauravas became hopeless of thy son's life. Indeed, all the Kauravas, and many even amongst the enemy, became possessed with grief, and regarded thy son as a libation already poured into the mouth of the sacred fire. Thy warriors, seeing Krishna and the Pandavas so cheerful, loudly exclaimed, afflicted with fear, the king is slain. The king is slain. Hearing that loud uproar of the warriors, Duryodhana said, let your fears be dispelled. I will dispatch the two Krishnas unto the region of death. Having told all his warriors these words, King Duryodhana then, expectant of success, addressed Partha angrily and said these words, if, O Partha, thou art begotten by Bandu, apply upon me, without loss of time, all the weapons, celestial and earthly, that Kesava also hath of either, upon me. I wish to see thy manliness. They speak of many feats achieved by thee out of our view. Show me those feats that have won the applause of many endued with great heroism. Section 6. Sanjaya said, saying these words, King Duryodhana pierced Arjuna with 3 shafts of great impetuosity and capable of penetrating into the very vitals. And with 4 others he pierced the 4 steeds of his foe. And he pierced Vasudeva in the center of the chest with 10 shafts, and cutting off, with a board-headed arrow, the whip in the latter's hands, he felled it on the ground. Then Partha, coolly and without losing a moment, shot at him 4 and 10 shafts whetted on stone and equipped with beautiful feathers. All those shafts, however, were repelled by Duryodhana's armor. Beholding their fruitlessness, Partha once more sped at him 9 and 5 arrows of keen points. But these 2 were repelled by Duryodhana's armor. Seeing 8 and 20 arrows of his become abortive, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Krishna said unto Arjuna these words, I see a sight never before witnessed by me, like the movements of the hills. Shafts sped by thee, O Partha, are becoming abortive. O bull of Bharata's race, hath thy Gandiva decayed in power? Have the might of thy grasp and the power of thy arms become less than what they were? Is not this to be thy last meeting with Duryodhana? Tell me, O Partha, for I ask thee. Great hath been my amazement, O Partha, upon seeing all these shafts of thine fall towards Duryodhana's car, without producing the slightest effect. Alas! What misfortune is this, that these terrible shafts of thine that are endued with the might of the thunder and that always pierce the bodies of foes, fail in producing any effect? Arjuna said, I think, O Krishna, that this armor hath been put on Duryodhana's body by Drona. This armor, tied as it hath been, is impenetrable to my weapons. In this armor, O Krishna, inhereth the might of the 3 worlds. Only Drona knoweth it, and from that best of men I also have learnt. This armor is not capable of being pierced by my weapons. Bhagavat himself, O Govinda, cannot pierce it with his thunder. Knowing it all, O Krishna, why seekest thou to confound me? That which occurred in the 3 worlds, that which, O Kesava, exists now, and which is in the womb of futurity, are all known to thee. Indeed, O slayer of Manu, and no one else knoweth this better than thou dost. This Duryodhana, O Krishna, cased by Drona in this armors, is staying fearlessly in battle, wearing this coat of mail. That, however, which one wearing such armor should do, is not known to him, O Madhava. He weareth it only like a woman. Behold now, O Janardana, the might of my arms and that of my bow too. Though protected by such a coat of mail, I will still vanquish the Kuru prince. The chief of the Celestials gave this effulgent armor to Angiras. From the latter it was obtained by Vrihaspati, and from Vrihaspati it was got by Purandara. The Lord of the Celestials once more gave it to me with the mantras to be uttered in wearing it. Even if this armor were divine, if it were created by Brahma himself, still the wretch, Duryodhana, struck with my arrows, shall not be protected by it. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, Arjuna inspired some arrows with mantras, and began to draw them on the bowstring. And while he was thus drawing them on the bowstring, the son of Drona cut them off with a weapon that was capable of baffling every weapon. Beholding those shafts of his thus frustrated from a distance by that Etra of Brahma, as Wataman, Arjuna, owning white steeds, filled with amazement, represented Antakasava, saying, I cannot, Janardana, twice use this weapon, for if do so, it will slay my own self and my own troops. Meanwhile, Duryodhana, O king, pierced each of the Krishnas in that battle with 9 shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. And once more the Kuru king showered his shafts on Krishna and the son of Pandu. Beholding these showers of arrows, shot by their king, thy warriors were filled with joy. They beat their musical instrument and uttered leonine roars. Then Partha, excited with rage in that battle, licked the corners of his mouth. Casting his eyes on his enemy's body, he saw not any part that was not well covered with that impenetrable armor. With some sharp-pointed shafts then, well shot from his bow, and each of which resembled death himself, Arjuna slew his antagonist's steeds and then his 2 Parshani charioteers. And soon also the valiant Partha cut off Duryodhana's bow and the leathern fence of his fingers. Then, save the Arsashin commenced to cut off his enemy's car in fragments. And with a couple of keen arrows he made Duryodhana callous. And then Arjuna pierced both the palms of the Kuru king. Beholding that great bowman afflicted with the shafts of Dhananjaya and fallen into great distress, many warriors rushed to the spot, desirous of rescuing him. These, with many thousands of cars, well-equipped elephants and horses, as also with large bodies of foot soldiers, excited with wrath, encompassed by large bodies of men, neither that car of theirs nor of Arjuna and Govinda could any longer be seen. Then Arjuna, by the might of his weapons, began to slaughter that host. And car warriors and elephants, by hundreds, deprived of limbs, fell fast on the field. Slain, or in the act of being slain, those failed to reach the excellent car. Indeed, the car on which Arjuna rode stood motionless full 2 miles from the besieging force on every side. Then the Vrishani hero, Krishna, without taking any time, said unto Arjuna these words, Draw thy bow quickly and with great force, for I will blow my conch. Thus addressed, Arjuna, drawing his bow Gandiva with great force, began to slaughter the foe, shooting dense showers of shafts and making a loud noise by stretching the bowstring with his fingers. Kesava meanwhile forcibly and very loudly blew his conch Panchajanya, his face covered with dust. In consequence of the blare of that conch and of the twang of Gandiva, the Kuru warriors, strong or weak, all fell down on the ground. The car of Arjuna, then freed from that press, looked resplendent like a cloud driven by the wind. Beholding Arjuna, the protectors of Jayadratha, with their followers, became filled with rage. Indeed, those mighty bowmen, the protectors of the ruler of Sandhurst, suddenly beholding Partha, uttered loud shouts, filling the earth with that noise. The whiz of their arrows were mingled with other fierce noises and the loud blare of their conchs. Those high-souled warriors uttered leonine shouts. Hearing that awful uproar raised by thy troops, Vasudeva and Dhananjaya blew their conchs. With their loud blare of their conchs, the whole earth, with her mountains and seas and islands and the nether regions, O monarch, seemed to be filled. Indeed, that blare, O best of Bharatas, filled all the points of the compass, and was echoed back by both the armies. Then thy car warriors, beholding Krishna and Dhananjaya, became very much frightened. Soon, however, they recovered and put forth their activity. Indeed, the great car warriors of thy host, beholding the two Krishnas, those highly blessed persons, cased in mail, rushed towards. The sight thus presented became a wonderful one. Section CI. Sanjaya said, thy warriors, as soon as they beheld those foremost of persons of the Vrishan, Yandaka and the Kuru races, lost no time, each striving to be first, in proceeding against them from a desire of slaughtering them. And so Vijaya also rushed against those foes of his. On their great cars, decked with gold, cased in tiger skins, producing deep rattle, and resembling blazing fire, they rushed, illumining the 10 points of the compass, armed, O king, with bows, the backs of whose staves were decked with gold, and which in consequence of their splendor, were incapable of being looked at, and uttering loud cries, and drawn by angry steeds. There is rivers, and Sala and Karna, and Vrishasana, and Jayadratha, and Kripa, and the ruler of the Madras, and that foremost of car warriors, viz., the son of Drona, these 8 great car warriors, as if devouring the skies, as they proceeded, illuminated the 10 points of the compass with their splendid cars, cased in tiger skins and decked with golden moons. Clad in mail, filled with wrath, and mounted upon their cars, the rattle of which resembled the roar of masses of clouds, they covered Arjuna on every side with a shower of sharp shafts. Beautiful steeds of the best breed, endued with great speed, bearing those great car warriors, looked resplendent as they illumined the points of the compass. Their cars, drawn by foremost steeds of great fleetness, were of diverse countries and of diverse species, some bred in mountainous regions, some in rivers, and some in the country of the Sindhas. Many foremost of car warriors among the Kurus desirous, O king, of rescuing thy son quickly rushed towards Dhananjaya's car from every side. Those foremost of men, taking up their kunchs, blew them, filling, O king, the welkin and the earth with her seas, with that blare. Then those foremost ones among the gods, viz., Vasudeva and Dhananjaya, also blew their foremost of kunchs on earth. The son of Kunti blew Devadatta, and Kasava blew Panchajanya. The loud blast of Devadatta, sent forth by Dhananjaya, filled the earth, the welkin, and 10 points of the compass. And so Panchajanya, also blown by Vasudeva, surpassing all sounds, filled the sky and the earth. And while that awful and fierce noise continued, a noise that inspired the timid with fear and the brave with cheers, and while drums and jarjaras, and cymbals and mridangas, O great king, were beat by thousands, great car warriors invited to the Kuru side and solicitous of Dhananjaya's welfare, those great bowmen, filled with rage and unable to bear the loud blast of Arjuna's and Krishna's kunchs, those kings from diverse realms supported by their respective troops, in rage blew their great kunchs, desiring to answer with their own blasts the blasts of Kesava and Arjuna. The Kuru army then, urged forward by the blare of kunchs, had its car warriors, elephants, and steeds filled with anxiety and fear. Indeed, O Lord, that host looked as if they that comprised it were ill. The agitated Kuru host, echoing with that blare of kunchs blown by brave warriors, seemed to be like the welkin resounding with the noise of thunder and fallen down, through some convulsion of nature. 146. That loud uproar, O monarch, resounded through the 10 points and frightened that host like critical incidents at the end of the Yuga, frightening all living creatures. Then, Duryodhana and those 8 great car warriors appointed for the protection of Jayadratha all surrounded the son of Pandu. The son of Drona struck Vasudeva with 73 shafts, and Arjuna himself with 3 broad-headed shafts, and his standard and 4 steeds with 5 others. beholding Janardana pierced, Arjuna, filled with rage, struck his Vataman with 100 shafts. Then piercing Karna with 10 arrows and Vrishesana with 3, the valiant Dhananjaya cut off Salya's bow with arrows fixed on the string, at the handle. Salya then, taking up another bow, pierced the son of Pandu. And Bharazravas pierced him with 3 arrows whetted on stone, and equipped with golden wings. And Karna pierced him with 32 arrows, and Vrishesana with 7. And Jayadratha pierced Arjuna with 73 shafts, and Gripa pierced him with 10. And the ruler of the Madras also pierced Falguna in that battle with 10 arrows. And the son of Drona pierced him with 60 arrows. And he, once more, pierced Partha with 5 arrows, and Vasudeva with 20. Then the tiger among men, viz. Arjuna owning white steeds and having Krishna for his driver, pierced each of those warriors in return, displaying the lightness of his hand. Piercing Karna with 12 shafts and Vrishesana with 3, Partha cut off Salya's bow at the handle. And piercing the son of Somadatta with 3 arrows and Salya with 10, he pierced Gripa with 25 arrows, and the ruler of the Sindhus with 100. Partha struck Drona's son with 70 arrows. Then Bharazravas, filled with rage, cut off the goad in Krishna's hand, and struck Arjuna with 23 shafts. Then Dhananjaya, of white steeds, filled with rage, mangled those enemies of his with hundreds upon hundreds of arrows, like a mighty tempest tearing masses of clouds. Section 6. Dhritarashtra said, "Describe to me, O Sanjaya, the diverse kinds of standards resplendent with great beauty, of both the Partha and our warriors, in that battle." Sanjaya said, "Hear, O king, of the diverse kinds of standards of those high-souled warriors. Listen to me as I describe their forms and names. Indeed, O king, upon the cars of those foremost of car warriors were seen diverse kinds of standards that shone like blazing flames of fire, made of gold, or decked with gold, or adorned with strings of gold, and each looking like the golden mountain, Meru. Diverse kinds of standards were there that were highly beautiful. And those standards of the warriors had attached all around them excellent banners. Indeed, having banners of diverse hues attached to them all around, those standards looked exceedingly beautiful. Those banners, again, moved by the wind, looked like fair ladies dancing in the midst of a sporting arena. Endued with the splendor of the rainbow, those banners, O bull of Bharata's race, of those car warriors, floating in the breeze, highly adorned their cars. The standard, bearing the sign of the ape of fierce face and tail, like that of the lion, belonging to Dhananjaya, seemed to inspire fear in that battle. That standard, O king of the wielder of Gandhiva, bearing that foremost of apes, and adorned with many banners, frightened the Kuru host. Similarly, the lion-tail standard top of Drona's son, O Bharata, we saw, was endued with the effulgence of the rising sun decked with gold, floating in the breeze, possessed of the splendor of the rainbow. The standard mark of Drona's son appeared on high, inspiring the foremost of Kuru warriors with joy. The standard of Idrata's son bore the mark of an elephant rope made of gold. It seemed, O king, in battle to fill the whole welkin. The banner, adorned with golden garlands, attached to the standard of Karna in battle, shaken by the wind, seemed to dance upon his car. The preceptor of the Pandavas, that Brahmana, given to ascetic penances, viz. Kripa the son of Gautama, had for his mak an excellent bovine bull. That high-souled one, O king, with that bovine bull, looked as resplendent as the destroyer of the 3 cities 147 looks resplendent with his bull. Vrishesana has a peacock made of gold and adorned with jewels and gems, and it stood on his standard, as if in the act of crowing, and always adorned the van of the army. With that peacock, the car of the high-souled Vrishesana shone, like the car, O king of Skandha, the celestial generalissimo, shining with his peacock unrivaled and beautiful plowshare made of gold and looking like flame of fire. That plowshare, O sire, looked resplendent on his car. Salya, the ruler of the Madras, we saw, had on his standard top an image like the presiding goddess of corn, endued with beauty and producing every seed. A silver bow adorned the standard top of the ruler of the Centaurs. Decked with golden chains, it was of the splendor of a white crystal dot 148 with that silver mark on his banner. The ruler of the Centaurs looked as resplendent as Surya in days of yore in the battle between the Celestials and the Asuras. The standard of Somadatta's son, devoted to sacrifices, bore the sign of the sacrificial stake. It was seen to shine like the sun or the moon. That sacrificial stake made of gold, O king of Somadatta's son, looked resplendent like the tall stake erected in the foremost of sacrifices called the Rajasuya. The standard of Salya, O monarch, bearing a huge silver elephant, was adorned, on all sides, with peacocks made of gold. The standard, O bull of Bharata's race, adorned thy troops like the huge white elephant adorning the host of the celestial king. On the standard decked with gold, of King Duryodhana, was an elephant adorned with gems. Tinkling with the sound of 100 bells, O king, that standard stood upon the excellent car of that hero. And, O king, thy son, that bull among the Kuras, looked resplendent, O monarch, with that tall standard in battle. These 9 excellent standards stood erect among thy divisions. The 10th standard seen there was of Arjuna, decked with that huge ape. And with that standard Arjuna looked highly resplendent, like Himavat with a blazing fire on its top. Then many mighty car warriors, all chastisers of foes, quickly took up their beautiful, bright and large bows for the sake of resisting Arjuna. Similarly, Partha also, that achiever of celestial feats, shook up his foe-destroying bow Gandiva, in consequence, O king, of thy evil policy. Many royal warriors, O king, were then slain in that battle owing to thy fault. Rulers of men came from different realms invited by thy sons, and with them perished many steeds and many elephants. Then those mighty car warriors headed by Duryodhana, on one side, and that bull amongst the Pandavas on the other, uttered loud roars and began the encounter. And the feat that Kunti's son, having Krishna for his charioteer, achieved there, was highly wonderful, inasmuch as, alone, he encountered fearlessly all those warriors united together. And that mighty armed hero looked resplendent as he stretched his bow Gandiva, desirous of vanquishing all those tigers among men for slaying the ruler of the Centaurs. With his shafts shot in thousands, that tiger among men, viz. Arjuna, that scorcher of foes, made all those warriors invisible by means of his arrowy showers. On their side, those tigers among men, those mighty car warriors, also made Partha invisible by means of the clouds of shafts shot from all sides. Beholding Arjuna, that bull of Kuru's race covered by those lions among men with their shafts, loud was the uproar made by thy troops. Section CV. Dhritarashtra said, after Arjuna had got the ruler of the Centaurs within sight, what, O Sanjaya, did the Panchalas, attacked by Bharadwaja's son, do, encountering the Kuras? Sanjaya said, in the afternoon of that day, O monarch, in the battle that took place between the Panchalas and the Kuras, Drona became, as it were, the stake, for which each fought on to win or lose. The Panchalas, O sire, desirous of slaying Drona, cheerfully uttered loud roars and shot dense showers of arrows. Indeed, that encounter between the Panchalas and the Kuras, fierce, awful, and highly wonderful as it was, resembled that in days of yore between the gods and the Asuras. Indeed, all the Panchalas with the Pandavas, obtaining Drona's car, within reach, used many mighty weapons, desirous of piercing through his array. Cow warriors stationed on their cars, causing the earth to shake under them, and showering their arrowy downpours, rushed towards Drona's car, without much speed. Then that mighty car warrior among the cake-ears, viz. Vrihakshitra, incessantly scattering keen shafts that resembled the thunder in force, proceeded towards Drona. Then Kshimadhati of great fame quickly rushed against Vrihakshitra, shooting keen arrows by thousands. Beholding this, that bull among the Chedis, viz. Drishtaketu, endued with great might, quickly proceeded against Kshimadhati, like Mahendra proceeding against the Asura Samvara. Seeing him rush with great impetuosity, like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, that mighty bowman viz. Viradanwan, proceeded against him with great speed. King Yudhishthira, staying there at the head of his division from desire of victory, was resisted by valiant Drona himself. Thy son Vikarna, O Lord, endued with great prowess, proceeded against the rushing Nakula of great prowess, that warrior accomplished in battle. That scorcher of foes, viz. Dharmaka, covered the advancing Sahadeva with many thousands of swiftly coursing shafts. The heroic Vyagpradata resisted that tiger among men, viz. Satyaki, making him repeatedly tremble by means of his sharp and keen-pointed shafts. The son of Somadatta resisted the 5 sons of Draupadi, those tigers among men, those great car warriors, wrathfully shooting mighty shafts. That mighty car warrior, viz. Rishayasuringa's fierce son, the Rakshasa Alambashaw, of awful mien, resisted the advancing Bhimasena filled with wrath. The encounter that then took place between that man and Rakshasa resembled, O king, the battle in days of yore between Rama and Ravana. Then, O Bharata, Yudhishthira, that chief of the Bharatas, struck Drona with 90 straight shafts in all his vital parts. Enraged by the famous son of Kunti, Drona struck him in return, O chief of the Bharatas, in the center of the chest with 25 shafts. And once more, in the very sight of all the bowmen, Drona struck him, with his steeds, charioteer, and standard, with 20 shafts. Pandu's son, of virtuous soul, displaying great lightness of hand, baffled with his own arrowy showers those arrows shot by Drona. Then that great bowman Drona, filled with rage, cut off the bow of the high-souled king Yudhishthira the Just. Then that great car warrior, viz. The son of Bharadwaja, speedily covered the bowless Yudhishthira with many thousands of shafts. Beholding the king made invisible by the shafts of Bharadwaja's son, all thought that Yudhishthira was dead, and some thought that the king had fled before Drona. And many cried out, O king, saying, Alas, the king hath been slain by the high-souled Brahmana. Then King Yudhishthira the Just, fallen into great distress, having laid aside that bow cut off by Bharadwaja's son in battle, took up another excellent, bright and tougher bow. And that hero then cut off in that encounter all those shafts shot in thousands by Drona. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Having cut off those shafts, O king, Yudhishthira, with eyes red in wrath, took up in that battle a dart, capable of riving even a mountain. Equipped with a golden staff, of awful mien, having 8 bells attached to it, and exceedingly terrible, the mighty Yudhishthira, taking it up, uttered a loud roar. And with that roar, O Bharata, the son of Bandu, inspired all creatures with fear. Beholding that dart praised by King Yudhishthira the Just, all creatures, as if with one accord, said, Good be to Drona. Hurled from the king's arms, that dart resembling a snake just freed from its slough, coursed towards Drona, illumining the welkin and all the directions cardinal and subsidiary, like a she-snake with fiery mouth. Beholding it coursing towards him impetuously, O king, Drona, that foremost of all persons acquainted with weapons invoked into existence the weapon called Brahma. That weapon, reducing that dart of terrible mien into dust, coursed towards the car of the illustrious son of Pandu. Then, O sire, King Yudhishthira of great wisdom baffled that weapon of Drona, thus coursing towards him by himself invoking the Brahma weapon, and then piercing Drona himself in that battle with 5 straight shafts, he cut off, with a sharp razor-faced shaft, the large bow of Drona. Then Drona, that grinder of Kshatriyas, throwing aside that broken bow, hurled with great force, O sire, a mace at the son of Dharma. Beholding that mace impetuously coursing towards him, Yudhishthira, O chastiser of foes, filled with rage, shook up a mace. Then those 2 maces, both hurled with great force, encountering each other in mid-air, produced by their collision sparks of fire and then fell down on the earth. Then Drona, filled with fury, slew, O sire, the steeds of Yudhishthira, with 4 excellent shafts of keen points. And with another broad-headed shaft he cut off the king's bow resembling a pole erected to the honor of Indra. And with another shaft he cut off the standard of Yudhishthira, and with 3 he afflicted the Pandava himself. Then King Yudhishthira, speedily jumping down from that steedless car, stood weaponless and with arms upraised, O bull of Bharata's race. Beholding him carless, and especially weaponless, Drona, O Lord, stupefied his foes, rather the whole army. Firmly adhering to his vow, and endued with great lightness of hands, Drona shot showers of sharp shafts and rushed towards the king, like a furious lion towards a deer. Beholding Drona, that slayer of foes, rushed towards him, cries of "Oh" and "Alas" suddenly rose from the Pandava army. And many cried out, saying, "The king is slain by Bharadwaja's son." Loud wails of this kind were heard, O Bharata, among the Pandava troops. Meanwhile, King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, getting up on the car of Sahadeva, retreated from the field, borne away by swift steeds. Section CVI. Sanjaya said, Kshimadhati, O monarch, pierced the advancing Vrihakshatra of great valor, that prince of the Kakeyas, with many arrows in the chest. King Vrihakshatra then, O monarch, desirous of piercing through Drona's division, quickly struck his antagonist with 90 straight shafts. Kshimadhati, however, filled with rage, cut off, with a sharp well-tempered and broad-headed shaft, the bow of that high-souled prince of the Kakeyas. Having cut off his bow, Kshimadhati then, with a keen and straight shaft, quickly pierced in that encounter that foremost of all bowmen. Then Vrihakshatra, taking up another bow and smiling at his foe, soon made the mighty warrior Kshimadhati steedless and driverless and callous. And with another broad-headed shaft that was well-tempered and sharp, he cut off, from the trunk of his royal antagonist his head blazing with a pair of earrings. That head, graced with only locks and a diadem, suddenly cut off, fell down on the earth and looked resplendent like a luminary fallen from the firmament. Having slain his foe, the mighty warrior Vrihakshatra became filled with joy and fell with great force upon thy troops for the sake of the Pathas. The great bowman Viradanwan, O Bharata, endued with great prowess, resisted Drishtaketu who was advanced